Yourofsky. We're waiting for him to arrive. We also have Mr. Vegan Equilibrium here, of course, and Vegan Gains, who you can see on screen. Good to see you guys. Noodles, you organized this. I am delighted for that. Are you excited, sir? You're muted.
I am beyond excited. Gary is, I would say, the most influential animal rights activist in history. It's amazing that we get to live in a time to see him and see what he's done for veganism, for animals. You know, the reason I went vegan actually is because when I first felt called to start researching it and looking into it, the first influencer I found was Vegan Gains. Thank you, Richard. And then Richard put me on to Gary because through the videos I saw Gary, and then right after watching Gary's speech, I went vegan.
Yeah, Gary actually turned me vegan.
Wow. Wow. It is a great speech. I was vegan before I heard it, but I have listened to the speech a few times, and it's amazing in how much detail he goes into, and he leaves no room for like questions. He covers so much. It's unbelievable, you know, in that speech. So Vegan Gains, when did you hear the speech? Do you remember where it was and how old you were?
Yeah, way back. I think I would have been 18 at the time. I think I just finished high school. Yeah, and it was it was linked on Facebook. I saw it being spread around on Facebook, gave it a watch, and then yeah, I just turned vegan that night after watching the speech.
Wow. And do you remember your feelings? I know you're a man who is quite stoic, and I don't know, maybe you don't do feelings like the rest of us, but do you remember the feelings it brought up in you listening to him?
Yeah, it was pretty shocking. You know, I was kind of interested in going vegetarian just because I liked animals, but I had no idea about the dairy and egg industry. And then, you know, after Gary just explained all the, you know, protein, health stuff, and then just showed some of that slaughterhouse footage, how, you know, animals are treated not only in the meat industry, but also the dairy and egg industry, I just, you know, it was a big emotional shock for sure. And it just made me very much aware that I had to go vegan. Hey, Gary.
Well, guys, the master is here. Gary, welcome to Finding Gnosis. It's such an honor and privilege to have you here, sir. We are absolutely delighted. So welcome.
What's happening, everybody? Hey, Vegan Gains, you're looking like a beast.
Goddamn right.
My boy.
Well, Gary, you're looking very well yourself. And, you know, this, you know, veganism seems to be doing very well for you. Gary, this is just coming up now in my head. But do you ever compare yourself to people you grew up with, if you still know any, and see how you compare to them physically? You know, I'm not, you know, I just think the proof is in the pudding. You know, you look very well, Gary.
Yeah, everybody from my high school, just about everybody, I should say, looks like shit. Looks like about 55 years of eating blood, flesh, veins, muscles, and tendons, things that come out of the asses of hens, and secretions that ooze from cow titties. When I was at my 20-year anniversary, I mean, it was ridiculous. I thought I was in the wrong place. I thought I was in an old folks' home. They really look like shit. And as I said to them, as I said to a lot of people over the years who always compliment me on how I look, try eating a mango once in a while, you dipshit.
Yeah, just about everyone I knew in high school got really fat, especially when they hit 30. It just went downhill fast.
Does that ever like make you angry? Not only the fact that they don't take care of themselves, but that they're hurting themselves by hurting others too. I mean, sometimes I can't handle just walking around in public thinking about it. You know, it's this constant drone in my head.
Yeah, nobody benefits from it. You know, animals suffer, people suffer, and they're too stupid to and too selfish to realize or care.
Yeah, I don't understand the defiance people have with just being kind to animals and also being kind to themselves. And it's I don't know when it's going to change. I don't know if it's ever going to change. But it's definitely a tragedy. However, people's personal health, that's the last thing on my mind. As we all know, this is all
Yeah.
about the animals. I could give a shit about how people are doing, especially these days with my new mantra, dead humans equals live animals. I'm concerned about the victims and not the victimizers.
Gary, you know, I was talking to Nick earlier. It's no lie to say you're responsible for perhaps millions of people, you know, coming to think about animal rights and becoming vegan. Um, Gary, people know that, and people will know that because of what we've been saying. What they may not know is what it was that initially triggered it in you. You know, what was it exactly that? What was that eureka moment for you? Do you remember what age you were? And for the people who haven't heard of you before, what was it that brought you to this idea? And as I say, the rest is history. But I'd really like you to tell them what it was that made you start thinking like this.
Yeah, well, I was 23. My stepdad, Myron, was a clown in the Shrine Circus. He invites me backstage to see the elephants. And of course, I want to go see the elephants. Mind you, I'm walking around with blinders on too. I'm as dumb and stupid and selfish as everyone else. And I went backstage at the Michigan State Fairgrounds and got to the warehouse area where the elephants were being chained up, enslaved, and caged, and all that shit. And it hit me like a ton of bricks because I saw elephants with their front left feet, back right feet chained to the cement floor of the warehouse at the Michigan State Fairgrounds. I saw monkeys screaming in their cages, tigers and lions pacing pathetically in their cages, bears locked up in their cages. And the first thing I said was, what the fuck is an elephant doing on 8 Mile and Woodward Avenue? And it didn't make any sense. Now, I always say this, that listen, I'm not a philosopher and I'm not a wildlife biologist or a veterinarian, but I don't need to be either of those to understand what was wrong with that situation. Uh, I used empathy. I looked into their eyes. I saw the misery. I saw their pain. I felt it. You can make an analogy to being around a baby, a human baby. Human babies can't speak to us, but if you pay attention to their crying, to their movements, to their energy, you can understand when something is wrong. And that's what I did with those elephants and those other animals. And then I walked out to see the rest of the show until the bears came out wearing yellow tutus and riding tricycles. And I got up and I left. And then I went to Thornapple Valley Pig Slaughterhouse the next day in Eastern Market area of Detroit. There were 6 trucks loaded with pigs waiting to be called in to be murdered. Mind you, I'm still a meat eater at this time, a stubborn, selfish meat eater, but I have tears rolling down my face as I'm looking into the truck. And this one pig I'll never forget looked back at me and his eyes were screaming, "Why are you doing this to us?" And
Yeah.
I said back in my head, "I don't know." And I ended up going there for 6 weeks straight, every day for at least an hour, sometimes up to 5 or 6 hours, walking around, looking what was going on. And this is back in the 90s. There wasn't high security. And the Eastern Market area is actually, they actually have farmers markets and stores down there. So it wasn't weird that I was down there. And depending on who was on the security detail that day, like I said, sometimes I stayed for 5 or 6 hours. But that didn't do the trick for me. I knew it was wrong, so I stopped arguing with vegans at that time. And I bring this up because when a vegan tells a non-vegan something, you're supposed to be thankful for the information, even if you're not going to change. But you're not supposed to argue anymore and come up with dumb excuses like God says it's okay. I need my protein. Animals don't think. Animals don't feel. All that dumb shit that we've been hearing forever. And the moment that I became vegetarian, I'm going to fast forward to 95. I'm on the radio station because my hometown hockey team, the Red Wings, have a dumb tradition of throwing dead octopuses on the ice. And I got on the air, and the guy called me out. And as I hung up the phone after the short interview, I said, "That's it. I'll never eat another piece of flesh ever again." And that was the moment I went vegetarian. And then the following year, 96, I went to the March for Animals in DC. And a group of people from Texas came in. It said Texans for Animal Rights on their shirt. Jumped up and I said hi, introduced myself. And they asked me where they can get a good veggie burger. I told them at the Hard Rock Cafe. I was just there. It was a great veggie burger. And they said, "But that veggie burger's not vegan." I said, "So?" They said, "What do you think happens to mama cows when they can't give milk anymore?" My response was one word, one syllable. "Oh, how did I miss that?" So listen, as much as I despise human beings nowadays, I always wanted to educate and teach because I know people are ignorant. I know people are misinformed, uninformed. I know people are brainwashed and programmed. And I've always, for the last 30 years, I've been trying to teach people, and I still do.
Mm.
Even when I'm at the gym, I'm always talking to people. In fact, I just converted somebody last week. I was talking to somebody, and he texted me later that day after I gave him a copy of my speech to watch, and he said, "Okay, man, you got me. I'm on." So I will always try to teach and educate people. Doesn't mean I have to love humans, though.
Absolutely.
Speaking of the speech,
uh,
you have this way with words. And that became even more clear when I heard you recite your speech from your arraignment, or was it? It wasn't your arraignment. It was your hearing, because you got locked up. In case people don't know, but we'll get to that.
Okay.
I wanna go back to the beginning. I wanna find out about young Gary. Okay, we need a. I wanna know more about where you got this ability to say amazing things and to string these lines together, because they didn't have AI back then. You actually had to think. So I'm wondering, was that instilled in you from a young age? What were you like as a child?
Man, I was as shy as hell, and I was a stutterer. And once in a while, you can still catch me stuttering. I did not like talking, although what was weird in school, I was the class clown. I did like the spotlight. I'm a Leo, as Carmen always points out to me. Everybody look at me. But I was really shy. And listen, if you asked me right now to speak about taxes being too high, I couldn't give you a smooth diatribe. I can speak this way about animals because the animals have touched my soul. I feel them in my heart. I feel their pain and their
mm,
misery, and I speak for them. I have to. And it's not that I don't get nervous before a lecture or even before a podcast, but I realized a long time ago when I made the promise to those animals I saw back in the 90s that I have to get over whatever my fears are, whatever my nervousness is, and I have to speak for them. If I'm not going to do it, well, then who's going to do it? And don't get me wrong, Vegan Gains is a great speaker, and Joey Carbstrong, and Paul Bashir, and Rafaela, and there's thousands of wonderful speakers. I'm not saying I'm the only one, but in my mind, at the moment when it's time for me to preach, it's like it's on you. This is all you right now. You can convert somebody and make them a peaceful person, and you can save thousands of animals if you just say it properly. So it's and it's almost like somebody else is speaking through me,
mm,
especially over the years as I got to be a better speaker. I stopped writing, and I started freestyling more, and there were plenty of times where I would start to say something, I would have a thought, and in my head I'm saying, "Where are you going with this, man?" and that voice would answer like, "I don't know," but I always knew I would end up in the right spot. and everything always seemed to come out just
Yeah.
perfectly, especially in front of a crowd.
I
I
mean,
think
all
that's.
these.
I think. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I think that's why you're so powerful, Gary, in your speech and in how you talk, because it's that confidence, and that's a confidence that comes from knowing that what you say is true. You know, it's like this power, and that's why you don't have to second guess it. You know, you're not stumbling, you're not stuttering, because it's coming from your heart. You know, and it's something that you feel, and it's a connection between your mind and your heart. You know, and that's it, as you say, it just flows out of you, and I feel that's why it's extremely powerful. You know,
One of the things that you named several people that are good speakers, but they all attribute. Well, they all say that you were their biggest influence for how to approach the whole thing, and which is a no nonsense approach. So were you always like that? Were you always sort of, you're gonna say how it is, in your face kind of person?
Yes, yes, that is completely true. And what's also key is I've always had an authority problem, and I
well, you're
always
from
hated.
Detroit, Gary.
Yeah,
I mean, that
I've always hated the way things were run. I always hate the way everybody does something, and because to me it doesn't add up properly when I look at how
Mm,
society acts. So I know that we're right. This is why I can speak so confidently. I know animals don't deserve to be raped. I know the male animals don't deserve to be electro-ejaculated. I know that that the animals don't deserve to have their heads chopped off and their babies stolen from them. This is an this is the biggest truth that has ever lived, right? That animals don't deserve to be slaves and commodities and property, and that they're inferior to humans. And in fact, like
mm,
I was just saying about everything being backwards, humans are inferior. Humans are the
mm,
ones that don't fit into the environment. We're the ones that don't fit into the equation. We don't do anything proper and natural. So it's in
mm,
fact I think I just recorded a video last week for Instagram where I was talking about how just humans don't fit into the equation whatsoever, and that I hope the animals retaliate and show us the same mercy that we've shown them, and that's none. I really do hope the animals rise up against us.
mm, mm.
So moving on from your childhood into your teenage years, you become a rapper, right?
Actually, the rap. Well, so yeah, I started rapping when I was a teenager, and mind you, I'm old school. I mean, old school. Run DMC, Fat Boys,
ARS-1.
EPMD, KRS-One, even Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. I remember that shit when it came out. When I did a demo, a rap demo in 1992 is when I decided, you know what, I'm gonna go for this. I'm really gonna do something. And I wrote 3 songs. I recorded those demos, and I actually recorded with the Funky Bass team, Mark and Jeff Bass, who were the original producers of Eminem. By the way, so there is a 6 degrees of separation between 2 white rappers from Detroit. And by the way, the Funky Bass team picked the right white boy to go with. Uh, they chose them. I
Well,
still
what?
have
But
some
he's
tight
not
stuff.
vegan.
Huh?
But he's not vegan.
No, unfortunately not.
I don't
I
think
wish
they
he
chose the
was.
right one.
No, listen, I wish M was vegan because all those diss tracks he could be doing against everybody. God, let Eminem watch my speech, please. But
Yes.
but but anyways, in 1992, I did a rap demo. You can go to YouTube and you can punch in my name and put in the Declaration of Misrepresentation. And there's another one online, Reason of Society. And yeah, I wanted to be a rapper. Hard to break into the game. Even with the connection, nothing ever happened, and I kind of just put it on the back shelf.
Thank you, Gary. Do you know what I love? I love the human touch here. You telling your story about how you came to it. It wasn't an immediate, conversion for you. It was a slow process, but there wasn't someone telling you like the way you've inspired others. You came to this idea yourself, but it was a slow. It wasn't. It wasn't overnight. There was a process here, And that's what I hope everybody can get from this, that it's okay if you haven't been vegan before, you know, it's okay if you've thought things, it's okay to change your mind. You know, Gary wasn't vegan before. He became vegetarian, and he didn't realize that the dairy industry was so horrific and it caused, you know, a terrible amount of harm as well. It is okay to change your mind. Gary, have you changed your mind in other areas of life? Is this the biggest change you've had in your in your outlook? Are you somebody who's open-minded, generally speaking, or you know? I suppose that's a question that's just come to me. Would you
Yeah.
like to think
I've
about it?
always been open-minded. I mean, this is why
Mm.
I ended up vegan. But I want to kind of piggyback on what you just said about not converting instantly. Now, what's weird is the majority of all the students and people that I've converted were immediate conversions. But I
Yes.
also believe that I work so well with audiences and with the crowd, with the public, because I do have an understanding that sometimes it doesn't happen overnight, even though it's not okay for the victims.
Yes.
And I am apologetic about the 3 years that I hemmed and hawed about this.
Mm,
But I realize old habits are hard to break, new habits
mm,
are hard to form. Deprogramming is tough, being unbrainwashed is tough, but that's why I work so well with people. But I got thousands of stories, thousands of conversions
yes. Yes.
where students had to hear me 2, 3, 4, 5 times before it made
Mm,
sense. And how do I know this? Well, once I started my lecture tour in 2002 through 2014, I was pretty much at the same school every semester,
mm.
even speaking for the same professors all the time. As long as they were teaching, they wanted me
Right.
in their class. So students heard me a lot, and they'd come up to me and say, Gary, this is the fourth time I've heard you. I hated you the first time. I
Right.
kind of liked you the second time, and it made sense the third time. I'm vegan. Do I have to sit here and listen to this again? And I would make them, promise and swear, are you're vegan right now? They're like, yeah, I'm absolutely vegan. I said, okay, you don't have to hear it again. So sometimes it took 2, 3, 4 times for people to
Hmm.
get it, which is why advertisements, run their ads over and over again. There's a reason why you see the
Hmm.
same ads
Hmm.
on
I
TV.
think
Sometimes they got to pound it into somebody to do
right.
something. Same thing with our message.
I
I
wanna
think a few things on that. Sorry, Noodles. I think, you know, people might accuse you of misanthropy because of some of the things you say. You don't care about humans, you know, but I actually think you do. I think you have high emotional intelligence, right? And I think that that's the beauty of how you've done it, because you've taken your experiences and have been able to convert them into a powerful message that has feelings attached to it, you know. And you know that we're lucky in that respect, that we have someone with that power amongst us who can convert people, you know. You've done it instantly. People have listened to your speech and been converted, and it's a very it's not an easy thing to achieve. And Gary, I mean, I had a similar experience. I was a very slow learner, you know. When I was a teenager, I went to work on farms and I fed cows silage, you know, and I looked at them thinking, wow, they're so beautiful, you know. And I did think, wow, this is so weird. I think they're such lovely animals, so gracious, such lovely big eyes, and you know, so calm and so lovely. And I did feel bad that, yeah, I knew we were sending them to the abattoir, you know. That's what's going to happen eventually. I even worked in a meat factory, I'm ashamed to say. I worked in the dispatch area when I was 17 for a summer. Okay, I didn't see the meat. I was in boxes. It came out of the cold store, and I put it onto pallets with a forklift. I did that for 2.5 months for a summer. I became vegetarian shortly after that, but I didn't become vegan for many years because, again, for many reasons. Some of it was cultural, was never questioned in my childhood. It wasn't put before me as a problem, and also lack of, I suppose, lack of education and ignorance. And that's why it's great to have someone like you who's come from, you know, a place of ignorance, Gary, learned and thought about these things, and being able to convey the message then powerfully to people who were like you. You were once like them. So that's the beauty of what you do. Sorry, guys, I was just going
DNW, I
over
want to
there.
break in here real quick. One, I want to just mention that we have Streamlabs pinned in the comments section, and all donations are going to Sasha Farm Animal Sanctuary, which I'm going to have Gary give us a rundown on what that is and why you should donate to it. But first, I want to just listen to 20 seconds of Gary's song. Just let's give this
Great
a
idea.
listen.
This was an anti-racist rap, by the way.
I think you might want. Yeah, that's it.
Aryan movement racist. Black and white are equal, okay?
How you maintain the rights of a minority, but when the government's ruled by the majority. Well, check it out, cause I'm a fella through history, cause even nowadays it don't make sense to me. Washington, he was the father of our country, but he owned slaves and sold slaves for money. The nation was blind though, and full of hostility, put his face on a dollar bill to frame his longevity. Then Thomas Jefferson was elected president. People didn't know it either, but he too had servants. In 1776, he wrote the Declaration of his representation, claiming the ideals came straight from the heart. Nothing but old Master Jefferson, straight from the start. Yeah, maybe Jay should have checked his own bill, cause I thought it said all men are created equal.
Black and white are equal, okay?
I think the hair went as
Excellent.
hard as the lyrics.
Excellent.
Yeah. Wait, how do I get us back on the screen here? Oh, there.
There you go. I did it.
So
I
by the
managed.
way, so I'm kind of glad you played that. As my boy Richard would say, two things can be true at the same time, even though they're diametrically opposed. So I can love animals, I can hate humans, I can even love humans and hate humans. And I want people to know where I started. That rap was an anti-racist rap. I was concerned about injustice. But over the years, as I saw people who were oppressed, discriminated against, turn around and oppress and discriminate against the animals, it built up my anger and my hatred for humans, the hypocrisy that we are capable of. So I want people to know that, yeah, I am a radical, proud misanthrope these days. But I didn't start
Okay.
out this way. Humans made me this way. Humans created me because of their defiance toward peace and compassion to the animal kingdom. But at the same time, I understand right from wrong all around. I'm only concerned about the most victimized beings on
Gary-
this planet, and they don't walk upright. They have
Gary, is
four legs.
it a hatred of humanity though, or is it more a disappointment? I feel like it's more of a you know humans could do better, right?
For sure. Listen, it's kind of a little of both. There's massive disappointment and massive heartbreak. I can't believe how intelligent we can be in certain ways, such as with technology, and how stupid we can be when it comes to ethics and morality. So yeah, there's a ton of disappointment, but there's a lot of hatred. Honestly, it
I
just
hear
keeps
that.
building up more and more. But at the same time, listen, if I see somebody being bullied, I'm stepping in. I mean, I
I
had
hear
this
that.
story like a couple years ago. I was at the gym, and some trans person walks in, and I'm not talking somebody that you can't tell. I'm talking one of the guys dressed
Right.
up like a girl, and I heard guys talking about they're gonna kick their ass, and I tailed this person around the gym to make sure, and everybody at the gym knows me, and I'm making faces like back the fuck off, just fucking
Mm.
back off. Nobody's touching anybody today. But yeah, we are a strange species. In fact,
We sure are.
I'm just coming out of left field with this, but I'm really into watching alien stuff these days. But the more I think about it, I think we're the fucking aliens. I think it's us because we're the ones that don't fit in, and I don't think we're the good aliens. We're the grays.
Yeah,
So,
I
Right.
think
Gary-
I think the unique thing about humans is ideology. Animals, they're kind of more rational actors in some way because they're just living to survive, and they make rational decisions on that basis. Even as like cruel as animals can be, like tigers, lions, chimpanzees, they go to war with each other. Again, it's for survival. There's no ideological basis behind it. But humans commit acts of evil knowingly and willingly just based on ideology. And I think that's why humans are just so frustrating. Like, we absolutely do know better, but we still do it.
And we do it with joy, with glee.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at the hunting community. After they go murder an animal, they pick up their dead body and pose with it with a smile.
Yeah.
I mean, that always just, like, even before I was vegan, I couldn't get over the sadistic delight of humans. Like what do you call it? Bullfights in parts of Spain, France, things like that. Fox hunting. Just gratuitously hurting animals. For fun. Without the kind of that was before I was vegan. That was just something that absolutely shocked me, that humans could do that and wanted to do it and took sought to do it, badger baiting and things like that. It's just like, what the fuck is wrong?
Pretty cowardly too. We used to have gladiator battles with each other, and then now we just pick on animals.
Right.
Seems to be our favorite pastime is torturing and oppressing and murdering animals for fun.
And the scary thing I thought about when I was young as well was, because I grew up in a very working class area, and wasn't much money around. But then I saw extremely powerful people, wealthy people from the upper echelons of society, who I thought, fuck me, they should know better. But they're the ones doing these fox hunts. They were the ones, going on holidays to see the bullfighting. They're the ones doing the badger baiting, allowing the badger baiting on their land. That was to me absolutely shocking, that people we were supposedly trying to be like were doing these horrific things. It absolutely shocked me to the core.
It seems to me that wealth breeds cruelty. The more wealthy you are, the more vicious you become. The trophy hunting, eating lobsters, boiling animals alive, fur coats. If poor people seem to have a lot more ethics than the wealthy.
Well, Gary, it's interesting
But
you
poor
say
people
that.
are fucked up too. I'm not.
I agree with you.
Humans
I
are a
agree.
fucked up species, but
I think,
but the wealthy seem to be the most fucked up.
I mean, from anecdotally, I remember for quite a while I was a charity fundraiser, and I used to go around to different parts of the UK, and believe me, when I went to the poor areas, the really poor areas, they were the people who actually more likely to give money to charity.
Yeah.
And they were the people with the least. But I'm not saying, poor people are better humans, but anecdotally, when I was a fundraiser, they were more likely to care.
Well, let me throw this out there too. So on my lecture tour, my absolute favorite places to speak at were community colleges, especially the more rural I went. Now, it wasn't that I didn't have success at places like Penn State and NYU, University of Michigan, but the attitude was completely different when I went to PSU and U of M and NYU. It was as if they were looking at me, how could this be? I go to Penn State. I never heard about this. But when I went to Oakland Community College, Halifax Community College, when I went to these smaller places, they had their notebooks out. They were taking notes. They were listening intently. They were treating me as the expert that I was, which is why I was invited into their classroom to talk about this issue. I love those places. I had some of the best conversions ever in the smaller schools.
Yeah. I mean, there is something about the grandiosity of some humans that prevents them from connecting to the message, because they're thinking, how it's like an egotistical thing. They're not thinking about what you're saying. They're thinking about the fact that you're saying they're wrong, and that's annoying.
It's an escalation of commitment, isn't it? I mean, it's they have the grandiose idea that they can go around doing whatever they want, and then when they're called out on it, their ego can't handle it. So they have this escalation of commitment to save face, because they can't. Their ego can't handle the idea, oh no, I've been doing something wrong my whole life. I've been wrong my whole life. I had this concept of myself that I was just fine, that everything was fine. No, this is a terrible thing. Well, I can't be a terrible person having done something terrible all this time. So instead, I'm going to double down on some bullshit. I want to keep moving along with the timeline though, because I want to now now we're getting into college, and you went to college for journalism, right? Why did you
Yeah.
choose journalism?
I always enjoyed words. I'm a wordsmith. So, in fact, right out of high school, I went to a place called Specs Howard School of Broadcast Arts. And from there, I went to Oakland University, based out in Michigan, for my journalism degree. I really always enjoyed words. I conversely, I hated numbers. I hated math. I hated anything to do with mathematical equations. So yeah, that would it just seemed like the proper thing to do.
Mm. So what year did you graduate?
I lost the volume on you.
What year? I'm wondering what year you graduated. Can you hear me? Check,
There's no
check,
volume.
check, check, check. Try going out. Oh, he can't hear me. Maybe if he goes out and comes back in.
You can type in chat.
I'm gonna message him.
Connection is weak.
I can still see him. You can still see me.
Logging out and coming back. Let's see. Anything? No, there he is.
Log out, come back. Or is that going to be a big problem?
All right. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Check, check, check. Hello? Anything? All right. Well, while we're waiting,
Yeah. Did he actually come back in and out, or did he just turn his cam off?
I don't know. I don't know. He's frozen now. Gary, oh, here he's
Okay, I can hear you again. Sorry.
Oh, that's
volume
weird.
went up.
yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. There we go. All right. So you hear me?
Yes.
You good? All right. What year did you graduate college?
Oh gosh. 98.
Okay. So I was.
And I was raised in hell, so I converted in 96. Those 2 years at Oakland University, the whole
Okay, so
entire campus knew about me.
You were vegan in college, right? All right. And then when did things really kick off for you? Because I mean, come on, you're basically a household vegan name now. When was it that you started? I guess it would have been when you started working for PETA, but how did you?
No, that was not PETA was 02. So I was instant. I'm somebody that when I decide to do something, I'm all in, or I'm just not doing it. So I came out of the gate running. I started my group Adapt in 96 when I went vegan. I started writing newsletters. I started doing protests. And then I guess I put myself on the map in 97 when I took part in the mink liberation in Blenheim, Ontario.
Okay.
So that's what got everyone's attention, the professors, the media, because from 96 to 97, I was trying to get into the news. I wasn't having any luck. I was trying to, do more activism, more informing, but it just I wasn't getting anywhere. Nobody would listen to me. But man, I went to jail for the mink. All of a sudden, professors are calling me, teachers are calling me, the media is calling me. Now everybody cares what I had to say. So at first, by the way, so real quickly, I don't want to spend too much time because so 97, the mink liberation, 3 of the 5 people turned their backs on the animals and end up pointing the finger at me because I actually got away that night of the raid. And I was really mad at these people for years until I realized it had to happen that way. That's how it was supposed to go down. Because if I didn't get apprehended and I got away, I don't know if everyone would have been calling me and bringing me into their classrooms and bringing me on the TV shows and on the radio stations. So I no longer harbor any hatred for them. Disappointment, as VE pointed out. Lots of disappointment towards them, and basically it's not even that I'm disappointed. I can't believe they turned their backs on the animals, because we all made a pact that night that we were willing to give up our freedom and our lives for the animals if something went wrong. And yeah, we drove to Blenheim, Ontario from Michigan that night, about 90-minute drive, opened up the cages, which was my job, for 1,542 mink that night, gave them a chance to be free. 540 mink did escape, never to be recaptured, and had their necks broken, which is how mink are killed on fur farms. And man, the rest is history. It was a hell of an experience going to jail. And by the way, so in '97 they held me for 10 days for a bail hearing before they let me loose. The whole trial took 2 years, so I didn't get sentenced until '99. But if you want to hear that speech that you had referenced earlier, the one that I gave to the court, that was in '99. I would go look up my interview with Joey Carbstrong, because he surprised me. He said, "Hey, Gary," during the interview, he just handed me the iPad. He goes, I want you to do something. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
goes, can you read the speech? Because I've always wanted to record the speech. Everybody says my Georgia Tech speech is the best speech ever. And that was a kick-ass speech, don't get me wrong. But the best speech I ever gave was in the courtroom that day. I do believe they have it on audio, but they won't release it. So I always wanted to re-record it, and I was transported that day with Joey, and I felt myself back in the courtroom, and I really delivered it perfectly.
When I heard you give that speech on Joey's podcast, I cried. I did, and I don't know what. Maybe it was the sensationalism of the music and the imagery that Joey added, but I really do believe it was your words, and that's
Noodles, I don't think it was the sensationalism of that, because when I finished, I looked up, Joey and both the camera people were also in tears. I knew, and there was no music while I was doing it. That was added later. So it
Wow.
was, no, it was powerful.
BG, did you hear this speech? You've heard this speech,
I haven't
right?
actually. I haven't
Oh,
heard the
okay, well,
the
you
court
know what?
speech.
It's your lucky day, and I don't know that VG ever shows deep emotions like crying. VG, do you cry ever? Do you ever cry?
Sometimes.
Have you ever cried?
Yeah, sometimes.
I think a lot of people might be surprised to hear that, but so here I'm gonna play it if you don't mind, because this is a very important thing. I think everybody needs to hear. This was, so let's just set the scene, right? You're reciting it now for Joey Carbstrong, but you had just been, correct me if I'm wrong, you had just been convicted of what was it, eco-terrorism? What did they call it?
Oh, yeah, I
not
think
there
the
again.
audio cut out again.
Okay, well, so I'm pretty sure what the story is he had been convicted for some charge in Canada for freeing these mink, and here he is. You with us? Hold on.
Yeah,
You back? Okay. So we're setting the scene. So you had just been convicted of, what did they charge you with? Like eco-terrorism or something?
B&E, which is the same charge that all the people from Wisconsin for the Ridgeland Beagle raids are being charged with. So I was facing 12 years, but understand, that no one was I wasn't getting 12 years, first time offender, all that stuff. However, I was told by my attorney, Steve Rogan, that I was getting 3 years. That morning when I came to court and it was going to be decided, he goes, "You're getting 3 years." And he was begging me not to give the speech. He said, "You're going to piss the judge off." I said, "Steve, there is nothing you can say that will prevent me from giving the speech today." And after I gave the speech, the judge gives me 6 months. Steve leans over and he says, "I've never seen anybody talk themselves down from a sentence. He really listened. You really got to him.
No,
That really was a kick-ass speech."
No, you have it, man. So just imagine you're in the courtroom and you see this guy. This is what you say right before you're taken to jail, to prison, right? Here we go.
Yes. I stand before this court without trepidation and without timidity because the truth cannot be suppressed today and the truth will not be compromised. Mohandas Gandhi, one of the most benevolent people to ever grace this earth, once said, "Even if you are only one person, the truth is still the truth." The dilemma we face today is whether this court chooses to acknowledge the truth. The following statement is for everyone's edification. One day, every enslaved animal will obtain their freedom and the animal rights movement will succeed. Because Gandhi also proclaimed all throughout history, the way of truth and love is always one. There have been murderers and tyrants, and at times they have seemed invincible. But in the end, they always fall. Always. The true devoted humanitarians who are working towards the magnanimous goal of achieving freedom for animals cannot be stopped by unjust laws. As long as humans are placed on a pedestal above non-humans, injustice to animals will fester because without universal equality, one type of equality will always create another type of inequality. There will be no compromise here today because the truth cannot be compromised. My presence in this courtroom today is paradoxical. I ask this court, if it is not a crime to torture, enslave, and murder animals, then how can it be a crime to free tortured, enslaved, and soon-to-be murdered animals? Humankind must climb out of its abyss of callousness, its abyss of apathy, and its abyss of greed. Enslaving and killing animals for human satisfaction can never be justified. And the fur industry must understand that the millions of manual neck breakings, anal and genital electrocutions, mass gassings, drownings, and toxic chemical injections can never be justified. And the snaring of millions of free-roaming animals in steel jaw leg hold traps who die slow, horrific deaths is unjustifiable as well. There will be no compromise, for the truth cannot be compromised. The schism that this court has created among the 5 co-accused has been sealed. Now that I have been convicted through my volition and in a symbolic protest of the unjust conditions that animals endure, a hunger strike will begin tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. For every mink that ever languished in a tiny cage and was savagely murdered at the Ebert's Fur Farm, I will go hungry. And for the 40 million other animals worldwide who have the skin ripped off their backs in a disgusting display of barbarity, in the name of vanity, I will go hungry. And if this court expects me to experience an apostasy, meaning an abandoning of my beliefs, it is sadly mistaken. In April of '97, when I was incarcerated for 10 days in a Chatham jail, I briefly experienced vicariously what a caged animal goes through. And thanks to that 10-day bail hearing, my empathy for every mistreated animal intensified. No matter what I go through during my incarceration and hunger strike will be nothing compared to the everlasting torture that innocent animals endure on a daily basis. And if this court is alarmed by my honesty, let me close with a quote from slave abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison. I will be as harsh as the truth and as uncompromising as justice. On this subject, I do not wish to think or speak or write with moderation. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard. The apathy of the people is enough to make every statue leap from its pedestal and hasten the resurrection of the dead. My influence shall be felt in coming years, not perniciously, but beneficially, not as a curse, but as a blessing, and posterity will bear testimony that I was right. There will be no compromise here today because the truth cannot be compromised. It brought back some feelings too, man. And that.
Yeah, that was amazing. That actually did have me tearing up a bit.
That was fucking powerful.
And that was, I wasn't looking at notes. That was in front of there was 25 mink murderers in the crowd. 25 other people that owned facilities that killed mink came there. And Nobody knew what to do. Honestly, even the judge 3 times during that speech cocked his head as if to say, "Hmm, what am I going to say to this?" He ended up
Yeah.
giving the typical spiel of, "Well, you broke the law and I have to sentence you." Now, deep down, I was hoping he was going to take his gavel and say, "I cannot find you guilty for this random act of kindness and compassion." And I still believe one judge somewhere, someday is going to do that for a liberation.
Well, we've seen that with DXE, with some of the DXE stuff they have.
Yeah. Yeah, nah, it happened a few times. It's gonna happen more and more, I would hope. By the way, the the coolest thing was as they cuffed me and as I was being led away to prison, I was a bigger dude back then, not as big as Richard, but I was 207. I'm about 180 right now, so I had another 27 pounds on me, so I was harder to handle. And these two cops were taking me away, and I stopped them at the aisle where the 25 mink murderers were sitting. And I turned sideways and just stared them down so much they all turned away. Nobody knew how to fuck with me back then, and nobody could fuck with me. And it took both those cops about 15, 20 seconds to pull me away from that spot that I wanted to be in. But it was such a powerful moment. It was such a powerful day, and that whole jail experience was really powerful. They thought it was going to deter me, and it just made me more determined. It didn't deter me. I was more determined to achieve everything that I went out and did because I lived the life of this caged animal. I was locked up in a cage, and every time it got to be too much for me, I kept thinking, "Oh my God, I can't believe the elephant lives like this for 30, 40 years in the circus. I can't believe this is how they live and they never get out of this." I knew I would be okay. I knew I was going to get out, but the animals never get out.
I want to
Gary,
just quickly remind everyone, I just want to throw it back in there. Streamlabs link is in the comments. Please donate. It goes to Sasha Farm Animal Sanctuary that Gary is helping to try and save right now. They need help. So just while you're listening, anything, if you can
please,
send it.
please, guys.
Great. Yeah.
Please, it is
Just
pinned,
while you're
guys. I know
listening,
some of you are, very generous and you can spare a few bob. Please click on that, and that would be absolutely brilliant.
I'm unfamiliar with Streamlabs, so I was able to set it up, but I didn't know yet how to connect it to connect the meter to this stream. But either way,
Would you like to talk about that, Sanctuary, Gary? You've been helping out there for a very long time. Just tell them where the
Yeah,
money will be going.
real quickly, in 96, when I went vegan, that was one of the first places I went to. I fell in love with it. It's a paradise. It's the Garden of Eden. They always have about 200 rescued animals there: cows, pigs, chickens, turkeys, goats, and sheep, donkeys and horses, emus and peacocks. They had an ostrich once, and it's a place where animals can be themselves. They have names, not numbers. They can do what they want to do whenever the hell they want to do it. They're cared for. They're treated like the individuals that they are. And all sanctuaries across the planet right now are going through a pretty rough time. Sasha Farm just happens to be the one that I'm most familiar with, so I'm speaking out for them. I'm their ambassador. So if anybody can send in donations and help them, but I understand if you live somewhere else and you have a sanctuary near you, please donate to that sanctuary then. I don't care as long as you're donating to sanctuaries, because keep in mind, if we're going to go out and preach veganism and convince people not to oppress, enslave, and exploit animals, many animals are going to need a place to stay. And that's why sanctuaries are very important to this movement. And right now, these rescued animals only have vegans to rely on. So it's up to us. And also, if you're close enough, go volunteer your time. All sanctuaries can always use the help to feed the animals, water the animals. take care of all the stuff on the property, fixing up the barns and the fences. So please help out all sanctuaries. But Sasha Farm holds a very special place in my heart. So if anybody can help out Sasha Farm, it would be much appreciated.
Yeah, and I just linked the Finding Gnosis Streamlabs link in my chat. So yeah, anybody in my chat wants to help out Sasha Farms, and if you have any questions, you guys are going to have a Q&A later, right? Too, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
And Gary, you let me know how we're doing on time, because I do want to make sure that that we leave enough time for if people want to come up and ask questions. You know, depending on how many people want to come on, we might limit it to maybe a couple 2 or 3 minutes per person.
Right.
The
Just one little technical issue here. Emily says when you try to donate, it asks for a username and password.
oh, jeez.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know what that means, Emily. Maybe you have to register with Streamlabs to donate. But I didn't think
It shouldn't be.
I don't get that. No, it just says tip username, and then you put in the. Yeah, it's not making me register a username.
If for some
Are
reason
you
people are
already
having,
signed in?
if for some
I-
reason people are having problems, I guess just go to sashafarm.org. You can make a donation directly. Sashafarm.org.
Let's put Sasha Farm in the chat if we can. DNW.
Yeah, sashafarm.org. Yeah.
There should be a donation link on the main page.
So Gary, moving on then from your you did the rescue, you saved a bunch of animals. You were in prison for 6 months. I would love to know what your experience was like with that, but just in the interest of time, that you do talk about that, I think, in the Joey Carbstrong interview, correct? I think you get into more detail on that and what happened to you in prison.
For the record, I got sentenced to 6 months. I got deported after 77 days.
Okay.
Persona non grata, been thrown out of Canada forever. I did check last year to see if that ban was still in effect, and it is. So, but jail, man, it was a crazy experience. Listen, nobody wants to go to jail. Dr. King once said this: nobody wants to go to jail, but if you go to jail, you turn that place into a sanctuary of freedom, a haven. And that's what I did. I used it again. I used it as an empathy experience. I already had the empathy, but I just kept getting more empathy for the animals. I can't believe they live like this. This is how they live. This is how they're mistreated. They're put in a cage like this. So and in fact, I think it was 10 days after I got out, I went and did an act of civil disobedience. And as they were cuffing me and walking me away, as I passed the camera crew, I said, "Nice try, Canada. Nice try." Didn't work.
So, okay.
Gary, how do you? Sorry.
Go ahead.
It was. I'm just wondering. You know, you were talking earlier about how you've got this kind of increasing dislike of humanity as a species. How are you preventing yourself becoming too despondent to the degree where you become kind of almost nihilistic? Like you feel hopeless. I mean, how are you hoping to inspire humanity to change course, to become better? I mean, is it the case that we have to try and influence power? How do we do that? I mean, is it impossible, Gary? I mean, what do you think, Gary? What should we really be doing as a people?
Well, it's got to be based on education. That's all I did from, I guess, from 2002 on. I was just involved in educating people. I wish I had the answer. I don't know how to make everybody awaken themselves. At first, I was opposed to talking to the powers that be. I wanted to go to the masses, and that's why I hit the classrooms. I wanted to convert the masses, because if the masses change, then the corporations have to change. Nowadays, I'm having second thoughts. Maybe we need to convince McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's to become all vegan, because if that's all they're offering, then people are going to eat that. I don't know. I listen. As successful as I've been as an activist, I also don't have the answers that everyone's looking for. I mean, 98% of the world is not vegan. Yeah, I've converted maybe millions, but it's not enough. Like I'm not
Mm.
satisfied. Even when I went to those classrooms and I was converting 50% of the people in 60 minutes, which is an incredible conversion rate, I still wasn't satisfied because I couldn't figure out how to reach the other 50%.
Well,
I
Gary, I
don't
think you hit the
know.
nail on the head though, because if we can't figure it out, then education is key. You know, changing minds through education, young minds, especially teenagers, people who are going out, starting a life in their careers, in becoming, walking into corridors of power. They're the people that we really need to change perspectives on. And yeah, so we can't give up trying to reach them and educate them. But guys, what about you two? Vegan gains. What do you think? What do you think is important in terms of what Gary has been talking about? Where to focus?
I think we just need a broad amount of activism targeting everything. I think everybody has kind of a unique perspective. They have unique social connections, unique business connections. So the more vegans in more places, the better. Spreading veganism. The more vegan doctors there are, the more vegan lawyers there are, the more vegan CEOs there are, and the more people just doing unique forms of activism. So, street activism, trying to pressure corporations to, change their practices. Recently there's been a lot of success pressuring corporations to get rid of their fur merchandise. So I think we just need more activism everywhere.
Right
Yeah.
on. Yeah, absolutely. And I was thinking there really ought to be an app for how to find the vegan person that has a business in your area, whether it's a plumber, a doctor, whatever, a therapist, anything, any service, an actor, whatever it is, whatever you need, like think of it. Any service or good you want to know, or goods you want to know where it will be brought to you by a vegan. So you keep the money in a vegan circle. And I was just thinking about this the other day. All the whack jobs are so organized that and we have a couple people joining us right now just to sit on the panel, but all the whack jobs are so good at organizing. You have the religious people, they're able to set up their municipalities. There's actually neo-Nazis in Arkansas that have set up their own municipality. And it's amazing that these people are able to be organized enough where they get to have their own town. But vegans, come on, we got to get it together, guys. You know what I'm saying? Why can't we organize and make a vegan town, a vegan city, a vegan village? But before we get too down in the weeds with that, I want to welcome Lacey and Shannon to the Finding Gnosis show. Thanks for joining us. This is quite an all-star cast right now. But Gary, I wanna just keep moving forward because I want to get to your speech. I want to know what led up to that speech, and did you ever have any thought in your mind that would go as big as it did? And that was, I mean, I guess that's not before the internet. We had the internet in 2010, but they didn't have the algorithm situation. Do you think that helped or did that hurt?
I'm so technologically illiterate. I don't know, but I'm so ancient. I was around before the internet. So, I mean, I had done over 1,000 lectures before that one was released. So I also got so focused in my activism, what I could do, that I didn't care who else was listening. I was just focused on the classroom of the day. Like whatever students I was speaking to that day, that's who I was going to reach. So I'm so glad one of the students at Georgia Tech, his name is Nathan Black, by the way. I converted him a year before, in the same class. He heard I was coming back, and he said, "Hey, Gary, can I come and film you?" And I said, I don't care." So he shows up the next day. He tries to put a microphone on me. I said, "No, no, we're not putting any mics on me." And by the way, I'm like Rob Halford from Judas Priest or Pavarotti. When I start speaking, no matter how big the classroom is, I don't need a fucking microphone. So I just said, "Stand to the side and stay out of my way. I'm just focused on the students." But I'm so glad that Nathan recorded me that day. Now, mind you, that was 8 years into my lecture tour. So I was in my prime. I'm really glad that that speech was caught on tape. And there were a lot of freestyles during that speech too. The more I was speaking, the less I was writing, and the more that I was just letting it pour out of me. So I don't know if people are familiar with how Larry David did Curb Your Enthusiasm. They really didn't have a script. They had an opening, they had a closing, they had a premise, but then they were just freestyling with each other. So that's how my speech was. I was going to open up with this. I was going to go to the slaughterhouse video at the 15-minute mark, but I was just going to say whatever I wanted to say right after it. And then I was just flowing with it. So it was a fantastic speech. But again, there were 1,000 speeches before that virtually, you know what? I might have 10 or 12 videotaped because the teachers did it. But that was an awesome one. I don't know what to say. So and after I ended up retiring just because I was burnt beyond belief, when I came back, I didn't know, honestly, and I'm not saying this to be humble, I did not know how many people around the world were watching the speech and listening. Honestly, I didn't. When I came back,
when did it blow up? How soon after that?
it was, so it was released in 2010. It was constantly growing. I mean, honestly, I remember it like 10,000 and 20,000 and 50,000, 100,000, but I really stopped watching the count. And then when I retired and came back about a year ago and went online, I'm like, man, it's got like 30 million hits
Was
counting
that on
all the different
YouTube?
languages.
Was that
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, so counting all the different languages, 37 different translations, it was around 30 million, and people were saying millions were converted. And when I went to Germany last year, when I came out of retirement to hang out with AV, more than 90% of the AV activists were all Gary vegans or Gary vegan activists. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You guys
That
are
was my
listening out here.
experience. That was my experience. So basically, I would say at least half. When I first got into activism, at least half of all the vegans I met, or all the let's say all the activists that I met, were what you call Gary vegans. I'm a Gary vegan, and so it just I don't know. I would say that I would call you the most influential animal rights activist in history, and I think that is a completely reasonable title. So you must have been, everybody must have been coming at you left and right after that. Am I right? Okay, I'm sure you, because you were getting offers to go on television, like big news stations and everything, right? And I just have to ask, because they say that it's like I don't know, it's like 5-1 women to men in veganism. Were women just hitting you up left and right? Okay, I don't want to get you in trouble with your wife, but I'm sure you were just a very popular guy at that point.
There were flirtations happening, of
Oh
course,
man.
but listen, guys were fawning over me too. There were people driving 5 or 6 hours because they heard I was in Cologne with AV just to shake my hand and take a picture. And I'm like, you got to be kidding. You drove 5 hours just to hang out and just to say hi. They're like, yeah, I had to meet you. I'm like, oh man, if everybody knew how goofy I really was, and how like this whole persona that's around me is kind of cool. But if people knew, like as soon as I get off this, I'm gonna get undressed to my underwear, I'm gonna smoke a joint, and I'm gonna watch Sports Center. And it's like, and people think I'm like reading Pythagoras and reading Jeremy Bentham. No, I'm not. I'm actually studying the lines for the games next week and looking at the tennis scores and waiting for football to start. I'm totally not how everybody thinks I am. I'm just a big goofball and I'm baby talking. I got 6 squirrels that hang out on my balcony. I'm trying to feed them nuts and come and they take the nuts out of my hands. Like I'm really just a goofball. But it was listen. It was really nice to see all those people come up to me and thank me for either awakening them or teaching them how to speak up and speak out and not be afraid and stand up for the animals. One of the best activists, one of the best new activists that I met was Oliver Luce, and he's involved with AV Germany. And he told me something shocking that he decided to become an activist after I did that famous media interview in Israel with that one woman that was coming at me. And I was like, what? The interview I did inspired you to be an activist? He said, yeah, you were defending the animals left and right. You went back down. I had no idea that that would inspire somebody to become an activist. And I actually got tired of the media. I don't know if people know, but in America, I stopped doing media around '06, '07. I thought it was a waste of time. When I went to Israel in 2012 and 13 to do a lecture tour, they convinced me to do some media. I was reluctant, and after I got done, I'm like, it's the same shit here, and say it's like everybody's the same. Everyone's a fucking robot. What about lions though? And what about
But
God? And what
you
about
must
protein?
have better, but you must have learned from that, and there's better lines, better feedback that you can give now, right? Like
Oh, listen,
better rebuttals.
total. Listen, I of course honed my game over the years. That's why I said
Yeah,
like in 2010, I was in my prime. There was during Q&A before they even finished their last word, I already had 5 different answers I was ready to give. Depending on the tone that they asked. So if they asked me in a sarcastic way, I had a sarcastic response. They asked me in a
yes.
serious way, it was a serious response. They asked me, heartfelt, I gave him a heartfelt response. Like whatever it was, there was nothing that anybody could ever pull on me. In fact, I might have talked about this with Richard when I did his podcast last year. But out of all the universities I did, and I think it was 180 universities, the toughest question I ever got, the only one that stumped me momentarily, wasn't from Penn State, NYU, University of Michigan. It wasn't from the big schools. It's from a 7th grader at Aurora Academy in Toledo. And he said to me, Gary, I believe everything you said today. It all makes sense to me. I want to become vegan. What happens today when I go home and my mom says I can't become vegan? And I was like, oh, man. I never thought about the parent angle when I was talking to the kids, but that also gave me an epiphany. I stopped doing, I only went to colleges after that because I
Mm,
realized unless I was speaking to the parents, these kids were in a world of trouble.
yeah.
And it sucked because I never had arguments when I did 7th graders, 6th, 5th graders. I did 2nd graders. I never had any kid argue with me. They just didn't know what they were doing. um, I ended up telling the kid, by the way, beg and plead. I walked up to him. I gave him my card. I said, here's my phone number. I asked somebody for a pen. I wrote down Dr. Jerry Velasic. If your mom has health concerns, he's a good friend of mine. This is for free. You call Jerry. You can ask him whatever you want. And I ended up making him promise that if your mom won't let you become vegan, just promise me that you'll go vegan as soon as you are able to.
Mm-mm.
And he said, I promise. And then I kind of made a joke. I made him promise 3 times, like promise, 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 promise. I gave him
Mm.
a hug. But that was the toughest question ever. No, everybody thinks that they have a really clever question or comeback to us. Still haven't heard one. Still waiting.
What about what do you say when someone just says, I don't care? And they say, I
so
don't care.
so that's now you bring up something
What
interesting.
actually,
So
I
when
think the two hardest ones I get is when someone someone will say, oh, I tried it and I didn't feel good, it made me sick or something, and we know that it's a load of bullshit. But it's hard to, what do you tell us? You say to the person, no, you're full of shit, you're lying. Like it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I do. And I tell them you're an addict and you
Yeah.
sound just like an alcoholic that can't stop drinking. You sound like a gambling addict that can't stop gambling. You sound like a sex addict that doesn't only feels better if they're having sex. You are an addict. What are you not getting? And if you're just eating iceberg lettuce and a tomato, well, I can tell you why you're not feeling well. So I would get these emails a lot. Hey, Gary, I heard your speech and went vegan. So I had a banana yesterday for breakfast and I didn't feel strong. And I'd say,
Yeah.
a banana.
Yeah.
A banana. Yeah, not even a fucking mouse on a wheel. What the fuck do you mean, a banana? It's 100
Yeah.
calories. Try eating 10 bananas and tell me that you're not going to be sated.
So
But the I don't
care.
care, noodles, the I don't care question, I actually accept that because at least it's fucking honest. So I was telling Carmen the other day, all these arguments that we have, right? All these dumb fucking comments, but lions though, but God, but protein. I would tell the students, why don't you just look me in the eye and tell me you don't give a shit? And guess what they would always say? And I knew it. They'd say, yeah, I don't give a shit. I said, I know. So then why did you say God says it was okay?
Yeah,
Right.
I'd rather them
Silence.
just be honest than waste my time.
Right. Just tell me you
Yeah.
don't care. Because you know what? I can't make you care. Unfortunately, I don't have that magic formula either. But if you're going to lie and tell me God says it's okay, well, we're going to talk about Genesis 1:29, Isaiah 11:7. We're going to talk about the Garden of Eden. We're going to talk about Hosea 2:18, Proverbs 12:10. We're going to talk about all the stuff in the Bible that we're going to talk about. Thou shalt not kill. We're going to talk about the golden rule. And if you're going to talk about protein, well, I'm going to bring up lentils. I'm going to bring up beans and tempeh, and I'm going to bring up all the sources. But if you're going to, sit there, just tell me you don't care, so I could just move on to somebody that does care. So I won't fight with people too much when they say I don't care, which sucks. Don't get me wrong, it sucks. But at least it's honest.
Right. No, I feel that. So just because we're getting pressed for time, I got James Aspey coming on in 40 minutes. So I want to make sure we get to
By the way, I don't have to dominate this.
No, I got you.
No, this is the Gary show at the moment, Gary.
These people are welcome to chime in with questions too, but I just want to make sure we get to the vegan meat of the interview, which is basically the title of today's show was why you should be vegan. So before we get into anything else, why don't we summarize with that, and then we can go into some Q&A here.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Why you should be vegan?
Oh, why? Well, man.
Just lay it out, and however you want to lay it out.
Because oppression is evil, exploitation is wrong, slavery is wrong. Everybody understands these concepts, why they're wrong, as long as humans are the victims. But all of a sudden, if the victim walks on all fours, has fur, feathers, horns, beaks, and gills, everybody becomes a backwards hillbilly. But animals are sentient beings. They do not belong to humans. Human supremacy is wrong, and that's what we're doing to animals. We're stealing their babies. I've been telling people over the past year, one of my new lines is, so if there's a black woman, a white woman, Asian woman, Latina woman, and they're pregnant, whose baby is it? Well, it's theirs, of course. Okay, well then if a cow, pig, chicken, or turkey has a baby, whose baby is it? And then people go silent. I say, wait, whose baby is it? Answer the question. Yours? The meat industries? The dairy industries? The egg industries? You got to be fucking kidding me. We actually breed animals to steal their babies and then kill those babies? Chickens are killed at 6 weeks, pigs at 6 months. I mean, humans aren't only animal killers, we're baby animal killers. We're the most disgusting of all species. And who in their right mind would say that this is sober, that this is sane, what we're doing to these innocent beings? And all for something that we don't need, all because of habit, tradition, convenience, and taste. And by the way, I have one regret from that famous speech when I talked about meat tasting good. No, it doesn't. Because if I killed a chicken and threw it on somebody's fucking table and said, go ahead, eat it, they'd say, are you crazy? You better fry it, bake it, dip it in some oil, put it between 2 slices of bread, pickles, onions, tomatoes, mustard, ketchup. We actually like the way it's prepared. So meat in and of itself is disgusting. It's flesh, it's blood. Nobody drives down the
Absolutely.
road and sees a dead animal, a dead raccoon, a dead deer on the side of the road and goes, starts to salivate. It's a disgusting sight. We're eating corpses.
Absolutely. They're doing their best to disguise its taste, not
Well,
taste it.
It's also the plants that make the.
And by the way, I kind of want to veer off for one thing. So one of the latest stupid comebacks, I know you guys have been hearing it too, is that the almond industry and the avocado industry, the beekeepers, the bee enslavers have convinced the almond and the avocado industry to hire them so they can transport the bees there and pollinate the fields. So vegans are committing acts of exploitation. Well, first of all, if that would make everybody go vegan, I can fucking get every vegan on this planet to stop eating almonds and avocados. Is that the deal? Because if it is, deal. To every fucking meat, dairy, and egg eater out there listening, if that's your problem that we eat avocados and almonds, well then fuck avocados and almonds. Deal. Stop exploiting animals. But watch them back out of that shit too. I've noticed over 30 years, meat, dairy, and egg eaters only have excuses. Vegans have answers.
I
We are
like what you
trying
said.
to end it.
You had said it recently in an interview. You know, if all those systems are run by animal abusers, if vegans ran the systems, they would be different.
On top of that, they're the one. And listen,
Right.
we don't affect the avocado and the almond industry, for the record. The only industry that we would affect is the tofu industry and the mock meat industry. Not even the mock milk industry. That's everyone else too. Everybody's doing that shit because 50% of humans are lactose intolerant. So they act like we are the main consumers of avocados and almonds, which is untrue. But yes, it's true. Vegans don't run these systems. This world is run by meat, dairy, and egg eaters, and all we can do as vegans is eat plant-based food and not wear animal skin and not take part in the exploitation of animals to the best of our ability. But fuck, meat, dairy, and egg eaters sure make it hard sometimes. But they just prove that there's a lot of issues that we need to take care of. But it's important to know that we have to tackle the issue of exploitation first. That issue has to be abolished, and then we can figure out how to solve the other problems on this planet. Animals getting killed on the roads of the world by cars. We need to start building more tunnels for the animals to get across the road, right? And crops and all this stuff, indoor vertical farming. We have solutions, by the way, to the other issues, but exploitation first. And I just did an Instagram post about this where, listen, slavery in America was abolished before Black people got the right to vote, before segregation was abolished. There is a chain of command. There's a chain of order. Unfortunately, you can't abolish every form of exploitation at once, but you got to take out, certain forms, and then you just keep moving on until you get a clean palate, a clean plate. So this is what the meat, dairy, and egg eaters don't want to understand either. We can solve the issue of cow, pig, chicken, turkey, and fish exploitation. Stop eating them.
Yeah,
we can solve the issue of vivisection. Stop fucking tormenting them in laboratories and get with the fucking program and use molecular biology and cellular biology and get with computer models, mathematical models, AI nowadays. There are ways to do research without animals, which, by the way, doesn't even fucking work, but that's a whole nother issue altogether.
You know what? I would love to dive into I had so many more questions for you, Gary, that we're going to have to do a part 2 of this at some point, because there was so much more I wanted to dig into. I want to drop a little bomb here, and then I'm going to let the panel talk to you about whatever you're.
And I have one question as well, Noodles.
Okay, but we have to start. But after that, we have to make sure we start letting people on to talk to Gary who want to ask him stuff, because we don't have much time left. My question is, why do you think that other vegans come after you so hard? Why do you? I'm gonna step back and let everybody else go with this.
Because most vegans worship at the altar of humanity. They still think humans are the most important special beings on this planet. But I don't understand how anybody can feel that way knowing the things that they put animals through. How in the world could you be so concerned about the oppressor instead of the oppressed? I also did an Instagram post about this where I said if I happen to be a anti-domestic abuse activist, wouldn't you find it to be outrageous if I showed empathy toward the abuser? I said, hey, be nice to the guy that beats up his girlfriend. Come on. So he punched her, he slapped her a couple times. Go easy on him. You would think I would be out of my mind. And this is what people are doing when you show empathy to human beings. They are oppressing the animals. And again, I understand oppression. I understand right from wrong. I know women got it bad because men suck. I know black people got it bad because white people suck. I know gay people got it bad because straight people suck. But you know what? I'm still only concerned about the victims and not the victimizers. So people can't get over that fact. And I tell you what else people can't deal with? The fact that I'm not a politician, that I don't give a shit what you think about me. I'm not out there writing books. I'm not out there fucking doing documentaries. I'm not out there fucking selling Gary paraphernalia. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just speaking my mind. And by the way, this is why the professors loved me. You know, all the professors had one thing in common when they would praise me after my lecture. They said, "Man, we never met anybody so willing and open to talk about what they believe in without any fear of repercussion." So I don't think people can deal with that fact because most people still live in a world of wanting to be PR, politically correct, wanting to be a politician, wanting to say the right thing, not to offend somebody. Listen, I'm out to offend everybody because everybody is fucking offensive to the animals. And if you're offensive to the animals, you're offensive to me. And I don't give a shit if I hurt your feelings. Let me get you a fucking box of tissues because I hurt your feelings. And by the way, who's the real victim here? When humans get upset, if I call them out for being disgusting, as you have a refrigerator full of carcasses, if you as you have cow skin on your shoes, I'm sorry, you're the victim in this situation. I hurt your feelings. I did a podcast with some guy from Norway, I think, a couple of weeks ago. I forget what country, but he was a Michael Pollan type of person. So he was he wasn't vegan, but he was sympathetic. And he said, "Man, you are sometimes really offensive, Gary." And I said, "I'm sorry. Did I offend you? I didn't realize you were the victim in this situation." And then he even went so far as to say, "Why don't you speak differently?" So I said, "You act like I'm the only vegan out there speaking. So you've listened to other people besides me." He said, "Yeah." I said, "So how come you didn't change from them? How is Earthling Ed offensive? Nicest guy around, right? So how did Earthling Ed offend you?" He goes silent. I said, "Not only that, you want to go back in time? Pythagoras was talking about this shit 2,600 years ago. Da Vinci, how did they offend you?"
Oh,
We lost them.
oh no.
He'll be coming back. He'll be coming back.
Guys, the StreamYard link is in the chat. If you want to come up and ask Gary something or you have a question for anyone else, feel free to join.
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
StreamYard.
Okay.
I was saying that the truth is sometimes nothing will work, unfortunately, with some people. But they still want to argue and claim, "Oh, if I would have said it a different way, it would have worked."
Yeah.
And it's bullshit.
Actually,
And by the way,
that leads on, Gary, to my question.
go ahead.
And as you said earlier, and as you just said, sometimes reasoning doesn't work when you're trying to put the animal rights in the frame. Now, my belief is, you shouldn't give up entirely if someone doesn't agree in that perspective. You should try and get the most you can from that person. And that might be moving to why, for example, a plant-based diet is better than, a carnivorous one, because, you could talk about the health benefits, etc. And that at least is damaging animal agriculture as an industry,
Yeah.
Gary,
Hold up a second. Hold up.
think?
Just so
Sorry.
you know, I will use any tool in our arsenal. I also am not down with a big segment of this movement right now that only wants to focus on the exploitation angle.
Mm.
If you go back to my speech, I had a nice section about health,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you something. The professors did surveys for 12 years, 2,700 lectures on how the students responded. And not only did they tell me about the 50% conversion rate, minimum of
Right.
15 to 20%, even in a bad lecture, they also told me health was everybody's favorite section, and health got them interested in my ethical argument. So I will
Uh-huh.
use health, and I tried it with him. I will use environment. I'll use anything.
Mhm.
I'll use God. I will use anything.
I
In
hear you.
fact, I have been on my hands and knees, no joke, in front of crowds that have been telling me, oh, if I was different, if I wasn't so harsh. I said, okay, I'm on my knees now. I'm begging
Right.
you now. What do you want me to do? I'll do
Okay.
anything to
Gary,
get you to
Gary,
convert.
Gary,
And
Gary,
one
sometimes people
second,
don't
guys.
change.
we have
Gary,
a
sorry.
number of
I will
people
let people on and
watching.
off in a moment, Noodles.
Okay.
Just one second, because I know there's a few back there. I'll let them on and off. Don't worry, guys. Just backstage, be patient for a moment, please. Yeah. So, Gary, that was the
I'm gonna give
question.
him a
You have
3-minute
kind of
speech.
answered it, but what do you think is the most effective way of at least causing some damage to animal agriculture as an industry? Is it health? Is it saying to people, look, you know, showing them that, you know, being plant-based will be good for them? Do you think that's the most
I
beneficial?
think it has to
most
be
people-
part of the argument. I do, just like they said, the health got them interested in ethics. So nothing is stronger than the ethical argument if you can lay it out properly, like I did in my Georgia Tech speech. Put them in the victim's position, hold them accountable, tell them about the baby stealing, tell them about the rape, tell them about the golden rule. How would you feel if you were in their situation? Everything I did in that speech worked, but I don't think it would have worked without the health section, without the environmental section, without the humor. By the way, you know, as harsh as I can be, I have other heroes besides Malcolm X, and it's George Carlin, Larry David, Richard Pryor,
Oh, I
Eddie
love Carlin.
Murphy. I love funny shit. I love being sarcastic. Part of my speech is like a militant comedy roast. When I'm grilling people about, you guys engage in bestiality, you eat things that come out of the asses of hens, you eat ass bread, and people would laugh and giggle, and I would point all that stuff out. And then I'd say, but vegans are weird. So getting them to laugh and play with me and realize,
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
I was just like you guys. I wasn't raised
But that's
this
your
way.
emotional intelligence, Gary, being able to connect to the person and knowing what to draw out of them and what to say to them. And that's why I believe you're good at what you do. We've got someone here. I suppose we better bring them on. Grazy Guru,
I'm gonna.
you're on the
I'm
Finding
gonna do-
Gnosis show.
just
What
so
would you
know,
like to
we're gonna
say?
get a 3-minute timer, just so you know, Grazy.
Yeah, I suppose.
We've got other people.
Yeah, no, I won't take it up. Gary, thanks for tonight's show, brother. I may as well say Gary because you spoke most of it. You're much like me. I'm on a 3-minute timer and I want to say hello.
Speak closer to your microphone, I think, Gary. Grazy, sorry.
No
Grazy,
problem,
speak
brother.
closer to.
Gary,
And remember, you've got a Welsh accent, for fuck's sake. You know, speak a bit slower.
Can I reclaim my time, Your Honour? No, Gary, you're an individual set me on my path, and I'm an individual on a completely different path to you. I believe the biggest victim on this planet is the human child, and it's egos that you guys are all afraid of. I know the system you talk about. I've built outside it. I have an autism expression called metacognitive IQ. I see the reality completely different. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm a wordsmith myself. I'm not going to take up there. I heard you was asking for help. I also write books for children, and one particular book I've written recently is all about empathy and veganism, but from a completely different approach. I'd like to share it with you another time, not take up too much time here. And maybe me and you can go from an adventure from there, so we don't take up time from everybody else, because I could talk for the next 3 hours with you about how you're doing things a little incorrect and how it can give you greater methods.
This guy's a retard, by the way.
Vegan gains things out because
Grazy, why don't you turn your camera on? Because I think people are having a hell of a job to understand you. At least they can read your lips. Maybe turn on. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Speak into your microphone.
I'm autistic, and vegan gains doesn't understand me. But you were born in a time of me outside the system that they were all born in. So I see something he doesn't. I don't judge him. I love him, but he thinks I'm a moron because I'm autistic. I'm just like you. I see reality a little different. I don't see what they see. I think if you change the moral agency in a human being, everything will change. I'm not saying you can't stop a fight from the outside where you guys are doing, but I have the ability. I have a plan and I have an action plan that will change logic and reasoning. But you need to do it from a sovereign ground. No system ever gave the man a tool to take it down from within it. So I built a system outside with words. I love words. A world is built on the thing you take the L away from, which is words. These guys all live in a world of words. I know how to live outside that world and see it. I'll talk to you on a different level, brother, because they won't get it. They'll just
Like I
laugh
said,
at
he's
me. But
retarded.
Thank you very much.
Yerf Dogs, in fairness, he did make me
I
laugh
was laughing
there.
at
I can't
that.
lie. He says he's going to Polymarket to place a bet that Gracie never makes a point. Now that's a bit harsh, Gracie. That's a bit harsh. But Gracie, the thing about
People laugh at
Gracie
me all my
guys
life.
is
I'm
I know
okay.
Gracie. I know Gracie well, and Gracie thinks big picture. And it is unfair to ask him to say what he thinks in 3 minutes. But Gracie, that's all you've got.
Well, I have. Can you put the image in the background that I made up then for everybody to look at it? Just for Gary to look at it for a second.
All right,
Put it in the
give
background.
him 10 seconds to do that, but your time is up, so we're going to be moving on to Diego after we show that.
Right, he can quickly. Come on, I'm trying to put it on. There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
What is this about?
The sustained demand for animal agriculture is not created primarily by full autonomous adult moral choices. It is manufactured year after year inside the developing minds of children. Through authority, repetition, and normalization, young people internalize these practices before they ever have the tools to deep critical evaluation. These are the true victims of this planet. All animals want you guys to stop and help these before them, because these are the ones that can help you. By the time most people reach adulthood, the behavior is already automatic. The auto system is what you guys call the subconscious. I've lived there all my life. I've mapped it all for you. But take a look at it all, laugh at me, it's up to you. They function as command agencies, more from early conditioning rather than deliberate, fully informed endorsement.
All right. Well, listen. I'm sorry I have to cut you off. We don't have much time, Gracie, but thank you for sharing. And we'll let
I mean, look,
respond to that.
He basically saying we need to catch people early, educate young minds, and look, I think Gary said that earlier. He agrees.
And I've built a system to do that. If someone wants to test it, it works.
Right. Well,
I've done them.
I would encourage you to go do it. Don't have to throw everything on me. I'd encourage every person who thinks they have a plan to put it into effect. I did a plan. It worked wonderfully. I reached millions of people, was having a 50% conversion rate. But listen, I don't deny the fact. I talked about kids being programmed. People are programmed. We're fucking brainwashed by every aspect of our
it's
society.
the program you hate, not the human being, right?
From mommy and daddy, from religion, from our government, from
But it's
the
the
media.
program you hate, not the human
Everywhere we
being, right,
look,
Gary?
we are programmed.
Gary,
Absolutely.
the question is,
But it's not that easy.
is
to
it the
be
program you
programmed.
hate?
All right. I'm sorry. I have to just.
I want to jump in for a minute since
Yeah,
I haven't
please.
done anything yet.
Please.
Gracie, go ahead and reach out to me, Vegan Activist Mom, on Instagram. Send that my way. I'm on the leadership team of a plant-based school. Gary, a friend of yours, runs the school.
Michelle?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when Gary was talking about it earlier, it is really difficult when you have children who are so compassionate and empathetic and, just everything that's innate to them. And they do have to go home and their parents aren't hearing the exact same information. But it is a really unique opportunity to be a part of the school, because even though it's a plant-based school, most of the kids that go there are not vegan or even close to plant-based at home. But Michelle's done a lot of surveys, and we offer so many other events, cooking demos and classes and shopping trips. And there's a sanctuary at the school with a pre-veterinary program. And most of the students in that, when they started off, were not vegan. And you really see them changing a lot. The families are coming in, they're learning, they're interested, and they have repeat exposure. So send that my way. I'll definitely check it out.
Shannon, tell everybody Shannon, tell everybody a little more about the school, though. The name of the school, where it's located.
It's Solid Rock Community School. When I'm there, I don't wear this hat, so I have a lot of other ones I'm allowed to wear. But it's a K-12 private school near the Tampa Bay in Florida, and it's incredible. It's a private school that's been around for a while, and Michelle converted it to a plant-based school, I guess, about 5 or 6 years ago now. And we are working with the mayor of the city, who's plant-based, and so many incredible doctors and different people like Gary that are athletes, all kinds of people that are doing a podcast that is produced by John Corey, the producer of Forks Over Knives. And we just have so many incredible things happening. We've worked with the federal government, we've worked with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, and some local agencies, police and animal control, to actually do rescues and raids. And they've had us go in and get the animals out while they've protected us to help with cases that they've been working on. So some really neat pilot programs where animals that would typically go to auction and not have a good fate are being allowed to be placed. Michelle's an incredible networker. I haven't been able to place pigs for years, and like pigs need now I'm calling her, because it's just like, you know, we're at capacity at the sanctuary, but she is incredible, and she's able to really form connections with people and get the animals in better situations and work
Thank
with
you, Shannon.
other awesome people.
Thank
like
you.
that. Thanks.
I want
Wonderful
to
stuff,
go
Shannon.
to. Thank you.
I want to ask Gracie, is he a
Wait,
vegan, Noodles?
Before we go to Gracie, I want to allow Lacey to jump in here.
Sorry,
because
Lacey.
Gracie had his 3 minutes.
Well, I mean, I think that's a good angle. I didn't get to read everything on the slide, but what I read, I agreed with. And, you know, obviously it's conditioning children is a huge reason why humanity basically runs off the exploitation of animals, because it's ingrained in us from the start. The part that doesn't rub me quite the right way is like referring to human children as the true victims, because even though they are victims in a sense and they're almost used as pawns to keep the systems going, we have to remember who the ones are that are getting slaughtered.
There's a
And,
chicken and egg question there for you. Which came first? The child that was abused or the animal that was abused afterwards?
But can I just
Gracie,
step
is
in here,
Hitler
guys?
evil?
The animal.
Hold on.
Nope,
Gracie,
the child.
Gracie,
Hey, Gracie,
Only
is
an
Hitler
abused child
evil?
abuses an animal.
I think children are victims.
Logic is there, guys. Only an abused
I'm sorry. I just have to keep Gracie off because it's just going to get into mayhem.
I want to know,
Other
Noodles. I
people
want to
want-
address
Hello.
something, and there's no better people to address it, right? Because it's kind of like stolen valor. Crazy Guru is coming on here, you know, as a vegan, but he's not vegan, and I want people to tell him why he's not a vegan. Okay, and I think that's fair enough. Okay, he's coming on here arguing veganism, but Gracie, do you identify
Don't
as a
make this
vegan?
about Gracie though. We have other people.
No,
that
but
want
it's like a 2-minute shutdown. It's a 2-minute
DNW.
shutdown.
I believe in more
Diego is waiting.
Like me.
Hey, hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm just here. Hello, guys.
All right, Diego's waiting to talk to Gary, and we have maybe other people that want to come on and talk.
Okay.
So let's not make it the Gracie show. You know, okay? We know it's just gonna fucking go nowhere. So let's allow Diego to ask a question. Maybe Vegan
Correct.
Gaines wanted to talk to Gary a little bit, and you know,
I agree. Look, I don't want to have a rut
Jake
here. I
Aspey
just want
is
him.
coming back is going to be on hopefully in 20 minutes. So I don't know yet, but maybe we'll have more time. And if we wait if James isn't on when he says he's coming, maybe we'll have more time to deal with Gracie's shenanigans. Okay.
If just there's one last point that I wanted to make before we move on.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying, because I think he started saying like what came first, chicken or the egg, this and that. I'm not saying that children aren't victims at all. They're victims in their own ways, in their own oppressive systems. But when it comes to this particular system of oppression, we can't forget who the main victims are.
All right, let's go to Diego now.
Hello, my name is Diego Gonzalez, also known as Christopher Gonzalez. First of all, before I say anything like my main point, I just want to say thank you, Gary. You've been a huge inspiration, and Vegan Gains, you guys were inspiration for me to get into vegan ethics, and I appreciate that a lot.
No problem, dude.
And and first of all, I just want to talk about. So Gary was talking about bee sentience, right? Like, not bee sentience, but like beekeepers, right? And I want to comment about that because I know, Richard. I don't know. Richard can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure like Richard doesn't believe like oysters are sentient, and I generally agree with that. But I don't believe oysters are sentient because they're just like gang, like they just have gang, and we have no reason to believe that's sentient. And someone may disagree with that, but has the same word. So, um, I don't know if bees are sentient because they have so-called brains, but they don't have gray matter in the brain. Just like so, it's just a cluster of ganglia as far as I'm aware.
I'm pretty sure they do have brains. They're very simple brains, but they do in fact have brains. And there's actually recent research on bumblebees showing that they actually have problem-solving capability. There's been a number of experiments with bumblebees specifically where they're actually able to use tools. So they can roll a ball to reach a higher height to get to pollen. They can also be taught things. They can actually have a human teach them how to use the ball in order to use it as a tool to get access to food. So they also seem to just have an interest in balls in general, especially juvenile bees. They just seem to like to play. So those are pretty good indications of sentience. So given that they have a brain and they also seem to have problem-solving capability and critical thinking, yeah, I'd say they're sentient.
Also, they do make it a point, they do make it a point to avoid pain and suffering and death, and I think that's a huge indicator of their reality.
And I've seen some of those experiments where the bees are opening up bottles and they're working in tandem to unscrew the lid of a bottle. I find bees and the insect kingdom to be completely sentient, 100%. There's not even a doubt in my mind. And everything that they don't land on a flower accidentally. This is thought out. This is thought. This is a process.
Yeah, they actually communicate with
reading
each other in
today-
pretty complex ways.
Actually, I'd be happy
about-
to be wrong. But I know a lot of vegans, well, so-called vegans. I don't know if you even agree that they're vegan. They
I was
say
reading
that
to-
oysters
yeah.
are not.
Sorry.
Well, I think that I think there's evidence that points to, again, these animals having the ability to suffer, even if it's not necessarily equivalent to the suffering of other animals. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is that it's there, and if there's even a doubt that it is there, then it's worth acting like it is there, because it takes literally nothing to not exploit these animals. So why even take the risk of causing?
I have to push back on that point about oysters, Lacey, because if we're basing it off what we know, what the science is telling us about suffering, I don't think there isn't any evidence they have the ability to suffer. And if we're going to base it off of, we don't want to take the chance that they could suffer. I mean, you could then just make that basically that same point about plants too, because.
Okay. Well, sorry, continue.
No, just if the system isn't there, which we know is not there for the plants, then why are we going to say, oh, just because this thing is in the classification of animal, therefore we should think that it might be able to be sentient? I don't think there's any evidence for sentience in oysters.
I mean, you're right. It could be a slippery slope. It's just that veganism in itself is an animal rights movement. And if you want to
sentience rights movement.
But it's an animal rights movement. If you want to be a plants rights activist, you can make your own movement for that. But this is an animal rights movement, and the line has to get drawn somewhere. And at this point, again, it costs us nothing to leave the oysters alone.
I would say that
presumably, yeah. I mean, presumably, if we did find a species of sentient plant that could suffer like an animal, you would support the plant rights, right?
I guess I would, but I don't think it would. I don't know if it would go into veganism. I think it would have to have its own.
Well, see, this is
I don't see why it would.
Yeah, this is why the whole getting so bogged down about oh, it has to be about animals, but it should be about sentience, rights for sentient beings. That's really the logical extension. It doesn't really matter what the label, whether they're in the classification of animalia or whatever. It matters if they're sentient.
Yeah, there's not any logical reason to assume a plant couldn't be sentient. Like, I mean, we could find sentient plant life on another planet, just through like they just went through some other evolutionary history. So we care about sentience.
We do care about sentience. Well, I have my own thoughts on plant sentience, but it's just once you start hijacking movements with other groups. I don't know. Like, would you take this stance in other justice movements? There are certain justice movements that are meant for certain oppressed groups.
Well, again, the fundamental reason we care about animals is because they're sentient, like human beings. So it's not hijacking anything.
If the oyster
can I chime in?
Yeah.
I think there's some decent evidence that oysters are sentient because of the nerve ganglia, and they eat, they poop, and they have sexual organs. In fact, you guys, I can't believe you brought this up. I'm in the process of putting together a very detailed Instagram video about oyster farming. And the process is horrific and barbaric because they're actually raping the oysters. What they're doing is opening them up to a certain degree, putting a slice in their gonads. Yes, we've heard the term gonads. They place a mantle tissue from a oyster that they killed before this. They put it inside the gonad so the oyster will spin the nacre, the mother of pearl, around that, or they put a bead, like from a bead store, small bead. So these oysters will produce, they put them back into the tank, and then a year or two later, they kill the oyster to obtain the pearl. Pearl farming is 100% done now in the oyster farming industry. They don't get them from the wild, not that that would be okay, but this is how I found out about the process. And I'm reading some studies right now, and I found it interesting. None of these researchers were vegan, but they were referring to the oyster as an animal. And I'm going to jump on with Lacey over here. If we're calling the oyster an animal and not a plant, oysters aren't plants, and I'm an animal rights activist, I'm an animal liberationist, I'm going to include all of them, from the cow, from the elephant, from the whale, right down to the oyster, because there's no reason to exclude them. And
Right.
I don't know why anybody would make an exception. I don't know why anybody would actually eat honey, right? All these vegans that are out there, or I don't know why anybody would be so close to veganism that they would still eat oysters. Why would you leave one or two things in when you don't need either of them? And you
And
can
it's not,
err
yeah.
on the
I
side
guess
of
the question
caution.
is that
And it's also, guys,
do
one
they
second,
have
it's also
no
the fact that we don't know. We don't know for sure. So why would you take the risk? If it's something you care about, why would you take the risk when we don't have enough evidence to say otherwise? For example,
And if you're
butterflies.
eating, pooping, and shitting, I say you're pretty sentient.
But butterflies, for example, I've been reading lately that they can remember events from they're proving they can remember events from their their time as a caterpillar. You know, these
Listen, I
little
raised, by the way,
ganglion,
I raised over 600 butterflies over the years. Those caterpillars are completely cognizant, completely
Gary,
sentient in every way.
Gary, I'm with you probably on 99.9% of the bug kingdom and the wildlife, the animal kingdom. But I do want to point out that plants do also eat. Plants have sexual organs. I don't
They
know.
don't shit.
I don't know if they shit, but
They don't. You don't have to not know. I'm telling you, they don't.
What I will say is if there's no evidence of nociception, I don't understand if there's no evidence they can suffer. I don't understand why it matters that they're labeled animal.
I think they are suffering. I think if you take them out of their habitat, they end up dying. They end up suffocating out of water.
I would say a plant dies when you pull it out of the ground. I don't want to get bogged down.
Well, no. Actually, Noodles, this is something that I actually wanted to clarify with the movement. I think we actually all make a mistake by saying plant-based, that we eat plants. And I say it too. I just want you to know. Because I don't think tomatoes are plants. I think the tomato grows on a plant. So I like plants. I have plants in my house, right? I don't think the banana is a plant. I think the banana grows on a tree, which is part of the plant kingdom. So I don't want to be killing plants, but we are eating fruits and vegetables, which to me really aren't plants, even though we call them plants. And maybe we should
I have
stop
no
doing that.
problem. I have no problem eating a kale and killing a kale because the kale can't suffer.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it doesn't even have
And I don't in the same way, I have not seen sufficient evidence that someone's calling. I have not seen sufficient evidence that that the oyster can suffer. But
wait, you just said plants can't suffer, but then you were using that as an argument with Lacey or Lee. Who was it? Lee?
No, I was saying
Hey,
that because I was saying that what I'm saying is you're saying, oh, they can eat, they can shit, they have sex organs. I don't think these are reasons to consider them. I think sentience would be. And until I see that, until someone shows, wow, they actually have nociception, they can feel pain, they can suffer. I mean, I don't know. I'm on the fence about it.
I think the nerve ganglia is a pretty good indication of having a central nervous system. It might be primitive, but it is a central nervous system.
Well, we have to.
Well, it's not a central nervous system. It's just nerve ganglia.
I know.
They don't
Tumors
have
nerve ganglia.
So we have someone on here who wants to ask you a question. I'm pretty sure we have actually two people waiting. Axel, you were here first. Why don't we go with you? And I'm gonna set the 3-minute timer so that Sudi gets.
Well, I was just gonna say that this is pretty interesting. Like sentience is just inference anyway. Like we can't really prove even humans are sentient. We only have evidence to infer that even humans are sentient. Like theoretically speaking, I could be lying about every subjective experience that I have, but we have evidence to suggest whether something is or is not sentient, being having a brain, having a nervous system, etc., which is like, so that's where we kind of have, like, there's no substantial evidence to show that some things are like plants or fungi are like bacteria and stuff are sentient. I just kind of thought that was interesting.
Well, go ahead. Then I have a thought.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, I think in order maybe to have like a successful debate about this, we would have to all agree on the definition of sentience. But in this case, I think it's also important to point out about what's necessary. And I think I don't know everybody in the group here, but I think we kind of all agree eating animals in general is just unnecessary, whereas we are plant eaters. And so, like, when we start comparing animals to plants and saying, well, maybe plants are sentient, veganism is about preventing exploitation, unnecessary suffering. And like when we start cutting out plants, or projecting sentience onto plants or debating the sentience of plants, I almost feel like it's a little bit irrelevant because, in my opinion, humans are plant eaters and we need plants to thrive.
Well, we're not talking about whether or not plants are sentient. We're just arguing specifically about whether or not, just having nerve ganglia is adequate for sentience, and I haven't seen a reason for that.
My point is like, it may, even if it's not adequate, even if it creates even a smidge of doubt, it's just not necessary to eat them. So I just don't see the point of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine enough. Like, I don't eat oysters.
I wanted to ask Richard like one more thing, and then I'll be leaving. Since like Richard and Noodles, they are you guys. So let me ask you guys. So I don't want to straw man anyone here. You guys don't believe oysters are sentient, right?
No. Yeah, not unless I was presented with more evidence.
I don't think there's any good evidence for it. Although I have a let's say I have this emotional thing that's preventing me from going back to ever eating them.
Also, sorry to interrupt.
I don't think it's rational.
but it was a pleasure to be here with you all. Love to you
I
all.
love that you joined us,
Yeah.
Lacey. It was so great having you on the panel, and please come join us again soon.
Yes, yes. Thank you for having me. I'll talk to you soon. Gary, you're amazing. I sent your speeches to I don't even know how many people. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, everybody, for everything that you do. And I'll talk to y'all soon.
Thank you.
All right. Provided that Gary still has enough time, we get Sudi is waiting, and Michael is waiting. So Sudi, as long as Gary is good with it, you got 3 minutes.
Sure.
Hey guys, I hope you guys can hear me. I'm based in Sydney. I've been vegetarian my entire life. Mostly from a religious point of view. I was born and raised Hindu. Gary, first off, I just want to say thank you. I've been vegan for about 10 years, and when I first went vegan 10 years ago, I actually reached out to you via email, and you redirected me to Adapt, and it was one of the projects I made for my final year of high school. It was based on the commodification of animals. I've been vegan ever since, and Vegan Gains, Richard, thank you once again. I've seen your progression over the years, and you're an absolute beast at this point.
Thanks.
One of the things I want to talk about is when we eat food, we do it 3 times a day. I think it's one of the biggest things that we do contributing to animal suffering and whatnot. But I'm just taking a bit of a nuanced stance on things like wearing leather. I understand that it's a no-no. It's definitely bad. But when over the last 10 years or so, I've always worn synthetic boots, synthetic belts and things. And I'm just thinking about from the point of view of only animals, not talking about the environment or anything. Is there any effect of wearing a leather belt, maybe a secondhand one that you get from a thrift store? I understand that it's possibly people might see it, be like, that's super cool. I might go buy one for myself. But if I had bought a leather belt 10 years ago and it still serves me today, or a pair of leather boots and it still serves me today, I don't understand how that is contributing to the same scale. Is it just thoughts on that? It's just kind of like an open question, something I've just been tackling with. Thought it'd be good to get some perspectives.
It's an unethical item that was obtained in an unethical way. If you were not educated about the Jewish Holocaust and you used to be racist towards Jews, but you had an epiphany, but let's say you own one of those Jew skin lamps that you had purchased earlier, would you still keep the Jew skin lamp around? Of course not. You'd find it to be disgusting. So when I look at secondhand, third hand cow skin items, or mink skin, fox skin, whatever it is. My grandma used to have this. She passed it on to me. It's just a disgusting, despicable item that I do not want on my body nor in my house. When I went vegan, I got rid of all that shit. And I just saved up for these cool ass cow skin motorcycle boots. And I tossed them. And I could not have them in my house. I could not look at them, even though I purchased them before my epiphany. Once I understood right from wrong and that that was somebody else's skin, I could not have it on my body and feel comfortable. So I would hope everybody would feel the same way about that situation.
Yeah.
I actually,
Uh,
But I'm also not going to rake you over the coals for this either. It's something really minute, and it's something that you're going to have to deal with. But I just hope you understand the breadth of what I'm saying about what's right and what's wrong, what doesn't belong to us.
Thanks,
Never
Gary.
belonged to us.
I would just say I actually I agree with Gary a little bit, and I also agree with you, and I also see the other side. I look at things more from a rights-based perspective. I don't see it as a rights violation at this point. I don't even, and to be honest, if I found a Jew skin lamp, and I'm Jewish, by the way, if I found a Jew skin lamp in a thrift store and I knew it was like a World War II, like Nazi made Jew skin lamp, and it was there for $10, I'd probably buy it and sell it to a museum for however much money they would give me. And I would go and spend that on vegan stuff, you know? So that's, I think it's hard. There is a split in the community here. I want to go to Michael is gone, but I'll go to Isaiah. Yeah, Isaiah, you got 3 minutes.
Okay. Hey everyone. Thanks for having me on. Gary and everyone else, Speaking Games and Riddles and everyone. I appreciate the work that you do. So much not a question for me, but a question for my wife. We're both vegan, but something more recently is impacting her. She's going through quite a bit of I guess like a depressive episode due to existing as like a vegan in society and navigating friends, family, culture, and whatnot. And she's having like quite a bit of dystopia, and she's recently finding it like pretty hard to cope with because like the thing is that went she went vegetarian when she was 7 years old. She saw I think it was a commercial. I don't know if it was like a PETA commercial or whatnot, but it was like commercial about dogs being, left outside. And she just made the connection that if I feel sad about, those animals being treated that way, then I shouldn't, be eating meat, eating cows, pigs, and chickens. And she eventually just switched over right then and there, and then went vegan later on in her life. So she never really spent much time not she never spent much time eating meat and whatnot, and so she's never had that frame of reference to sort of like cope with knowing what it's like, and so she's like kind of struggling with that a little bit. So what would be like some advice that you would give?
Smoke a lot of weed, but I don't have a really great way of coping with being cognizant. It sucks. This is the bittersweet part of being open-minded, of having an epiphany and understanding right from wrong and grasping why speciesism is evil. It's, figuring out that your family, your friends, your coworkers, everybody around you is an idiot, uncaring idiot that just doesn't want to do anything to make the world a better place. There's no great way to cope with it, man. Over the years, the only thing that helped me was smoking a lot of weed. I'm not kidding. But I listen. I stopped hanging out with most people, even vegans. Even most vegans, I really don't care to hang out with most people. Just not a fan of the human species. And I also
Yeah.
want to challenge this whole notion that humans are social animals. We hear this a lot. Oh, we're social. Bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? Everybody fucking hates each other. The left hates the right hates the left. Pro-life, pro-choice people hate each other. Black people, white people can't get along. Straight people, gay people can't get along. Jews and Christians and Muslims don't get along. We ain't fucking social. We are. I think we do a lot better in private or with one or two other people at most. But I will say this: I go to the gym 5 days a week. I get my 2 hours of social time, and that's about all I can take from human beings is 2 hours a day. That's it. We're just a ridiculous, stupid, disgusting, boring, plain species. And I think maybe if she realizes that life would be a lot better without family and without a lot of these old friends that still haven't had their epiphany yet, she might be able to cope a little more. But at the same time, I'm still going to say it's not easy living in a world when your blinders are off and everybody is a robot doing what they're told.
Yeah,
I'm gonna jump.
I have some advice. I especially have
I
experience
don't know if
with.
Shannon want to add something or Richard.
Yeah. I especially have experience with anger issues. I usually experience more anger and frustration with things like this than just sadness. But you can get in these states where you are just so overcome with rage or sadness, and you don't understand why people are acting this way. How can people be so stupid? And it can just eat at you constantly, and there's no getting away from it. You can smash holes in the wall, you can break stuff, and it just doesn't go away. And all you really need to do is just let go of it. There's there's just if you focus on things that are like negative that you have no control over, people acting like stupid chimpanzees, just doing, stupid, dumb shit that doesn't make any sense. At the end of the day, you have no control over it, and you just have to learn to let go of those emotions. And a good coping mechanism is to just focus on what you can do. So you can do vegan activism. You can try to just improve yourself in a number of ways. Focus on eating better, exercising, reading, enriching your mind, whatever. But yeah, you're gonna society is just a clown world filled with fucking idiots, and you just have to let go, accept it for what it is, and just focus on improving yourself.
Thank you, Vegan Gains.
It
guys, I want
like,
to address this. I want to address
yeah.
this one, Noodles. Yourofsky brings this up. This is something that is said quite a lot, so it's worth bringing up. They're talking like he says saying speciesism is evil while also being anti-human is a problem in his eyes. Well, what do you say to that, guys?
Can I just go back to the last one really quick? Because I went vegetarian when I was 9, and I deal with similar a lot of depression, and I'm not sure if your wife has done much activism before. I know Richard just mentioned it, but that's my number one coping tool, is doing my best to make a difference and just keep planting as many seeds as I can. I do my solo activism at least once a week, and I literally don't get out on the streets until between 11:30 and midnight, and I'm out there till the bars close at 2 to 2:30 in the morning. And I hold different signs every week. And this is all that my schedule allows right now. And I have 3 kids, and it's a time when my mom will watch them, and I can sleep in a tiny bit on Sunday the next day. And I have so many amazing conversations every single time I'm out there. And because I'm going to the same spot, people are approaching me in the future who have seen me out there many times. Sometimes people don't ask me questions till they've seen me a dozen times, and other times they talk to me the first time and then tell me what changes they've made and ask for more help, things like that. But there's so many different forms of nonviolent activism that you can do. And, it's really when you are making a difference, even if it's not with your immediate friends and family, it really helps. I have a lot more hope than some of the other people I've heard. I really do think most people are good. And I think they're behaving horribly because we've been born into a world of normalized violence, and everybody's just like going along with it. But I think we really have the ability to wake people up. We just need more people speaking up and getting active and doing what they're good at to help animals, and stepping out of the box and maybe finding out they're good at things they didn't know they were.
Right. Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
So what I want to, let's
address
Yerf Dog's comment here.
Oh, wait, can I ask? Is this going to be recorded? Because I want to show this to.
Yeah, we're live. We're live.
Yeah,
it's live right now. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't think being against human beings is a problem or speciesistic, because humans are the victimizers. Again, I'll put this out there a million times. If I stood up for O.J. Simpson and Bill Cosby, and I stood up for fucking wife beaters and wife abusers and child molesters, you'd think I was fucking crazy. Stops trying to say that being anti-human is speciesism. Being anti-human is being anti the victimizer and being pro the victim.
And let's just be honest, like, most people are fucking retards.
Yes.
I mean, I can get along with any cat or dog, even if it's like aggressive, but like people are just intolerable a lot of the time.
It's tough. It's really tough to deal with people, man.
Noodles, I know you didn't want me to bring this up, but it's Crazy Guru, and he says he's a vegan, guys. And I want you guys are much better talking than I am.
Before we get into Grazy's nonsense, I do.
No, it's only going to take. I literally, Noodles. Sorry to go
anything
on.
with Grazy is not only going to take a few minutes. It's going to be here for the next 3 hours, dude.
No. It's going to.
Hold up. Can I just end this whole thing with this guy?
Why he's a vegan? Despite he goes to food banks and he gets meat products, he gets dairy products, he gets them from food banks, and
here's the thing.
He thinks it's okay because it's free.
DNW,
it's not okay. But listen,
Yo,
whatever idea he has, go and put it into action. Can I tell you something that has bothered me over the years? Do you know how many thousands of people contact me and say, "Hey, Gary, I got a great idea." By the way, do you know what this means? Hey, Gary, why don't you go do this? Hey, Gary, why don't you go do that? Well, I got an idea. that idea that you have, why don't you go fucking do it? Go ahead and do it. And you know what? I hope you prove me wrong if I don't like it. And I hope you achieve more success than I achieve because I want animals to be free. So please go ahead with your plan, but don't ask me to do your plan, or don't ask Richard or Shannon or anyone else to do what you need to be doing. If you got an idea, run with it. And I'm not being sarcastic. Go ahead. Talk to the fucking kids. Convert them. Unbrainwash them. Deprogram them. Please do it. But stop asking other people to fucking do it. I'm
Thank
busy.
you.
I'm doing my own shit.
No,
Look,
no one's
crazy,
asked you to do
crazy.
it, did they? We asked you to help. No one asked you to do it, you egotist. I mean, I asked you to help unionize and formulate
Okay,
together.
but I
And we
did.
can
I
realize
gave-
the sources which are children. Let me ask you a question, ready? Do you
I
believe
gave
children are
2007
humans? Do you believe
I
children
gave
are humans? Do
2,700
you believe
Crazy,
children
turn
are
on your
humans?
camera for a
Shannon, how could
second.
you sit here and let them say all humans are retards and you know children are not? These are speciesists because they hate children. Because children are
George
humans. Are they
Carlin
not?
once said, hold
Are
up, George
children
Carlin once said, kids are like every other group of people, a few winners and a whole lot of losers. You have a child fetish and it's not healthy. Stop thinking that children are fucking little angels. Okay, and I get it. I get children are victimized. Maybe the most victimized of all human beings. Okay, and yes, they're programmed. We're brainwashed. We were all brainwashed as kids, but they're still two-legged creatures and they're still committing atrocities. Do I want to talk to them? Yes, I tried. I gave 2,700 lectures. I'll tell you what, you go give 2,700 lectures to the students and see where you get. Go and please go do it. And
Right.
by the way, if you don't know how to do it, I'll tell you how simple it was for me. All I did was pick an area of the country, pick a city. I went to the school. I found the emails of every single teacher and professor, and I sent them a short letter saying, can I come to your class and present a topic that needs to be discussed, and it's veganism? And I was positive 1 out of 100 teachers and educators would let me in. And guess what? 2 or 3 out of 100 were saying yes. So go bombard all the school districts with requests to lecture. By the way, don't charge. They're not going to bring you in. If you charge, say it's for free. Come up with a presentation and go do it. It's that easy. But
By the way,
I'm not doing other people's work.
By the
I'm
way,
doing my own stuff.
Grazy is retarded. Like, I'm not being hyperbolic. I have a debate
guys,
on my channel.
guys.
The guy refused to say Hitler was evil. Like I mean, the guy's nuts.
Did he?
Yeah, he's nuts.
Did he? Oh, God. Well, look, I'm going to allow him 30 seconds to say goodbye. Literally, that's what no, to say goodbye, Noodles. It's literally to say goodbye. I believe in freedom of expression.
I don't believe
30
you can
seconds.
do
Crazy Guru, say what you want,
what it
and
is.
then go.
It's not my
Crazy.
fault I don't understand what good and evil is. As a child, I was abused, so I don't know. Children are the most innocent, precious beings on this planet. No one of them has ever hurt anything. They are programmed that they're one that can be wicked through good and evil. And they teach you got to learn forgiveness, and then you program into them to be these meat eaters that you despise. If you just fix that, it all go away, but you won't do it. But
Yeah,
I
that's
can
just
do it.
that's just
All you have to do
bullshit.
is stop teaching children good and evil.
That's
is real.
just
It's not.
bullshit.
It's an
That's just
illusion created
bullshit.
in your mind.
That is
I'm not a
complete and
retard,
utter
I have
bullshit.
autism.
There
keep
are
calling me a
children who've
retard.
committed
You call
murder
autistic
who came
people
from good
retards, yeah?
families. There are people who are born psychopaths.
All right, he had his 30 seconds.
I don't know how much luck he'll have getting into schools. Maybe that's part of the reason he's like asking for help. But Grazy, you can, reach out to vegan activists who also are teachers, things like that, maybe, or write some kind of a book that, would teach your plan in that way and put it on Amazon or something.
Apparently he has written a book. He can link it in the chat if he wants to.
What do you think? What do you think of? I won't even address Yerf Dogs again. We want to. Well, okay. Yerf Dogs is going on about
Come debate me.
He doesn't want to call all humans oppressors.
Are all Nazis oppressors? Like, I mean, you could probably find some Nazis who didn't agree with the majority of the Nazi party, but like, what are we talking about here? Like, 99% of people on Earth kill and eat animals. Most people are just generally jackasses. So I don't know what he means by that. He can come on and debate me, or Gary. I think I've challenged him to a debate before, and he has come up with a bunch of excuses.
Now,
It
Gary,
seems like it would be hard to debate him, though. He doesn't let somebody else talk.
oh, we're talking about someone else right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah, someone in the comments who actually usually comes on the panel. I don't know why they're so scared to not show their not come on the panel right now. But Gary, you had said something about like, it'd just be better the world would be better off without humans on it. But what do you think about this concept? Right, we're a philosophy channel here. What do you think about this concept that basically humans are the only ones that can actually offer palliative care to animals? And because of all, ironically, because of all the wildlife destruction at the hands of humans, there may actually be fewer rights violations taking place all in all, and we are probably moving towards a plant-based food system inevitably, whether it's because of veganism or not, just in terms of the sustainability aspect. So in a way, are we in this paradox where despite humans being the biggest oppressors, we're also actually we're helping balance things out so we actually can make things better for everyone, including animals on the planet?
the animals would be better off without us. Whatever small thing we can give them that would benefit them does not outweigh the evil that we commit. They can heal themselves. They'll be fine without us. I can assure everybody of that. Because right now they're not fine with us. They're not fine with us.
But
So they
think
can only be
about how
fine.
okay, let's put in a vacuum that all the animals that are all the ways that humans offer palliative care to animals, right? That we because if an animal breaks their leg, they can't heal themselves. If an animal's sick, they just suffer and die. And think about all the predation that goes on in the animal kingdom. I mean, it's very likely that let's say once we get rid of factory farming, and that is going to happen eventually. Once we get rid of factory farming, it is likely that there will be more rights violations in the wild than what happens with that habitat destroyed because of humans.
You think things can be more evil than they are right now?
I think that predation. Personally, I think predation.
Eviler?
I think any form of predation is evil, and I think we should move towards trying to eradicate it. But what I'm saying is, without humans, without humans with the idea and the ability to assign rights, predation is sure to continue.
I don't think we have the capability.
Well, I mean, you could see two possible futures. One where humanity gets wiped out. Okay, so a lot of human habitation that's already built, it's going to be rewilded basically over time. Forests are going to grow. You're going to have more wolves, more cats, more lions, predatory animals, killing more of these prey species. And you're also, just because there's more animals on the planet, there's going to be more animals that will starve, suffer disease, die of exposure. Or you could have a future where humanity keeps existing. We keep progressing socially, and we get to a point where we don't farm animals anymore. I see that future as better than the future where humanity doesn't exist. Because, again, humans can give care to animals. We could, say, we could develop technology that would make it so predators don't exist, and then there's just herbivore animals, they don't get killed. We can prevent animals from dying from exposure, disease, and we can have plenty of human habitation where your average human life is probably much better quality than your average wild, animal living in the wild. So I see that as a more ideal future.
Right. And by the way, guys, we have David Pierce who would agree with that here on Friday. He's vegan and he's also a transhumanist. He's trying to solve the problem of life by literally meddling with DNA and trying to create a future life that doesn't suffer as much.
I think it's all a cute notion. I hope you guys are right and that it would happen. As you can imagine, I have very little faith in human beings doing anything positive for this planet. We never have. Again, I hope you guys are right, but from what I've seen, I think humans are incorrigible and incapable of doing good. I push back on the notion that kids are inherently good and innocent as well, even if I've said something like that during some of my speeches in the past. I don't think humans are good beings. But I hope I'm proven wrong. I don't want to be right when I say all this, and I don't want to be the one to come out and say I hope humans go extinct. But from what I've seen, everything would be better without us right now. But who knows in the future? Who knows what can happen? There's a reason I went out to educate people because I know the vegans that I've converted and all the vegans out there are certainly nice to animals, and we certainly don't cause massive disruption to the animal kingdom. But man, 2% of the world is vegan, 98% is it? I mean, when is this going to happen? Are we talking 100,000 years from now? And if it's 100,000 years, are we even going to survive that long?
I don't think it
don't
would take
know.
that long. Maybe a generation or two.
I hope, Rich, I hope you're right, my
Wow.
brother. I really do.
It's just a numbers game. We just need more people doing activism, reaching key people that can make bigger changes more quickly. We can do it. And with the kids, I think it's rare that someone is born like really bad, but I think it does happen where somebody just feels compelled to like torture animals, even though they've never been taught that or abused. I think most of the people who are okay with it are taught to like hunt and fish, or are a part of dog fighting or cockfighting since they're young and desensitized to it. But I think even when it comes to most people who do hunt and fish, they would still stop someone from like hurting a dog in front of them, or even maybe like a different type of animal that even sometimes hunters help animals in the wild, which is bizarre, but it happens. So like a lot of them think they're doing something that's right. What I thought was really interesting, right before Lacey left, she made a comment that, she doesn't want to go with between animals and plants because we need to eat plants. So if we bring them into it, it's like, we have to have them to thrive. And what Gary said earlier, how important it is to at least discuss the health, because people feel the same way now. They believe that they have to eat animals, no matter how much it should be apparent to them. They still think that they should be eating it to thrive, or drinking cow's lactation, or eating chicken's ovulations. So while they still believe that, it's harder for them to change, just like what she said about plants. So like when I want to reach someone and I see some key, I'll show them the game changers if I have an opportunity before I get so deep into the ethics, because if they see that first and they understand what's possible, then they're more apt to listen. And the people like James Aspey, a lot of awesome activists initially did it for selfish reasons. They went plant-based, and once the animals are off their plate, then they are able to take a look at what they were a part of and not want to go back to it, and then hopefully want to fight against it. But I do think most people are good. I really do think that most people would stop someone from hurting an animal right in front of them unless they've been taught otherwise, grew up on a cattle ranch or dairy farm, or like I said earlier, hunted or fished growing up. I think most people want to help. It's just because it's not in front of them. And when they see it, it's so uncomfortable. They pretend it's isolated or staged or whatever it is. It's not what they buy. And they just need to understand there's no right way to do the wrong thing. And the more people saying that and
Yeah.
holding people accountable and showing them that we don't have to and we're better off not, then the more quickly this can happen.
And Shannon, I really appreciate your perspective as a mum. You have experience of raising a child, and there's been some pushback in the chat here saying psychopaths are born. It is true. People can have a predisposition to being a psychopath. But if you look up people like James Fallon, I came across him several years ago. He's a neuroscientist who studies psychopathy. And, you know, actually he's one himself, believe it or not. But you know, he has shown that with love and with a proper upbringing, even people who are, you know, psychopaths can come out socially good, you know, a net positive for society and be adults, you know.
Well, that's not even the issue because
Yeah.
there's a bunch of people who aren't psychopaths and they don't give a fuck. So I mean,
Oh, exactly. No, Liam. I'm raising. I'm
It's
just
called
trying to
secondary
some.
psychopathy.
When people say they don't care, do they actually not care? I think,
yeah, they
I
don't
think most
care.
of the time they're
Well,
lying.
But I think Shannon hit the nail on the head earlier. Okay, yes, children can do harm, but sometimes it comes from ignorance and not being shown or explained to a better path. You know.
Hey, could I ask one
right.
question for
Hold
Gary?
on, hold on, hold on. I just wanted to add in, and then we can move on.
All right.
So there's actually a study that I was looking into a while ago that children are actually not born with human supremacy. This is mostly taught by religious people that are taught that humans are a superior being. Like they don't have a natural bias to humans. Like, and this is like because I study child psychology more than I study adult psychology. And so, yeah, children don't have this predisposition that like humans are the superior being. Like, and this is very prevalent when you see like children with cats, children with dogs, and stuff like that. They just want to give the dogs or cats loves. They just want to cuddle. They just want to, you know, like they see them as like friends more than they actually see them as like, and kind of like Vegan Gains says he can get along with cats or dogs like like way more than he can with humans. This is like a natural thing for us to actually do rather than it's only a taught thing for humans to be like above animals. And like there's like the whole it's just this bias that is taught to us rather than it's actually a bias that is like a natural feeling. I just wanted to add that in. But
So
yeah, we can move on.
Liam, what did you want to ask?
Well, first off, I just want to say, Gary Yourofsky, thank you for like just your passion is uncomparable to anyone else I've seen do this. And I just wanted to ask you because this is something that I really always think about is just like, how do you grapple with like the sense of like futility and like, you know, doing this type of stuff? Because it really is kind of like statistically like very futile, you know?
It's tough, man. I wish I can help you and everyone else how to cope with this apathetic world that just doesn't seem to care enough to do anything substantive. I don't have a magic formula. I just, when I was as active as anybody could possibly be from 96 to 2014, I just kept going nonstop. So I didn't have much time to think about it. So get active. Just do as much as you can do. Talk to as many people as you can. Preach as much as you can, and you'll see decent conversion rates. Try to get into the school system. I still think that's the best form of activism is teaching and deprogramming, which is what we're talking about. Deprogram those kids, deprogram those adults, deprogram as many people as you can, and you won't think so much about the futility. There's going to be days where, and listen, not so I would average 200 lectures a year. Only 15 or 20 would turn into a Jerry Springer show. So most of my days were absolutely glorious. As angry as I was at the world for not being vegan, man, when I finished a day with 3 or 4 lectures and I converted 50 or 100 or 150 students that day, I was like, man, I can conquer the world. I can do this. We can do this. It's going to be long and slow, but get active, man. That's the best way to fight futility. But again, and I know people think it's a joke, but at the end of the day, smoke as much weed as you can. Uh, drift off into oblivion and start again the following day.
Yeah, I have some thoughts on that. Yeah, I'm a nihilist. I think existence is fundamentally pointless and we just live vainly. But the reason we continue to live is just to enjoy living. And there's a really good quote from a Conan novel Baylet, his girlfriend, was asking him like whether or not he fears God and fears death, and he says, "I know not, nor do I care. Let me live deeply while I live. Let me feel the mad exultation of battle." And that's really all it is. You just have to live for the battle. Every day is a battle, and you just have to find those kinds of battles that you enjoy, those sparks of inspiration, and just live for each moment. So if you enjoy converting people to veganism and you enjoy doing good things, for people, for animals, for the world, just fight those battles. And don't worry about whether or not it's meaningless or pointless or futile. Everything's meaningless, pointless, and futile. Once we're dead, and everyone's gonna die. No one will ever know what ever happened. It'll be like it never happened, ever. It's like again, we just live vainly. So, just live deeply while you live, and just choose the
Yeah, it's
battles
just
that you
like with
enjoy.
most things in life, like at least in my life, like there's like a clear goal or like a milestone to hit. But like with this, like it feels difficult to like define it in a way because it's
Right.
I know
kind
what
of
you mean.
endless.
I
Just try
want to just
to
I want to ask
give your hold on
Gary
one
something.
second. Give yourself goals. Contact restaurants. Get them to
Yeah,
add
yeah, yeah.
plant-based options to the menu. Those are wins. It helps normalize veganism and make it more accessible for everybody, so they have less excuses. There's so many things you can do. Just don't set your bar as like you're going to make the whole world go vegan tomorrow. Give yourself rescue animals. Volunteer at sanctuaries. Do what you can and celebrate the wins.
Thank
It's
you,
not
Shannon.
pointless.
Thank
I
you.
have a
Thank you.
rabbit in my house right now that came out of the slaughterhouse about a week and a half ago. I have 6 chickens in my shower right now that were surrendered and got shipped in the mail to someone, and most of the batch didn't make it, so they're safe. So, get involved with helping where you can and celebrate it.
Thank you, Shannon.
And
Thank
by
you.
the way, I also
I wa-
wanted I also wanted to talk about like drugs. Like Gary's into weed. I think steroids are great, especially testosterone. I think a
couldn't tell. I
lot.
couldn't tell.
I think a lot of dudes with a lot of their issues with feeling like inadequate, not doing enough, not being motivated, these kind of depressed feelings of like everything I'm doing is futile. I think testosterone would help you a lot more than weed. Testosterone's dopaminergic, serotonin.
Just want to give.
Yeah.
You gotta see that shoulder. Like, look at that shoulder, man. Look at that shit. That's crazy, man.
So testosterone's dopaminergic, serotonergic, GABAminergic. It has a lot of good, feel-good, motivating chemicals in your brain. And ever since I've been on testosterone, I'm just a lot more motivated in general, and it takes a lot more to really suppress my mood and feel like, oh, I can't do anything.
I don't think that's where it develops from. I think it's like, when I discuss these topics, especially with people who obviously aren't vegan, it brings like this like negative, tense, strained energy around, and it kind of like takes a toll after a while. If especially
you
when
kind
you
of have
talk
to,
to multiple people.
Liam, you have to break through. There is kind of, it's like breaking through a shell, and I experienced this the other day. Now I don't know. I try not to take anything at face value, so I don't really know what the end outcome's going to be. But I did have a long, kind of uncomfortable discussion with someone who I might start working with soon, and it was about veganism. And I basically pulled out the Gary stuff and the vegan gain stuff, where I'm never gonna pander, and I'm never gonna let them just say an excuse and then let them feel okay about it. I'm gonna challenge it. I don't have to be aggressive and mean about it, but I have to just be honest and say and give the rebuttal. And at the end of it, it sort of seemed like they were saying, "Oh, you're right, but I don't care," kind of thing. I'm just gonna do it. And I thought, okay, this person's a lost cause. 2 days later, I end up hearing from them. We're talking on the phone again. What did they tell? I totally was unexpected. They said, "I'm vegan now because of our last conversation."
Like, and he was pissed off at you during the conversation, or
what?
Like he was like disagreeing with you during the conversation.
What? She?
He was disagreeing with you during the conversation?
She wasn't necessarily disagreeing, but there was certainly pushback, and I had all I didn't at no point was I like, yeah, well, whatever, it is what it is. It was that, hey, listen, you're gonna do what you're gonna do, but if you say these things, this is my response to them. I don't think, I'm not gonna let you think that I think that's okay or this or that. And it got to a point where they were saying, you're probably right, but I don't care. And it got to that I don't care point where it was just like, okay, this is a pointless conversation now, and I got to move on. They told me they didn't. They kind of flip flopped back and forth though. There was like, yeah, that's awful, but I think if I still might just do this even if I want to. But then I talked to them like 2 days later, and apparently now they're vegan. To what extent, I don't know. Are they really?
I think that's why the classroom theory is so good. Like the classroom idea is so good is because they like have to listen. And if they just like quiet their mind and like just listen for one moment, like it might actually like go into their head,
Well,
like,
Liam, we have I have to move to the next person as long as Gary wants to keep going. But I will warn you, this is another challenging member of the panel, basically another crazy guru type who you're not really going to get anywhere with.
He might be a reformed character. Give him a chance.
Okay, all right, fine. Go ahead, Peter.
I really need a bathroom break.
That was very
okay. Well, you know
that was very uncouth of you, Noodles.
It's me.
You're very uncouth.
Make sure to get water too, Gary, on the way back.
Can you talk into your microphone, please, Ragnarok?
Yeah, can you hear me better?
No.
A little bit muffled. Actually, Peter, while we're waiting for you, Gary, Vegan Gains talked about this kind of nihilistic approach to reality. Gary, you have mentioned praying to God. I'm not going to ask you which God, but I am going to ask you, do you have spiritual views? Or I suppose I am going to kind of ask you, do you have a view on what this reality is from a spiritual perspective, or is it something you ever think about? I'm sorry to ask you that, but it is finding Gnosis and it often comes up.
Yeah, I can't even describe the God I believe in is not the God of any organized religion. I don't know what that God is. I know it's not the image of man. I know that's a complete and utter bullshit lie. I've never looked at a human being and seen God, although I look at animals and see God all the time. So if there is some kind of a God image, I would think it would be more like a cow or an elephant or a rhino, something like that. But I talk to higher beings. I talk to spiritual beings. Again, I can't describe them because it's too complicated, even for my own mind. But I would encourage people to step away from organized religion. And I don't care which one it is, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Satanism. It's all fucking bullshit. It's all man-made shit. But yeah, I mean, I'm open to the idea, obviously, that there could be a higher being out there. But what that higher being looks like or thinks, I don't understand.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for that. Peter, are you with us? Peter, are you there?
Peter, this is your big chance.
I'm going to run and take a bathroom break while you guys try.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, Gary, thank you. Peter, you have a few more moments to try and sort your microphone out before Gary gets back.
Noodles,
Go
you
ahead,
had
Shannon.
contact with that person. So
What?
You had contact with her, so like you were able to hear that later on.
Yeah. She told me. She said I went vegan because
it's working now.
I wonder how many people we talked to that, because people have to sit on information and like think about it, process it, especially
Peter,
when
your
they've
mic's working.
for as old as they are. And so like I know for Evan and I, we've been very fortunate when we've traveled to different states. We've run into people. There used to be a point in time where we couldn't go into a Whole Foods or Trader Joe's. It didn't matter what state it was in, and people came up to us. But like at a lot of festivals, people told us that they went vegan because of what they heard Evan say. And so like that was a rare opportunity to hear the aftermath of some of our activism. But I think most activists don't have that unless there's someone like Gary or have a big platform like Richard, But
Well, I've had people in my life who I kind of really tried to drive
Does this
the
mic
point
work now?
home.
Yeah, it
it's
works,
working.
Peter.
I've tried to really drive the point home for a long time with them, and then I got earlier in my, my vegan life, I got fed up with them and I stopped talking to them for a while, and then they would reach back out to me. I had someone reach back out to me like maybe 2 years later after not having talked to him and saying, I you're trying to tell me something. Can you tell it to me again? I think I need to hear it now, right? And then he went vegan, So like, yeah, sometimes it takes a long time. And people can change, people can do terrible things and feel regret and want to be a different person and live a different life. Some people do bad things and hate themselves and want help to stop it. They want someone to force them to stop. I've had someone say to me, I need you to somehow make this illegal so that I can't do it anymore. That seems like such a lack of accountability, but I think that is how addiction works sometimes. But anyway, Peter, take it away.
Yeah, I have some very pertinent, legitimate questions that have nothing to do with spirituality. So, Noodles, that was very uncouth of you. We'll leave that at that. I'll talk to D&W about that later. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gary. So, don't mind Noodles. He doesn't like me because I'm very spiritual.
That's not why I don't like you. And it's not that I don't like you. I just don't believe you.
I don't care if you do.
All right, go ahead.
So I wanted to ask Gary, did you do the math? How much land is it going to take to farm? I'm going to it's going to be a long question, but I'm going to listen to you for a long while. The main question is, I take issue with forcing it in classrooms. I will call it forced. No matter what political ideology, we wouldn't want the Bible to be forced. We wouldn't want communism to be forced, or even fascism. Or this political movement, maybe veganism. We're trying to convert them, right? So I'm going to have to ask you to look for another approach. Let them join your group, but don't push it on them. Because if the more you push, the more they'll push away. That's what I've seen with every group. It's not just veganism.
So you're anti-free speech?
I'm just going to No, it's not about being anti-free speech. When you're subjecting people
you're
to
not allowed
forcibly
to talk
listen
to
to you.
anybody.
Excuse me, what?
Well, you're not
Are you
allowed
gonna
to talk
interrupt me
to
one-
anybody.
DNW, what is this?
Gary's
Can,
known
can,
for,
can I have a
Guys, we
proper
want
question?
anyone else in
Okay,
the
let's
Peter,
let
just
Peter
just ask
Peter
the
ask
goddamn
the
question,
question.
Peter.
Let's let
Peter,
Peter
ask the
ask the
question.
question.
Well,
I keep getting interrupted, and I was besmirched in introduction.
All right,
Peter,
I'll
can I
take
just
I take
respond to that
accountability
first
for
part?
that.
Hold on. I just want to honestly, calmly respond to your first part.
Yeah, I'm
Just
trying to
so
have a
you
good
know,
conversation.
just so you know, more than 90% of the professors were not vegans. I spoke in animal agriculture classes at Ohio State. I spoke to groups of hunters in rural North Carolina. The vegan professors actually refused to bring me in most of the time. All I did was
Really?
convince professors, yeah, because they thought it was unfair that they would have to go get a meat, dairy, and egg eater to counteract me. When my point was, if the whole world teaches meat, dairy, and eggs as normal, aren't I the one that's leveling the playing field? But the non-vegan professors were actually wonderful with me. So I convinced them if I can come to their class, give a presentation where the students had to write an essay. So it wasn't being forced, it was part of the curriculum. I convinced them to do this, and you had your chance in your essay. Hey, I think Gary's full of shit. I don't think his arguments are proper and whatever. Or, wow, Gary really got me thinking about speciesism and ethics and how we treat animals. So it wasn't a forced thing whatsoever. And I spent most of my time in colleges where you didn't have to stay. Some students left as soon as I started speaking, and I didn't say, like, oh, okay, go ahead, whatever.
That's what I was wondering, your approach, right? Because some people were Maybe it came off wrong because it sounded like people were being like forced to listen.
No?
So I'm glad you elaborated on that. And don't worry about the little inner circle here that doesn't like me. I'll talk to DNW about that later. That's not the topic. The topic is the vegan situation, right? I wanted to ask you about the math. So what about with these ranchers, like in these farm systems? I understand some people want to end animal farming, but what's the math? Have we done the food security? Because that's a thing for every nation, right? What is the math? How many farms per ratio? How much land? How much money? How much food per nutrition, caloric intake? Have you done the math? Because if you've seen the math, you'll convince a lot more people. But the problem is, I've also seen some math from the rebuttals against veganism that it takes more farmland to farm for vegan products than it does for meat products, right?
What do
There
you mean
is
by
that
that?
argument. Some people have debated against it. We can talk about that later, but I want to talk about the math. Have you figured out how much farms we would need for vegan supply? Like, how would that look like? Like say I walk into a store, right? What's the system from the ground up? Because if I know that, you'll convince me way better.
Well, I don't have the exact numbers anymore, although I used to have those numbers back in the day when I was lecturing. But let's just say this. Right now, we are currently feeding 83 billion land animals on this planet. There are only about 8 billion human beings on this planet. So the math would be simple. If we can feed 83 billion animals that eat way more, cows and pigs eat way more than human beings eat, the information I saw was we have enough land in America that can feed the world over twice. But people would rather shove all this food, all these grains, 90% of soy in America, 80% of the oats, 70% of the corn. It's animal feed. We keep shoving all the food that we could be eating directly down the throats of the animals. And then we're going to kill the animals, impregnate them, steal their babies, and put them through this horrible Holocaust and this massacre when we could just eat that stuff directly. And I'll say this too for the people that really don't care about animals and veganism, people who claim they care about humans. Last stat I saw was something like what, every 10, 15, 30 seconds, some human dies on this planet. But chickens never miss a meal. Turkeys never
Can I
miss a
bring one
meal.
thing?
Sure.
Can I bring one thing into perspective, like the average worker? Because I used to be a cook. I used to work at these restaurants very, very often. I was a closer. Was one of the main guys. You know, suffering the stress of the line, feeding 500 people, just to give you a bit of experience of my own past. I even cooked for the Biden delegation when they visited Canada at one point. So I have, like, I'm not some low-level cook. What I want to talk about is the supply system. So if we normalize veganism, right? Let's say you have your vision, it's a thing. How would that affect the cooking industry? Because I know some, like, between meats and fruits and all sorts of different like vegan products that could be considered vegan, they're very expensive, and you
They're
have
not.
people who do rely on the more budget food. So
Yeah, they're
how
not.
would
It's
we
cheaper.
aggregate that situation?
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Well,
Wait,
yeah, I'm
yeah,
going to
that's just
challenge that
bullshit.
notion completely. Richard just said it. You can go to Costco right now and get 10 bananas for $1.79. 10 bananas is a meal. Grains are dirt cheap.
Lentils.
Lentils are dirt cheap. In fact, you know the biggest feed the hungry organization on the planet is Food for Life Global. Yes, they are ethically based, but if you ask them why they do it, they say because we can feed way more people with vegan food than we can with non-vegan food. So that argument is completely backwards. Apples, most of the fruit. Yeah, and listen, you can find some fruit that's expensive. Is dragon fruit expensive? Yeah, it is. Okay, I don't know
Maybe it's
nothing.
location.
Right now.
And hold on, you also said if it was standard, if it's standard, the price is going to be even for plant-based meats, the standard price for plant-based meats is going to be lower because it's the standard. So like no matter what, if we had a vegan
I
world
comprehend
and
that.
everything was if everything was vegan, we would have cheaper vegan products, even if it was
You know,
like
like
the plant-based
so.
meats and stuff.
So I know logistics very well. It's what I study, no matter what field, as a hobby. I actually have a very good idea. Yes, you can laugh at me all you want, but just show your bad character for me if you want. I'm asking Gary a question. Gary, when it comes to the logistics, so yes, like I'm in Canada, right? Healthy foods are extremely expensive.
They're not.
Especially if you're
I live in Canada, so you're full of shit.
Yeah, I live in Canada too. Could you hold your tongue, maybe? Keep showing your
Yeah,
bad
so
character.
how
I'm asking a
expensive are
question.
potatoes? Do you have to be a millionaire?
Dude, see, this is why people walk away from the vegan argument. You know that,
Well,
right? People
no,
like
this is why you walk away from talking to me, because you're a dishonest jackass and you're wasting our time. So,
No, I'm
like, guess
asking a
what? We're all
genuine
adults and we
question,
all pay for
Gary.
our own food.
And
We know
you're
how
being
we know how expensive
very
food is.
personal. You're being very personal
Right,
about
right. So you
previous
can't afford
interactions with.
potatoes.
No, I live in your head rent free. You want to have this
So you
argument?
can't
I'm asking
afford
somebody a
potatoes?
question.
Guys, this I'm just telling you.
Get this guy
I
to
tried
fuck
to
off.
tell
He's
you.
just wasting our
I
time.
tried to tell you. I
Yeah,
tried.
I can tell by the way he's
Listen,
talking. He's just fucking around.
Hey,
guys,
BNW, are you gonna
hold on
rein
a
in your
second.
inner circle?
One second, guys. We have another person that probably wants to ask Gary something. This is another person who has some controversial views and could go on for a while. So I'm gonna go back to the 3-minute rule here. Life abolitionism. If you want to ask Gary something, I'll give you 3 minutes. Okay.
Well, I'm actually not a renter, so I can make my points concisely, but I just don't hear any discussion about the root cause of animal exploitation. The root cause is human procreation. Factory farming is a byproduct of overpopulation. It was a solution to feed massive people. But the way I see it, vegans with their lack of empathy for humans is why animals suffer. Because every time somebody brings up human suffering, it gets dismissed because nobody on the panel seems to have any empathy for humans, even children who are completely innocent. If you don't breed the humans into existence in the first place,
Your mother should have swallowed you. We agree.
you said that I have 3 minutes. You said that I have 3 minutes.
Apologize, LA. There's a mother here. You need to apologize.
Apologize for what?
For always being so damn rude every time I've ever heard your voice.
I'm not talking to her. The same way that they are passionate about animal suffering, I am equally passionate about human suffering. I think it is an equal injustice to force a human being into existence.
You're causing us suffering by talking.
The same language that they use about animals is what I feel about procreation. I believe procreation is rape, procreation is murder, and they're so specious. They don't care about humans.
Hold on.
They want me to apologize, but they don't. I think she should apologize for
Okay,
imposing
hold on.
life
No,
onto her
question. I
child.
have a sincere question. Are you vegan? I'm just curious.
No, I'm anti-vegan.
Okay, so
Okay,
here's
so
the
he's a
problem
retard.
that you're. Hold up. Here's the problem when I hear this, Gary. You're anti-human. I'm not going to listen to you. I need to care about humans. How come I have to care about humans, but you don't have to care about animals?
Because you don't. Let me just
Hold
say
up,
something.
but listen, but I don't violate human beings with my misanthropy.
No,
You violate
let me
animals
finish.
with your speciesism.
Because I had a discussion with Vegan Gaines several months ago where I told him that I would go plant-based if he endorsed antinatalism on his channel. He rejected my offer. He refused
You
to
wouldn't
endorse
go. Yeah,
antinatalism,
bullshit.
but he still wanted me to go vegan. He wanted to extract. No, it's going to go both ways. If you want something from me, then I want something from you. And
But wait a
vegans
second. We have to
overall
make a
do
deal?
not support antinatalism. So if you're not going to support my cause, I'm not going to support yours.
This is
Okay,
like
so
negotiating
first
with
of all,
terrorists.
I support your cause. I don't think humans should be procreating.
Are you an antinatalist?
I am. I'm 55
Great,
years
great.
old. I have
Okay, how
I
about
have not
this?
procreated. But listen, but why should there have to be a deal struck for you not to oppress animals? Isn't that a little unfair?
Because I'm a consequentialist. Vegans have the numbers and compared to antinatalists, and I want them to support my cause, but they don't do it. Like you have somebody on this panel who has children, or at least one child, and she's completely unapologetic about it. Yet she thinks that those who consume their natural diet should apologize
Okay,
for it.
how about
If
this?
she's not
I'll
going to
make you a deal.
apologize, then I'm not going to
I'll make
apologize.
you a
All right,
deal.
but hold up. Don't
Wait,
you
wait,
shouldn't
wait,
base
wait.
you shouldn't base your ethical system on what other people are doing.
But I
You
don't agree
can't
with it, though. I don't
wait, you
agree with
think hold up. Do
veganism.
you think okay, who owns a cow's baby? You or the cow?
That's not even the point because we don't
Wait, that
even.
is the
Let,
point.
no,
That
let me
right now
finish.
human
Let me
beings.
finish. You said I had 3 minutes, and somebody's going to speak.
You
I
actually
thought we were discussing.
you have spoken for 3 minutes, but I'm going to let it go longer. But Gary has to rebut to what you said.
You can't possibly think that you own the babies of animals, and that is the root problem. Humans think that they own animals and everything that comes out of them. They think that their flesh belongs to humans, so you can have a sandwich. Where's the justice in that? Where's the logic? Where's the empathy?
I wish you would let me finish because I'm going to get off here. But my point is that we don't even own our own lives. You think that humans own their babies? No, they don't. Their babies are owned by the state. We don't own our lives. We don't own our bodies. The state can trump any decision you want to make about your own life,
Give
about
your
your own
ass
body.
a chance, LA. Give your
Yeah,
ass a
but
chance.
dude, there are no human baby slaughterhouses. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
like
We
That's
don't
not.
use human babies in vivisection experiments. We don't make human babies entertain us in circuses and rodeos and zoos. We don't put them on display. We do all of this to the animal kingdom because humans think they're superior. And you should not be basing what you know to be true, and don't tell me that you believe that human beings own fucking animals and their babies. That is completely psychotic and insane. Where's your
And,
logic? How am I supposed to take this conversation seriously when you're absolutely speaking absurdities? It's
Hey,
not
Animals have
fair.
life abolitionism.
animals have the right to die. Humans do not. The state will force
What?
women to have. The state will force
this
women
guy's
to
a
have
joke.
children against their will by taking away their abortion rights.
Okay,
So
wait
they're
a minute.
just a
Hold
bunch
on,
of
wait. Animals do not have the cognitive ability to say, "Oh, please kill me now." Okay, that's not how it works. You say they have the right to die. No, certain animals are given palliative care. They're given mercy killing to put them out of their misery but only when certain compassionate humans can make that connection. Oh, this animal's suffering.
I don't know. Maybe LA. Can you speak chimp? Is that what you're trying to tell
Hey,
us?
so life
But
abolitionism.
40
You wanted
billion
help committing
chickens on this planet
self-euthanasia,
are
right?
murdered and they don't want to die. Did you ever realize that the animals that you are eating and wearing and thinking it's okay to research on, they don't want to be murdered. They don't want to be enslaved. They don't want to be locked up in a fucking building and not have sunlight and not have grass under their feet.
But
But
you're not
because of
addressing the
your
root cause.
lifestyle,
Hey,
because of your belief system, they're forced into
so
that.
life
You're not
abolitionism.
addressing the
You
root
don't
cause.
want to live, right?
The only
The
reason
root
those
cause
animals are
is you want to
suffering.
eat flesh.
Hey, life
You're not
abolitionism. You
addressing the
don't want
root
to
cause.
live,
Those
right?
animals would not suffer if humans didn't exist.
Yeah, so life abolitionism. You don't want to live, right?
Careful now.
This
watch
answer
what-
question.
watch
I
what
mean,
we
I
say.
debated him
Watch your
before.
points.
You still have the position that you don't want to live, right?
The toxic
Just get to
shit
your
from the
point. I'm
center
not doing
circle
a lead up.
DNW is gonna
He's
fucking
lived
murder your
longer.
channel.
He's lived longer than saying this than many people
But
have
listen,
lived.
dead
without saying it.
humans equals live animals, so I'm all for all human beings who want
Yeah.
to end their
So
lives.
yeah. So
So,
life
okay,
abolitionism. You don't want
great.
to live, right? You said that in our last
You know
debate.
what? I'm going to work with Gary because he's more reasonable. I tried to
This
appeal
guy's a
to you, but
retard.
you rejected my offer.
Yeah. So by the
you
way,
don't care about humans.
this guy has said that he doesn't want to live and life is just torture.
I
Okay.
never.
Well, I'll help you. I'll help you with that.
All right, hey guys,
I'd be
we
more
gotta-
than
we gotta
happy.
be
You
careful.
said
Guys, we have
that
to
I
be
should
careful.
tow over the Corolla myself.
Look,
I'm gonna
we
bring
have
this
to be
back.
careful.
No, I can help you with that.
Axel,
Well, do
please,
it. Do
please.
it.
Yeah.
Save
Well,
us.
tell me where
Do
you
it,
live.
Vegan Gang.
Tell me
Yeah,
where you
yeah,
live. We
yeah,
can meet
yeah,
up. I can help you with
yeah,
that.
Actually do that though.
All right,
Hold on,
guys,
hold
guys,
on.
guys. We can't be talking about that.
No, we can't be talking about that. And by the way, I still stand by it. LA has been talking about this wanting to go longer than a lot of people have lived. So that's saying something. Axel, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, you mentioned that children are owned by the state. Children are not owned by parents or the state. They are legal persons in their own right. They can decide if they don't want to live with their parents if they're being abused. They can decide whether the state ask them if they are in an unhealthy situation. Like, they can report their parents. They decide what they want. Like, parents have custody. Foster parents have custody. It's not that there's no ownership of children. There is ownership of animals, though, and we shouldn't. That's what the problem is that there is no legal personhood, which the legal definition of personhood is an entity with rights and responsibilities. Animals are not persons only by a legal standpoint. Like, they should be a person to where they have the right to autonomy, where else just like children are legal persons, they do have the right to autonomy. They do have the right to decide if their parents are not fit to take care of them, their foster parents are not fit to take care of them. They have the right to decide that. I just wanted to mention that because, and then I just went all over the place. But yeah,
I want to jump in real quick and just say, in about 10 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes, James Aspey will be joining us, and we're going to be moving into an interview with him. So you have everyone, and Gary, you're more than welcome to stay on. If you feel like it. Although I know these are. It's been a long time for you, but either way, we love having you here. But just everybody get in your questions now if it's directed towards Gary, because we're going to be moving to the James Aspey interview soon.
I have a question, Gary. Maybe you've talked about this already, but I want to hear your opinion on so many animal rights activists putting their time and effort into these cage-free campaigns.
I don't like it. I don't like any welfare campaigns. It doesn't make anything better for the animals. All it does is make the meat, dairy, and egg eater have a clearer conscience. And I think it stunts the progress of animal liberation. I've never supported any welfare campaign in 30 years. I remember back in 2000, Florida was in the process of banning gestation crates for pigs. I was the only activist condemning it. And I spoke in Florida every semester, UCF, University of Florida, Rollins College. And after they passed it, by the way, they banned it, I went back next semester. I asked everybody if they were still eating pigs, and they all were. And I said, yeah, but they banned gestation crates. And they said, yeah, now we can eat them because everything's better. So here's in the simplest of terms, if you go to the table to broker a deal and you ask for bigger cages or you ask for no gestation crates and you get it, so what? You're supposed to come back next year and say, well, wait, now we want you to stop killing. Because if I were them, I'd say, fuck you. I just did what you said. You just said bigger cages and no gestation crates. Get the hell out of here. I think you should ask for what we really want, and that's abolition. Now, I am a reasonable person. I'll take reduction. If people listen, I've thought about these things. Welfare is not a reduction, but if you convinced America to only kill 5 billion chickens next year instead of 9 billion, I'd be like, okay, all right. That's still progress. Now, that's not what I want in the long run, but that would be progress. Getting bigger cages is not progress.
Well, I just want to play devil's advocate here, which I think that I personally feel like what you're saying, Gary, might be an oversimplification of the issue, in that the welfare, my understanding is that the welfare campaigns, they gum up the system. So, and I might be wrong about this, but it costs them a lot more money to implement those things, right? It drives, and which creates, if they were to actually implement that, it would drive up the price of the product a lot. And it also creates this thing that shows that it creates more of the conscience around animals and saying animals do matter. We do. Now, I know it's not exactly what we want, but it's kind of like the step closer to what we want, which in a way we need to take a lot of these smaller steps to walk the whole path, right? I might be
disagree
wrong. I'm open to
wholeheartedly.
being wrong about that, but I do wanted to say it from that perspective because I have friends that work on these campaigns, and I know. Go ahead. Can you hear me now?
Thing turned off again.
Okay. Yeah, I just say I think the main idea is that it gums up the system. It makes it harder for them to produce the product.
When it's a certain
Well, I
ask,
think it's just it's a concrete ideology, and that kind of like negates the ideology of just like, okay, just vegan, and that just going cage free, it just goes straight against that. Like,
well, I think it's a long game, and I think it's a strategy, and I think
But
people
that's
don't realize.
noodles. That's not the good long game. It's a bad long game. Again, you think that it's doing everything you said. It's doing the exact opposite. It's making people who eat animals more entrenched because they think things are okay now. And if it did work, listen, it's not that I prevent welfare campaigns from happening. They've been happening for decades, and look where we're at. I'm telling you,
Do
look
you
at
feel
the
like it
empirical
hasn't got
evidence.
us? Do you feel like
No.
it hasn't got us any closer?
No closer.
In terms of bringing awareness to animals and making
No.
people have more empathy for animals.
No, none. But I'll tell you what has worked is all of our real vegan activism. AV has made it work. My lectures have made it work. Shannon's work, Vegan Gains, Rafaela, the crews,
Well,
everybody
we
around the
can
world
say-
preaching veganism. This is what makes people listen.
To a certain
what
degree, we
changes
know,
people.
right? To a certain degree, we know because, like, we can see this anecdotal evidence. But I guess the real question is, where are the hard stats? Now, I think to your point. Hold on one second, Shannon. I just want to land this plane. To your point, I would like to see more hard stats from the people working on the welfare campaigns. Like, for example, I just want to say, for example, with the anti-fur stuff, I have seen those people present me like real information, real things where they're like, you see, after these companies stopped selling fur and this fur farm was knocked out, like, this is actually about how many animals are not being murdered anymore, right?
Okay,
So
but
we
those
see,
are
okay,
abolition
that's real
campaigns.
consequences. With the welfare campaigns, you might be right. I haven't necessarily seen the hard evidence. For us, for outreachers, for people who talk to people, we have strong anecdotal evidence, but we know that that's not really the strongest evidence to use. We want to see more like, how can we measure this versus that? That's what I wanted to know.
I mean, most of these companies don't even do what they say they're going to do in the first place. So it's just a boost for them. It's like an advertisement almost, especially with this cage-free bullshit. It is literally people going out in anti-fur style fashion, screaming that we want cage-free eggs. And they look to the average person a bit unhinged at times. So to see people acting that way, so worked up, so riled up, screaming in favor of cage free, and like, what does it cost more to get rid of cages? Like, it's traded suffering. Now, I've put a lot of thought into this. I actually talked to James about it like probably 8 or 9 years ago in depth, and he made a really good point one time. Like, I think it was like, if your neighbor had a dog and they had them in a cage all day every day and they beat them, like, yeah, it would be better if you could convince them to at least not beat them, but it would still be horrible to be in the cage all day, but it would be slightly better for that individual. So like with some of these campaigns, if they're done strategically, maybe they could make sense with the hitting them where it hurts with money. Like Evan and I participated in the 88% campaign back in the day when chickens were 88% instead of 95% of the land animals in the US being killed. And it was aimed at Darden. And the signs that we had didn't say the specific ask. It just looked like a bunch of people standing up for animals. So people driving by, that's what they saw. but the company knew what the ask was because of the manner that it was done. So something like that could maybe make some sense to me, but this cage-free stuff and all the energy and all the focus, I'm like so depressed watching all these activists that have been trained and mobilized turning their attention towards this instead of something like the dairy industry. Like it's just crazy. It's so fucking upsetting, and I'm so glad PETA took a stance about it. But there's so many people that hate on PETA within the movement, which is pathetic. And so like it's a big mess right now, and you've got effective altruism money funding all these campaigns. It's disgusting.
Wait, you said PETA took a stance against what exactly?
The cage campaigns.
Okay, yeah. So
did a whole white paper on it.
has PETA in recent years, have they sort of have switched their messaging? Because I remember when I first went vegan, they had on PETA 2, they were praising Temple Grandin.
Okay.
Now they've completely it's weird because people that work for PETA kind of act, and I'm not dissing PETA. I like PETA. I've done work with PETA, okay? But I just do want to point out that there was sort of a 180 they did on certain things. Like now they're a liberation group, which they say they always have been, but they were praising Temple Grandin at one point.
When I was a kid, a lot of their messaging said go vegetarian, but like times are changing, and people and nonprofits, they evolve and they get more strategic and they realize what's not working and what might and what is. So
well, that's good. That's good then.
And by the way, whatever money it might cost the meat, dairy, and egg industry to implement whatever welfare demands, it's negligible. They make billions and trillions of dollars anyways. Who cares if they make $1 billion less when they're making $900 billion? Who cares? It's like trying to hurt Bill Gates by taking away $1 billion, or Elon Musk. Who cares? He laughs at it.
If Marriott goes cage-free, they're going to put it on every menu. And now every person that looks at that menu, whether they order the cage-free eggs or not, they're going to see that boosting all cage-free eggs. And then they're going to end up having to pay more at Marriott for the cage-free eggs. Marriott's going to maybe pay slightly more, a little bit. It's going to make all of them more money. The restaurants, the hotels, corporations enslaving the animals. It is like literally in my eyes, it's the worst thing in the movement right now, with so many hardcore activists dedicating their time towards it. I'm so disappointed.
Welfare doesn't bring us closer. It doesn't bring us closer to liberation. It puts us further away from it.
And Emily,
can I give you an idea, Gary?
Did a great interview a while back for AAC, which was AAM at the time, and she explained she thoroughly researches, and she explained that all these different laws that have been put into effect don't even get enforced. Corporations make promises, they don't do it. That's why ICAW exists, is because all the promises that were made to the Humane League or MFA 10 years ago, none of them held to it. So it's like a weird vendetta. It's weird. I don't like it. I'm disappointed by it. I'm done.
Can I give you an idea, Gary? So I've been listening. It's about some food history, about how it's marketing about food. See, potatoes first introduced to Europe. This is their history. They were not famous. They were not. They were actually not even something desired by the common people. So he came up with a plan. He planted it in the royal garden, bunch of potatoes, and he set up a garden to make it look like they're valuable when they're not. Guess what happened? The people started stealing it. They thought the potatoes were valuable, and then they started eating potatoes more. And this is why potatoes expanded so much, because he made it look like it was a food the royals were eating. So the people followed the trendsetters. So it's all about, if you really want your movement to get up, here's another way. So Muslims spread halal from restaurant to restaurant and chain to chain, right? You could set up like a hybrid system like the fucking car companies did, pardon my language, because they're like electric and gas. You have some companies who only sell meat. You could make inroads if you kind of like introduce some sort of hybrid system of veganism into the meat section of the market. But that depends. I'm not talking about synthetic meat or anything. This is all marketing. So if you look at the notion of potatoes, nobody wanted it. And this is the thing. A lot of people, they don't want veganism. So my idea to you, you need to make it look like it's a trend, something worth to people because people are people, right? They're gonna people, and only because he set up a guard. This is like Napoleonic era days, bro. He had them guard that little royal garden. He knew it was explicitly planned so that the poor of the city would steal the potatoes and then it would go viral. It wasn't like it is a royal food. And the thing is, the same thing with you know how they used to get their fucked up teeth on boats back in the exploration age, scurvy. See, they were eating what's that German food again? I used it so much. It's like pickled and stuff like that. It's to stop scurvy. Anyway, only the officers were eating scurvy.
Sauerkraut.
That's what it is. He knows the history. The Dutch were eating
It's just they
sauerkraut.
call German sailors krauts. Yeah.
Right. So the main people of the Navy didn't want to eat it, but the officers knew they had to avoid scurvy problems. So they explicitly ate the sauerkraut on deck, all fancy and all that stuff, like dun, da, 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 da. And it made the rest of the entire crew be like, oh, maybe this sauerkraut's the stuff. The officers committed to an illusion to make their men follow a health protocol, and they of their own consent they chose to eat sauerkraut because they thought it was fancy.
What you're saying is we need cool influencers. Haven't we got them? I mean, look at Gary, look at Vegan Gains here, look at Noodles. I mean, we know that.
And not only that, yeah, there are tons of vegan celebrities. That's why I do think that their voice is important. I thought it was important what Billie Eilish did when she told people that they couldn't love animals and eat them, and she shared slaughterhouse footage. I thought that was amazing. And there are companies, tons of companies do own vegan brands, even though they also do meat brands. And most restaurants nowadays do have a vegan menu. This is all that stuff.
This is
all
true.
that stuff is happening, and it's still not enough because humans are just selfish and stubborn, and they hate change. I mean, let's listen. Let's just quickly use a human rights issue. Why did it take 400 years in America to convince white people not to own black people? If people are so logical and so caring and so loving, why 400 years? Because we aren't as caring as everybody thinks. We are stubborn and selfish, and the victims always have to wait and beg the oppressor for them to stop oppressing them. And it's this is the main problem, right? Is that you have to beg the oppressors, the enslavers, and the murderers not to do those evil things. And
So is that your PR campaign? Like the potato thing and the Navy officers thing. What is your PR to get people to become a vegan? Because the officers did the thing with sauerkraut, and they also did the thing with potatoes.
Yeah, listen, the things are out there. My lecture tour was I did what I can do. That's all I can do. And people say I've converted more than 1 million people worldwide. I've done a lot just by telling people the truth, what's going on, by challenging their preconceived notions, by explaining speciesism, by explaining that when you were younger, yeah, you used to scream and cry if somebody was mean to an animal in front of you. So what the hell happened along the way? How did you go from caring about animals to not giving a shit? And trying to explain that religion is full of shit. Trying to explain that your parents and the government and media they're all full of shit. They're all just reiterating all the lies that they were told.
I just
or
don't
that
think
they
I
benefit
don't
from.
think trends is the right word to use for this. Like, I mean,
Yeah. Can I bring up one more notion? Because with what you just said, what
Very
if there's
briefly,
somebody?
because we're gonna James.
Yes,
is
so
gonna
it'll be
hopping
brief.
on soon.
It'll be very brief. So what if somebody is spiritual and religious, is also an animal rescue, but also eats like beef and stuff? That would be exactly me. Because I had to save dogs when I was in animal rescue growing up, right? They were going to blow out the brains of a little black pug at a puppy mill if we didn't give them $200, right?
Okay,
and it was
so then my
complicated.
question-
So I understand animal rescue, right?
So my
but I
question
also
then,
eat
why
meat.
do you feel so strongly about helping dogs and not helping cows and pigs? Because besides
Dogs are not
size, shape,
food,
and
dude.
see, so there's
Dogs are not
you have a
food.
preconceived note. Well, they are in some people, but that this is the problem that you don't see a cow as a cow. You see a cow as a steak, a hamburger, or a pair of shoes. You don't look at chickens as chickens anymore. All you see is a bucket of wings. That's speciesism. Actually, that's the purest form of racism. Human race versus the animal race. And you can't possibly tell me with a straight face that you think that that's justified or logical. Why do you care so much about dogs and not cows and pigs? And why do you view them as food? They don't view themselves as food.
Well, look, like I'm pretty big on that. Here's a bit of my background: animal rescue, dog rescue, cat rescue, bunny rescue, as well as like into animal conservationism. I like the hunter style. Okay, I really do, and I don't like hunting for trophies. If I do get there, I like fishing. If you could potentially convince me to become a pescatarian, I have been eating more nuts and more things that come from the earth and earthy compounds because obviously I need to be a little more healthier. But here's the notion I provide though: like, sure. I'm a man of faith. I want to help animals, but like the thing is, I know you may have issues with some of those standpoints, but where could I actually work with you on like helping animals? I know you're going to be like, well, what about the chicken? What about the cow and all that? So like, we're there, right? You're not going to convince me in any way to not eat a burger or my eggs or my cheese or stuff like that. You could potentially get me to become a pescatarian, fish and then fruit and vegetarian stuff. That's potential, but I will not remove meat from my intake.
Well, you're not worth talking to.
So then what do you
don't
want me to
care.
say?
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
This little girl was in the
Guys, I need to go. Unfortunately, I will be listening, but you're in the hands of Noodles and Vegan Gains. I believe is co-hosting the Fine Gnosis show on his channel as well. Gary, thank you so much for being here, brother. It's been a real honor to have you here, and you've done a mighty fine job. It's been great to listen to you. And I hope I didn't scare him away, but I suppose he'll come back.
Hold on one second,
obviously-
W.
Okay, he's come back. He's come back.
Yeah, hold on one second. We're about to go and have James join us. He's backstage. So I want to thank Gary. Gary, you're more than welcome to stay. I would love for you to stay. And do what you got to do. Thank you to our guests who came on to talk to Gary. And thank you for my other co-hosts here, Vegan Gains and Shannon. Please feel free to stay on with us for the James interview. I'm going to
cut off again.
I
gotta split.
Okay.
Peace out.
Thanks,
Take
Gary.
care, Gary.
Cheers,
Gary.
brother. We'll be in touch.
Hey, Gary, I have one.
Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
All right.
Yo.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yo, we have Jimmy Cash.
What an
in the
intro.
house.
Damn, I want to find that Gnosis, man.
Give it to us. Give it to us.
Oh, you tell me. You sound like you're the one with the intro, bro. I'm sure you got something wise, if you're going to make something like all that.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I want to start at the beginning, James. Should I call you Jimmy or James?
Jimmy's good, bro.
Okay, Jimmy. I want to start at the beginning. You, like Gary, you made a big wave in animal rights, okay? And there's not one animal rights activist I know who hasn't heard of you. A lot of them have come to see you when you've toured through America or through Europe. I believe you have been on some talk shows or on the news. Am I mistaken about that? Yeah, you've done a lot of media. When you were a kid, were you like this? what were you like as a child?
Yeah. First of all, what's up, everybody? Vegan Gang, Shannon, and Axel, all-star lineup. Yeah, man. So when I was a kid, I was in some ways this way inclined, and in some ways very much not. So I was, I had a lot of friends. I'd move in between groups a lot. I found like I was somebody who could kind of relate with a wide range of people, and sort of be friends with a wide range of people. But the thing that wasn't really very much me that is these days is I didn't like to do things to get people offside. I didn't like to sort of, push people very hard. I just wanted to keep the peace, and at that time it seemed like keeping the peace was different to what it is now. Now I think that keeping the peace involves a certain amount of conflict and this and that, because a lot of people are doing some really fucked up shit. But yeah, growing up, man, it's funny you mentioned Gary. Gary was a massive inspiration to me. After seeing Earthlings, he was the guy who I heard the vegan message from. And he was doing speeches, and when I found out about Gary, I was planning my year-long vow of silence. When I finished the vow of silence, I was thinking maybe I should do what Gary did. He went around, gave a bunch of speeches about his story and what he thinks on things. And when I was growing up, that was I was known for how bad I was at public speaking. It was I just got so nervous. I couldn't. It's funny because I could just flow into any chat, but when it was something structured and there was things I wanted to say, I was just really bad at it. So yeah, man, in some ways I was, the reason I got into animal rights eventually was partly because I felt like there was a space for somebody like me, who really wasn't a very activist looking kind of person.
You mean a Chad?
No, I mean like more like an Aussie, surfy, laid back. It's sort of like the opposite of animal rights.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
like I was a very laid back guy, and so I felt like there's a space here for someone like me. I've been a personal trainer many years. What I have become good at is helping people.
You're approachable. That's the thing. People like you. They like you're charismatic. Obviously, you're easy on the eyes. It's a good look for animal rights, right?
Yeah, I felt it was more specifically about. I saw a lot of people wanting to, do some of the things I do now, where I was much more about educate, encourage, and inspire, and I felt like that was sort of a bit missing from the movement. Like it was like if I was a personal trainer trying to get people to change by calling them fat, maybe it would have worked for some people, but over the years being a personal trainer, it didn't feel like that was maybe the best approach, or at least there was room for other things. So I just sort of felt like I'll come in and try other things, and I had a lot of great success. And I think for the people that were paying attention to me, I know because a lot of the messages I got over the years were people saying, wow, I really never tried it like this. I never, just tried to sit down and have a genuine conversation with my friends and family in a very encouraging, loving way. Before I was sort of angry and this and that. And yeah, I think people got a great benefit from seeing it be effective without you having to push people away or like pushing people close to you away.
So, okay. So see, and that seems a little, when you say push away, I guess that can be kind of vague to some people when you say that, because for example, well, we got Vegan Gains here. He takes a very militant approach. We had Gary Yourofsky, no nonsense kind of guy, right? And
yeah.
By the way, are you a Gary? You might have just said this and I missed it. Are you a Gary vegan, or did you go vegan because you saw his speech?
I am.
Okay.
I knew I needed to. I think like sort of, and then Gary's speech made me realize, oh yeah, this is what I'm looking for. This is putting it all together in a package. Veganism. Got it.
So how does that so when you're talking about this softer approach, this more sort of, meeting people where they're at and kind of trying to be more compassionate towards them.
Yeah.
How has that worked out compared to, say, the more militant aspect of animal rights?
I think that it was highly effective. I
For
think it was
you?
highly effective. For me, I was
Yeah.
highly effective in that
Yeah.
approach. And I know a lot of people were after seeing it done and trying it. It's about like hate the sin, love the sinner kind of energy, like it's not vegans versus meat eaters, it's people versus the brainwashing, people versus the conditioning kind of thing. And it was highly effective, except I think something that happened, about 4 years ago now is I was still seeing people, sort of distant family, some friends who I knew had seen every post of mine for many years and still hadn't changed, and I know they knew. I've had conversations with them. I know they've seen all my vids. And that's when I realized, fuck, this isn't enough. There should be no approach that takes 8 to 10 years for somebody to change. And if they've seen all my shit and they still don't feel any urgency here, then I'm doing something, I could be doing more. Or I got to change it up and at least try other things. And that's when I decided to just really come from a place of honesty. That's what I feel like has changed with me now. Before, I was trying to be strategic with what I felt would be the smartest thing to say to people. And then, whether this is backed by, science or not, because I know, like, sometimes it freaks me out. I think, man, I know some people say that this isn't the best way to do this and shit. And I have had success the other way. But I felt like what was missing from my approach back then was, even though I was trying to be honest, if your expressions, if your behavior isn't really matching the severity of the situation, then it just isn't congruent. It isn't honest. Like, in your head, you're like, you fucking psychopath. What is wrong with you? Like, I feel like I need to slap the shit out of you until you realize what you're doing is psychotic. In your head, but in real life, I would be like, yeah, it takes time, man. Shake your hand, like, think about it, this kind of thing. And I just went all in on honesty and just sort of trying to be as close to how I would really respond, without trying to play games with people.
So you just mentioned that word psychopath. That just made me think of your song. It just instantly brought me there. But yeah, because I've been watching some clips from your live streams recently, and you do seem to take a more no nonsense kind of approach, which sort of seems like it. What you're saying is it's a change from the approach that you used to take. Now, okay, moving forward from when you were a kid to well, when did you go vegan, by the way?
It was 12 years ago, coming up in January.
Okay. So, when you were in high school, did you have any of these feelings? Were you ever confronted with it? Because, like, when I was in high school, it's funny, and this must have had an effect on me. The kids I sat with at lunch, 2 or 3 of them were vegan, but they were
really?
they
Wow.
were like hardcore. They were hardcore punk rocker
Yeah.
vegans, right?
Yeah, I
And they
get you.
never preached it, never. But I did know about it because I remember, like, I offered some food to one of them once. And they're like, "Oh, I don't eat that shit."
Yeah.
But they never like preached it, but they I knew it. And the thing is, I probably would have been brought to it sooner, but they were part of, like, the cool kids clique, which I didn't. I got to sit with them at lunch, but I was never like really invited in, right? So
Gotcha.
yeah, in high school or in college, where was that? When was it presented to you?
Yeah, different things happened over the years, like, I got one story where I was down the bush with my friend, high school buddy, right? We were down the bush and blazed a bit of weed, looking for water holes to swim in and stuff. And he's from Cairns, the north part of Australia. So he's been around a lot of Indigenous Australians. And, he's like, hey, if we find a goanna, which is a massive, massive, strong lizard with massive claws kind of thing. If we find a goanna, do you want to eat it? And I was like, well, we're going to eat an animal anyway. So yeah, I guess. I mean, what's the difference? If we kill it or somebody else kills it, it's kind of the first time I ever remember thinking about it. And I'm also thinking there's no way we're going to find a fucking goanna, dude. So sure, whatever. And then he's hunting through the bush and he finds a goanna. And we chase a goanna up a tree. And we're throwing massive fucking rocks at this goanna, trying to kill this goanna. It's stuck up a tree, dude. Like, anyway, after a while, we sort of felt like maybe this is fucked up. So we called a couple of mates who we thought would be chill with it because they're, you know, hunting and fishing and all that. And we're like, hey, yeah, we got this goanna up a tree, you know, we're throwing rocks. And they were like, fuck that, don't do that. It's sort of mean. And I just felt like they were being hypocrites, but I also, yeah, I was starting to feel like kind of off the idea of carrying this body up from the bush that we just killed, you know? Anyway, so we threw a bunch more rocks. We were like, we'll throw 10 more rocks and we didn't hit it. And then we're like, all right, let's just fucking leave and we'll go. And then I had this nightmare that night that I was on this tropical kind of island. I was running around looking for my daughter who'd been taken. There were all these indigenous people smacking me with sticks. I was in the middle of this circle. And then, you know, I'm trying to get my daughter out of this big warehouse where everybody's sharpening pencils with electric pencil sharpeners. I get her out. I'm like, thank God we're out. And then someone came and stabbed her in the chest from out of nowhere. It's a dream I'll never forget. And I always, you know, it was a crazy thing because after that, I just thought, whoa, it's like I was sort of tapped into, you know, this killing is wrong, you know, and like it felt like I was getting karma from trying to kill this animal earlier in the day. And then I had the same thing as you. I had a couple of homies who were vegan, super vegan, still vegan, but I didn't know what it was, and they never explained it to me. And I remember when I went vegan years later, because of them, partly, I'm saying you guys are like the first time I ever heard the word vegan, and and we're talking about it in front of this girl's parents. So she's been vegan all these years, right? And exactly the same. I'm explaining it, and then her dad's like, "Oh, it's about animals. I didn't even know that." I'm like, "Yeah, it's about animal rights and not slaughtering and slavery and shit, you know." And I found it really interesting that just like with me, she didn't even explain it to him. They were just doing their thing, you know, leading by example. So yeah, it wasn't, they were really kind of quiet in that way. It's not for everyone, I guess, to feel the urge to say it. You know, some people just want to live it and show how it's done. And that worked for me in some way. But yeah, after some time, like I was, again, I just thought I could be useful here. Like I'm influential with the people I know, with the people I work with, whereas they might not have felt so much that way inclined, I guess.
Well, I mean, either way, it was a part of the puzzle, I think, that brought you here. So I would say that Gary's speech was my catalyst, but it was like you, I had to go looking for it. So when did you decide to go look for it?
Yeah, I very much had to look for it. I didn't know anything like Gary's speech really existed. And I didn't know much about vegans except for these guys who were into the punk rock scene. So I, you know, I had that experience with the goanna, and I still ate meat for years, you know, every meal. And then years later, I was working on a cruise ship where it was all you can eat meat every meal. So I was initially in heaven with it, you know, and then soon later, I meet a guy who's an Indian guy, believes in karma and stuff. And he said that it's bad karma to eat animals. And I just was intrigued by the idea of it. You know, I thought maybe there's some way I can get some benefit to myself here. You know, I'll look into it. And then I read this book called Healing with Whole Foods, which is a big sort of encyclopedia type book. It's got all the different sicknesses, you know, common sicknesses people get, different diseases. And it kept coming back to eat a whole foods, plant-based diet, even though it wasn't a vegan book. And as a personal trainer, I was interested by that to want to, you know, encourage my clients and help them more potentially. And my mum, who had always been on high blood pressure pills, I was, you know, getting excited by the prospect that I could actually be a better personal trainer. And yeah, and that's when I saw Earthlings and saw that a lot of people's reasoning for being vegetarian was animal rights and what happens. And then I saw the slaughter, which I'd seen once before, but I didn't care because I thought we needed to eat animals to be healthy. So seeing it again with this new realization that we can cure a lot of diseases by not eating animals, and yet we're doing this to them. Nothing here is making any fucking sense. And I just couldn't believe that I was seeing this, you know? I couldn't believe that I was like putting these pieces of a puzzle together as someone who didn't give a fuck about animals, you know, when nobody else, I'm like, wait a second, you guys, all my whole life, I know you've been an animal lover, right? That's what you've already told me. And now I'm telling you about what's going on, and you're like, don't tell me, I don't want to hear that shit. And yeah, it just all felt really weird that, because I never see myself as somebody exceptionally compassionate or intelligent, just pretty, normal. But that's when I started realizing, what the fuck? Like, people don't want to change. When I put these pieces of the puzzles together, I wanted to change pretty fast. Like, it just made sense.
What do you think? What do you think it is that about your mind? Like, what do you think it is that separated you, that made you someone that wants to change and them not?
Yeah, probably a lot of little things. I guess I really went into the health side of it. So I felt very convinced that you can be healthy without eating animal products. And I think that's a huge initial sticking point for people. They just always believe you need meat for protein and dairy for calcium, eggs for omegas, all that kind of shit. So I think that was already a solid base there for me. And yeah, I think because again, I went straight to Earthlings, you pretty much forget about humane slaughter and humane ways of doing things when you see a couple of hours footage of what happens.
I mean, I always say, if anyone can watch like Earthlings or Dominion and not be vegan afterwards, they are a psychopath. It's just gotta be what it is. So
They're
speaking of
acting like it,
psychopaths,
at least.
you have a new single out, right? Is this your first rap song ever?
First rap
I want to
song
know
ever, yeah.
Okay, and is it your first song ever? Have you released any music before?
No, I never released a song before. The whole process was brand new, bro. Yeah.
Okay, and what made you decide to get into music? What was that always an interest, or?
Nah, not at all. Not at all. I always loved rap ever since I was like 10, gangster rap, and I considered starting rapping once or twice throughout my years. I did write a little bit of this and that, but I felt like I didn't really have much to rap about, So I just it just didn't really flow so much. And as I said, I had the realization that people will need more direct honesty. Like at some point, I felt like a lot of people were looking up to me how to talk about this, and I wanted to just be as really honest how I felt about the situation as I could. So that changed. And then it was around the time that COVID was happening. My speeches were canceled. I started writing rhymes. And then I realized, fuck, I can't stop writing rhymes. Like I got the opposite of writer's block. Like I can't stop writing rhymes when I start on this shit. Because there's so much, like there's so much language here. There's so much to rap about. There's so much rhyming words that haven't been connected yet. There's so little big gangster rap music. And I just immediately saw massive potential because, like psychopathic tendencies, for example, if I spent some time on the street with somebody for 5 minutes, calling them a psychopath over and over for 5 minutes, it's probably not going to go down very well. But if you watch the video of the YouTube reactors reacting to my song, you'll see that they are very intrigued and, they're like, fuck, all right, stop calling me a psychopath, bro. But it's pretty laid back, and ultimately
you're attaching the music creates the emotion that they attach to the message, right? So I want to play. I'm gonna play a little bit of that song if you don't mind.
Yeah, bro, go for it.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Psychopaths everywhere.
Imagine being inside my mind, seeing slaughter all the time. People smile when they see cows, how cute they say. I see the truth, slaves awaiting their execution day. Whoever ain't vegan needs to play Jimmy Cash right away. Stop fighting horrific cruelty, or you sick flesh-eating freaks. Let your feelings of fucking iron. This is tough love in a battle for heart, attacking the fortress of conditioning built around your heart. Why don't be me? Wake up, shatter your dream. I do it all because I want you on the team. Vegan, 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 gang. Once you woke up the world, you never see the same again. Of course, I can't accept you out of cruelty and death. They revert back to the cold with the green shoes made of skin, corpses on their breath. It is revolting, downright insulting. It's one thing not to know any better, but when you understand the facts, there should be no turning back. Don't you think you sound whack? Like, wow, I had an epiphany. Animals are the same as me, be kind to every kind. Actually, fuck that, I changed my mind. Did you fall and smash a skull? What the fuck is wrong with you? Animal cannibals need a thorough mental health assessment. Dr. Cash, chickadee check, and please. My assessment, psychopathic tendencies. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, do you comprehend the gravity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cash became a say stop being psychopathic. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, where is your humanity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cash became a say stop being psychopaths. Character.
All right. Yeah. Have to figure out how to put everyone back on here. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. That's intense, dude. And you're showing off your personal trainer body too, which is have you? So when did you start lifting? I'm sorry because I got sidetracked. Like I was like, damn, this dude's fit, right?
Thanks, bro. I haven't. Yeah, I started lifting when I was training for my black belt when I was about 15, and I started doing weightlifting then. And I pretty much have a terrible weightlifting career. Like I've just injured myself every year pretty much the whole time, just doing really dumb shit. It's just in the most recent few years that I'm realizing how bad my form was and how bad the way I was doing shit was. I've been in pain for 20 years because of the dumb shit I was doing. So it's interesting, man. Like, there's just something even as simple as that. Like it reminds me of the eating animals shit where it's just mundane shit that you could make little tweaks in that could have such a big difference in your life that, until you know better, you don't know better. And yeah, man. So, I haven't been doing much with weightlifting or anything like that. I just eat good and stay pretty lean with it. But,
Well,
yeah, man,
you maintained the base, but I am I mistaken? You're using steroids, correct?
Yeah, I got down to about 69 kilos at one point when I was suffering really bad physical pain. I just didn't want to eat. I couldn't sleep. I was like going through the worst time ever. And I thought maybe steroids would be a good way to pack some muscle on fast, and maybe it would help me like pull into a better position, better posture kind of thing. So I did a cycle then, and then I did probably 2 more, in the last 4 years, but for probably a year and a half now or something like that, I've just been on a cruise dose. So just getting to the standard range for testosterone. So nothing too fancy.
Gotcha. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking vegan gains has really got my mind in a loop about this stuff. So
if anyone's gonna motivate you, it's Vegan Gains' new fucking body.
I mean, he had an amazing body even before, but it's just
that's what we thought.
No,
we thought it was amazing. Then he showed us what amazing is.
I mean, so
steroids are great.
It does seem.
What
Yeah, they're great. Steroids are great.
Hey, they work, bro.
Yeah.
And they're vegan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you can be pretty, you can be go on some pretty crazy cycles, or you can do some that you're probably going to be pretty fine. So I don't know. I try to steer.
Yeah, you don't need
safe
much.
lane of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would recommend most men, honestly, go to a super physiological range for testosterone. So like try to get to around 2000, as long as you can tolerate it. Start off with a small dose and just gradually titrate up a little bit. I only needed to go on 210 milligrams of testosterone per week. That got me to 2,220 nanograms per deciliter serum testosterone. And I gained 20 pounds of muscle in just 2 months. So you can get a lot from just a small amount of drugs.
Totally, man. Yeah, I think there's a lot of benefits. I think people demonize it a lot, but if you're smart about it and you do things with a decent education about it, then you're probably not going to have problems. But everyone got their own journey. So if you're thinking about it, it's annoying because people are like, oh, they'll look at vegan gains now and be like, look, not natty. Yeah, anyone can do that on steroids, but not many people can do that even on a lot of steroids. What Vegan Gains has done. So
Well, Vegan Gains is also a genetic freak. I mean, I met this dude before he was on steroids, and he had the biggest arms I've ever seen, like in real life. So I think that also people do need to realize that he is gifted. No matter what boost the steroids will give you, there's few people that will be able to look like him. So or you for that matter. I mean, it still takes work. You still have to diet, you still have to but whatever you guys are doing, I think it's good. I think it helps the cause to show, people say, oh, well, I'll say they're vegan and say, oh yeah, but they're on steroids. But you actually, your body, what is it? Isn't it true? Your body goes into protein synthesis more rapidly on steroids. So you need more protein. So it's actually a testament to the fact that you can get as much protein as you need. Am I wrong about? I might be mistaken about that.
I wouldn't say you necessarily need to eat more protein. You could probably benefit from having more if you're on steroids. Yeah, it does increase the duration of muscle protein synthesis after exercise. But yeah, regardless, like if you don't get enough nutrition, you're not going to grow.
So James, I want to get back to your career as an activist. How soon after you went vegan did you get really serious about being an activist to the point where you became a famous vegan activist?
Day one. So a year prior to being vegan, I started a 10-day Vipassana meditation. During that, I had the idea to take a year-long vow of silence. I soon figured out might as well do it for animals because everything that I care about seems to be covered by this. Human health, the environment, not that I cared much about the environment, but, human, like hungry people in the world, so many things covered by whether we enslave and slaughter animals or not. And so I spent the year planning my vow of silence, going around Australia, but when I started my vow of silence was the same day I said, from this moment on, I'll be vegan. Because before that, for example, if something was getting thrown out or whatever, I'd be like, fuck it, I'll eat it. Just a cupcake, got a bit of milk, who cares? But yeah, then I cut that shit out. And so it was first day I went vegan is the day that I started my vow of silence. From there was, in that first year was going into factory farms, busting out animals, getting on the news, visiting sanctuaries, helping the animals there, going to my first activism events, and just sort of, seeing what goes on in the movement kind of thing. And then when I spoke for the first time on TV, then that's when the speeches started. I started getting invited around to talk about the journey.
So sorry, I missed something. Yeah. So you somehow they knew about your vow. How did they find out about the vow of silence?
Because I was posting every day about.
Oh, you were posting. Okay, right.
So yeah, I was posting on Facebook and that, and just saying day 286. Right. Here I am in the world. I'm cycling across Australia now because my van broke down, and I had a bunch, 20-something thousand people following me towards the end, something like that.
Do you think? Okay, now is back before the algorithm switch, which definitely helped a lot. I think with gaining followers, and do you think that someone today could make the same kind of splash, just not talking?
Yeah, probably bigger. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't see why not. Like I did it without videos, so it was all just text blogs. So I think someone, if they wanted, they could do, a year of silence, doing videos, make it more interactive and interesting than what I did. And, probably get a pretty interesting following potentially out of it. I think there's a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, I think especially on TikTok. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a pretty good platform for short form content.
even
and they
though
got
it's run
something
by
good planned for
commies.
the end. You know, for me, it was really all about what happened at the end. And I didn't want to be on that TV show. Like, I was fucking nervous as, you know.
Oh yeah, what show was that?
It was called Sunrise morning TV shows, like the most popular morning show in Australia. So yeah, you know, I just went on because I'd been studying for a year. Like when I was cycling across Australia, I was, you know, listening to audiobooks on abolition versus welfare, and like really getting my head into what's going on with all that kind of stuff in the movement. I didn't realize there was this sort of divide at the start of the year. Towards the end, things changed. But yeah, I think if somebody wanted, I think any kind of big stunt like that, where it's got this payoff at the end, no one had ever heard me speak, and they've been following the journey for all this time. Like, yeah, I think someone could probably do way better, actually.
So okay. So when was your first tour? And was it with any group or was that just you?
No, it was never with any group that I recall. So yeah, it was mainly just I started going to schools around Australia, going to vegan events, you know, getting invitations to speak on the radio, that kind of stuff. And I was just trying to say yes to every opportunity at that point. And then soon later, I went for my first tour, was Scotland. And then, yeah, I did a bunch in the end, you know, like went to a lot of different countries, you know, gave two main speeches, one about becoming vegan, which was more tailored for people who weren't vegan, and then one about using your voice, being someone who is not just a vegan, but trying to encourage others to do the same. And yeah, it was great. You know, I got good at public speaking. I could pretty much, you know, get people giving a standing ovation towards the end in all the speeches, because you just learn after a while. It becomes a bit of a comedy skit. You try some jokes throughout it, then you've got the funny element, so people stay engaged. But obviously there's the very serious element, so people are like thinking about their fucking life. And by the end of a solid hour of you putting all these images into their head, making them ask these challenging questions, you know, you can get a fucking long way with somebody. Like in an argument with somebody, this is again why I went to music. In an argument or a debate with somebody, it's back and forth, back and forth. They're trying to, you know, like make you agree with them. You're trying to do all this. But with speeches or a documentary, they the whole time have to listen to you and what you've got to say. And after a while, it's just, you can't argue with this shit, right? And then same with the music, I felt like I was so over debating this. It felt wrong to debate it. You know, at some point the debate is over, right? That it's done. We've had the debate enough times where we can see that vegans are always right. So we don't need to keep doing that. And that's when I thought music would be good. I can say what I want to say. I can package it in a way that people already love, because gangster rap is the #1 most popular genre of music. I thought it was crazy that we didn't have this base covered when we know musicians are so influential, powerful. You know, these are the type of phrases that get in our head, songs like catchy little tunes, this and that. So I just saw there was so much potential here. And it wasn't that I was a rapper, then I decided to do animal rights rap. It was more like, this makes sense. You know, the maths here, someone should be doing this. And I felt like, yeah, I could cover that base. So then now I did my first song, you know, as we were talking about, and that was a massive learning experience. I got banned off Instagram and hacked on Facebook throughout the process. So I lost all my social media. That's why I went so hard on the music video. And it took a long time to get a completed song. We made the beat out of, you see at the start where it's like it's getting clear into this video of me in a slaughterhouse. And that's where we took the sounds from, that we sampled the sounds to make the beat from that video that we took inside a slaughterhouse. So there was like a lot of shit that went to making what I was trying to make was a competitive song, you know, that was a good standard. I didn't want it to sound like this is this guy's first song, clearly, even though it does, but because it is, you know. But for a first song, I think it's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it is.
And yeah, thanks, brother. And then when it gets to, you know, and I think what was the best telling of that was the reactors' responses to it. You know, they were like, yeah, this is a catchy tune. This is a good beat. This is making me think about life. That's the basis I wanted covered. wasn't expecting anyone to say this is the best fucking rapper on earth right now.
And how old are you?
Message.
If you don't
How old am
mind.
I now?
Yeah.
Now I'm 39. 30.
All right, so this is a very important thing for people to hear. You can start your musical career in your late 30s, hell, in your 40s, you know? And this is one of these things. I'm a musician, I'm an artist, and I've always felt really discouraged actually up until recently, thinking, you know, and anyone who does anything with music, they do it, you know, when they're teenager, early 20s, whatever, that's when they make it, right? Maybe that's true for a lot of people, but it's not the end all be all. And for your very first song, for having not done anything before, it's a very good song, and you have a good flow, and your lyrics are awesome. You know,
lyrically,
yeah.
it's solid. Like lyrically, the song. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, and I agree. You know, I was just like, this makes sense. Someone should do this. I didn't think, well, I'm fucking 39. I was just like, needs to be done. Let's just do this shit. And you know, if people are really doing it mostly younger, then you're just going to appeal to a crowd that probably isn't being reached so much. If people are looking into that age bracket for entertainers and musicians and stuff. But yeah, I mean, like lyrically, it's solid. I think if you listen to Psychopathic Tendencies and you properly listen to the lyrics, it covers pretty much every base that needs to be covered for somebody to change their life, change their perspective on life completely on this issue. And you can't do that with a conversation calling someone a psychopath. Like that's the beauty of rap or just these more creative outlets. You can say shit you wouldn't usually say. You can get away with it. They're expecting controversy. It's a rap song.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a comedian. They have further freedom to express themselves and say the shit that people can't usually say. And when it comes to animal rights, that's so important because we're so used to, myself included, and then in the dairy industry, this happens, and then this happens, and it works. It's great. I'm not saying people shouldn't do it, but we should also utilize this very powerful way of expressing ourselves, music, which gets in people's heads, you know, can become their favorite song. If you remember the lyrics 20 years later, whereas a speech, like it doesn't work like that. So, and then you're getting people to listen to an album. Sorry, but I was just going to say this before.
No, say it. Yeah, go.
Now, it's that like I was banned and hacked, so I went all in on the music video. But now what I'm going to do is release like 10, 11 songs in the album Brainwash Zombies. Release the whole album as, you know, as sound, MP3 kind of thing.
Are you planning? Sorry to cut you off. Are you planning to release all those songs at once?
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say.
Can I
Let me
just
give you my reasoning and then you tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to keep waiting all this time for a music video to be released. I'd rather just be like, bang, here's an hour of what I think about this shit in rap form. You know, this is going to cover a lot of bases. If someone's willing to listen to all of that, they're not going to see life the same after. It's just like watching a documentary, listening to an album versus a 4-minute song. And yeah, I just am tired. Like all my songs are already getting dusty. I have dozens of songs and I have so much more to write and they're just getting dusty already before they even exist. So I just want them out. I want like 30 songs just out, bang, bang, bang. And then I'll start working on the music videos. Because the way I see it, it's a second release. It's like you release once and then you release again.
I need to give you what I feel is very important advice. Now, I'm not saying I know everything, but I have in the past 3 years of being a lot more serious with my musical career, I've been meeting higher up people, higher up producers, and I've learned something about the algorithm. It does not want you to release all that music at once. If you were already an established artist, that is a different story. But it's what I've learned.
Semi-established though, in a different way. Like
you are. That's true.
So
that's true.
I think that's what we got to consider. Like it's a little bit of a unique situation, being someone known first, then branching out into this. So I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree. But the way I see it, well, I'm established enough where I do have over 100,000, couple of 100,000 people following me. And if there's a bit of talk that this is a good album, people should listen to this, then, you know, it might do its job. And if it doesn't, it's still just better than, I want people to have an hour of music to listen to, even if it might not be best for their algorithm.
Hear me out. You have a big following, yes. And so if you release that, you're gonna get a whole lot of streams all at once. Yes, but but here's the issue: if you get 100,000 streams, as soon as you release the album, that's on the whole album. That's on every song that it counts to, right? Then the next week you have 50,000 streams. The next week you have 20,000 streams. You're starting a downtrend, right? Not necessarily saying that's
Could
what's
I,
going to happen. Hold on,
I
Axel. Let me just finish. If you got one song and it gets 1,000 streams the first week, 2,000 the next week, 3,000 the next week, you have an upward trend. The algorithm is actually going to favor the upward trend that has fewer streams on it so far than the song with a shit ton of streams with a downward trend. Now, if you release the songs on streaming platforms once a month, like one song per month, say, right? And that continues the flow of upward trend, right? Now, what you could do is you release one song, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, I know everything, but this is the concept. You release one song per month on the streaming platforms, while on your website you have you offer the ability to download the whole album. That way you feed the algorithm what it wants to keep your music trending. When the music's trending, people are hearing it more, the message is trending. But because they're interested in you, they can go buy the whole album if they want to.
Right. I like that idea. It's like a happy medium. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll give that some thought. Maybe
I'd recommend that too. Usually if you just release content all at once, what'll happen is most people just watch the first video or just listen to the first song, maybe the second, they'll skip over the rest. And then because you have all this content that's being published that isn't really getting viewed, like, again, it's not going to be favorable to the algorithm. They're going to say, oh, people don't really want to watch this. And then you're going to be kind of brushed aside by the algorithm. Whereas, like, just consistently uploading doesn't even have to be once a month. Could be like every 2 weeks or something. Like, it's just a better idea.
That could be a better idea. I hear what you guys are saying. And it's because, like, I have so many songs just waiting that the thought of releasing 10 songs over 10 months seems crazy. I feel like I'm just stifling my creativity by holding on to all these songs that should just be out there.
It doesn't even have to be once a month. Could just be like once every week or something.
A couple of weeks, as you said. That sounds like a pretty good move.
Go ahead, Axel. What do you want to say?
I wanna give both of you guys credit. What Noodles is saying is right, but only for like stream, like YouTube or something. However,
for Spotify, which is Spotify 75% of the game.
Hold on. Well, I would say it's like 40. I would say like Apple Music pays a little bit more and is like a little bit better. And
but in terms of what people are listening to.
Okay, but so each listen for, like, let's say example, like Apple Music, every song that gets a listen, it doesn't matter if that person listens to that song multiple times or not, they get paid a cent, right? Like a penny.
Less.
Well, Apple Music is a penny.
Oh, Apple. Okay, I see.
Yeah, that's why I brought up Apple Music.
Yeah.
So, they charge more to pay the artist more. Spotify is less. So, if somebody releases an album, there's more chance to have someone listen to that song, like the song that they like, repeatedly more than if they just if he releases only if he goes through, I don't know if you use DistroKid or like TuneCore. Okay, DistroKid. So let's say you use DistroKid to release a single at a time. That if somebody doesn't listen to that single, you're not getting paid. Like if they just listen to it once, you're not getting paid, right? But if you release an album to the streaming platforms, and there's more chance to get someone to listen to a song repeatedly. So I agree with what you're saying. Release the album and then release singles upon that album, because then you can actually have like a higher chance to get like garnish because
if
like
you release if you
Nice.
double release, platforms like Spotify will kill your trend right away. They look at it as spamming. So I do not recommend that at all. I recommend picking which song you think is your most likely hit. That's a tough decision to make, I know. You can lead with that one. Like I said, put the whole album on your website for sale where people can download it. So they know where to go to get the whole thing right away if they want it, and you're guaranteed to get paid for it that way. Otherwise, but with the streaming, just release one. I say one song per month, or like Vegan Gains said, every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks. That's generally how the algorithm, from what I'm taught, is fluctuating. But I want to change gears here a little bit. I am curious. Oh yeah, man. We gotta look out for each other. Speaking of gangster rap, Gary's a rapper. Gary and I are working on some stuff, man. I want to talk to you more about that because it's gonna be awesome. It would be so cool. It'd be so cool to have both of you on a song. But we'll talk. I want to find out about what was your income? Like, how did you get money to go on all these tours? Because I know, like with Gary, I think he was getting paid by PETA. He had backing, right? Did you have any backing? How did that all come about?
Yeah, so I always wanted to just keep my speeches free. Because I never wanted people, ironically, I never wanted people questioning my integrity regarding this topic. So I never spoke about my Patreon. I never tried to get money like that. What I would do is carry bags of T-shirts around to my speeches all over the world. And, sometimes I'd be giving a speech at a vegan festival and there'd be a pretty decent line of people waiting to say hi and buy a shirt. And I'd make pretty fucking good money doing that. So that carried me. I was making really good money at certain festivals. Yeah, I was making great. And I was just.
I've got all those shirts. I remember those lines.
Do you have any shirt? Do you have any you can show us? Do you have any you can show us, Shannon?
Well,
did it say James Aspey on it?
They didn't say his name on them. They were awesome. I do still have them, but everything is in shambles.
Okay, all right.
One of my favorites.
I got a
vintage James
Aspey. Slaves or machines, I think it said.
Again, Shannon? Can you say
One of my favorites was animals are not property, objects, slaves or machines. Is that what it said?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I love that one. And they were just like, they were nice styles too. Like he had different cuts, which was nice because a lot of time you can only find unisex, and like he had the nice ones for females that came to here. And he had ones that my mom liked as well that had like a peace sign and said like, or yin yang, it was something like that.
Vegan karma,
yeah. Vegan karma, that's what it was, the gray one. My mom loved that. But yeah, I remember those lines, and and the shirts were awesome, and that's activism. Every time he sold one, not only did it support his activism, but everybody that bought one was automatically a walking billboard when they wore it. And his shirts helped us start a lot of conversations.
Well, vintage James Aspey T-shirt must be going for a lot of money right now. That's all I can say.
Well, you can get some fresh ones now. We released a brand called More Peace around when I released a song, and at morepeace.shop you can get some of the old classics plus a bunch of new styles.
What's the website? I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, More Peace, like more increase, MORE peace.shop.
.shop. All right. So if you want James Aspey or Jimmy Cashby original design, I put the link in the chat for you to go check those out. But I would be interested. I'd be interested in a vintage one day one, first
Something-
printing.
something-
If you can,
something
if
with
you
some holes in it.
I don't mind holes. I don't mind holes. If you
I'll
have
find
something, if you have something laying around, I am interested.
I have my Dr. Cashby jacket with psychopathic tendencies, psychopaths everywhere.
Oh
all
my
over it.
god, dude. But you're not letting go of that thing, are you?
That's the one. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Shannon, put it back up. Put it back up. Hold on.
Beautiful. That's a gangster photo.
That's great.
That's a Shannon every week photo though, isn't it?
Do you see how little my megaphone is there? That's the first time at the largest slaughterhouse in the world. Now I have mostly 40 and 50 watts and 175, much bigger.
No, you deserved an upgrade for sure.
Yeah, you're not selling that Jimmy Cashby jacket, are you?
I probably should because I need the fucking cash, but I'll try hold on to it a little bit longer.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Maybe I'll
think of
auction it
me.
off
All
one day.
right. Think
You're
of
on
me.
my mind, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So that's pretty much what I did. I sold a lot of shirts. I did have a couple of, when I had certain like a year full of speaking commitments, there was a couple of times where I did get some donations that helped support me during that time. I had a Patreon that was doing pretty well at some point. It was like covering a lot of my just standard living costs back when I was like, just living on the road kind of thing. And then I sold, I got a bit of a social media platform, whatever. So I started doing CBD oil deals. But yeah, it made good money, except I never saw any of it. But that's another story.
Okay. So speaking of money, we're gonna get to a little controversial topic here. All right, because
beautiful.
Yeah, I know. Okay. What was everybody going on about? Why were they coming after you?
Yeah, well, why were they coming after me is a different question to what happened. Why they were coming after me is because they were looking for someone to come after, and I was somebody who they fucking hated. Because
Why? Why do they hate you?
Because I'm doing it all. Like I'm living my best life and having mad success, and they fucking hated it. They fucking hated it. That I'm not saying that's everybody, but yeah, I know that there's a big chunk of people out of this group talking shit about me who they're just sad people. Like that's just the fucking reality, that's what they're like. But what really happened? So yeah, I'll try to summarize it pretty fast. Like, I speak about it so people can understand, but I'm also so over speaking about it. I didn't think I'd need to talk about it more than a week after this happened, and we're 4 years deep. But I'll explain. All right, so I had an opportunity to potentially, I felt very confident in a move being made with a cryptocurrency called EWT, Energy Web Token, which is trying to transition the world to green energy systems. And we had reason to believe that something pretty epic was about to happen. And being who I always was and am, like the week before, I raised $10,000 Australian for a dog sanctuary. We rescued some dogs. Those same people were like, James killed this dog that he was rescuing. And dogs die sometimes. We got it out of a fucking dirty sewer. So I'm just trying to paint a little bit of a picture here. So the week before, it was that I was a puppy dog killer.
Okay.
Right? The week later, before that, it was cheated on my girlfriend when I was in an open relationship. So no, that's not what happened. Or I heard once that I was abusive to women, which never in my life. That I fundraised for my wedding, which I never ever did. There's a lot of shit that has gone around. So just to paint a picture. So in this particular time, I had a move. I was like, fuck, I want to tell people about this because I want vegans to do well. And it was at this time where I was so desperate. I just hit peak desperation of this shit's never going to change. People are so fucking brainwashed. No one, if in 10 years, no one's changing, fuck all this. And I was just I was in a with the vow of silence, it was a desperate move because it's desperate times and we need desperate actions kind of thing. So I was not talk for a whole fucking year. And then with this, it was sort of desperate action, maybe we can make something good happen here. Anyway, so I was donated, I said, if anyone has ever wanted to donate to me, now would be a good time. That was exactly my words. And I was donated 6,000 US, which I show in a video I made called Exposing My Obsessed Stalkers, which I go through my PayPal and everything and show exactly what I was given.
So you show you show what you were given, and you show receipts and everything.
Yeah. Even to this week, people are still like, you got given $250,000. That's what people think because of these people.
Right.
Now, of course, I wouldn't get just a random $250,000 from me making one post saying, if you've ever wanted to donate, now would be a good time. I knew it was like,
it was because you said it was for animal liberation or something like that. Yeah.
I was like, what does it go towards? It goes towards me trying to help end the animal holocaust.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
the
I want.
animal holocaust.
That
right.
is, like that's the way I see everything pretty much I do in my life. Why'd you make music? To help end the animal holocaust. Why you put these posts up? To try to help end the animal holocaust. So anyway, I said if you've ever wanted to donate, now would be a good time. I got roughly the same amount I got as the week before when I said, hey, if you want to donate, we're working with this amazing dog sanctuary that are rescuing dogs. I got about $6,500 US both times, roughly the exact same, a week or two before, and then this time. Not like all of a sudden, okay, everyone's going to give me $250,000 fucking dollars. Like, that's just ridiculous. But anyway, a lot of people believe this because I would just believe anything. So, all right, I get donated the money within, and then the Energy Web token, EWT, over the next days, it triples in value. It's got hundreds of millions of dollar market cap, and it triples in value. It goes from like $6 to about $20, so about 3.5x, right? Now, some people think it's because I mentioned it. They're like, you mentioned it, and so you pumped the coin. But actually what happened, and I get like why some people might think that, but what actually happened is I mentioned it because we thought something was happening. We were very confident. I wouldn't have mentioned it if I wasn't very confident, and I was right. 3 days later, there's no way my audience, who I've never mentioned cryptocurrency to, so they're not invested in what I have to say about cryptocurrency. They're not even invested in crypto, the vast majority of them. I thought this might help a handful of people, but whatever, I'll mention it and I'll move on. That's how I sort of saw the situation. Quick, this might help some people.
They knew that that the money was going into an investment, right?
No, they didn't. So I wasn't 100% sure if I was going to share it with the world what was going on at that stage. But I knew it was happening any fucking minute, basically. So I was just vague, and I said, I understand if this is too vague, don't donate. Like, I know people want to know what's going on, but also a lot of people knew me. They knew my passion. They knew every fucking day I'm standing up for animals, and I'm not. There's nothing to point out with me to say this guy's just in it for the money. Look at what he charges for his speeches. They're fucking free. So I was like, I'm good. My audience knows who I am. If I do something sort of vague and they don't want to donate, they don't have to. And I said, if anybody wants their money back, let me know. Once I donate, 2 people asked for their money back. They got it back straight away. But for everybody else, the people that had the problem were none of the people who donated the money. It's all the other people who were watching what was going on, not liking that I could get some donations, this easily and for something vague and right. Like you should be telling us exactly. I'm not a fucking NGO. I'm doing my thing. If my audience want to donate to me, that's between us. Got nothing to do with anybody else. So anyway, the coin triples in value, and then they're like, you did a pump and dump. The coin stayed tripled in value for 3 months until everything in crypto crashed because $1 trillion came out of crypto, which was like a third or something of the total market cap of everything in crypto. So it's in exact line with the charts of this happening. It's not like all of a sudden this coin dumped that I mentioned. No. What happened is everything in crypto fucking dumped. $1 trillion was taken out. But also that was 3 months later. If I was going to pump and dump, why would I wait 3 months when any time during that, it could just naturally dump again? It makes no sense. That's not how pump and dumps work. Anyway, so
wait, when did you end up selling, and how did you know when to sell? How did you feel?
I didn't know when to sell. I got fucking a lot of like this didn't go so well for us, man. You know, it went good for a while, and we still had money in there, and you know, as we're sort of seeing what was going on, we started trickling out, but not within the first few months. Like to say that I did a pump and dump where nothing changed on the coin for 3 months after
So
I
you
mentioned
kept it. You're saying you kept it in for a while.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
you didn't end up.
Which
But
the coin shows, which the
yeah.
market cap shows.
But you
And
didn't. You didn't lose. You didn't lose money though, right?
Well, overall, look, here's the thing as well, because I wasn't taking care of my money at this stage. I was like trying to give it to people who I felt would be better. So I can't tell you exact dates and shit like that. But I don't think it matters, because if you just look at the situation, no one is going to pump a coin and then wait 3 months after it's been pumped to dump it. And I never told anyone you have to do this. Like, people have the choice to look into it, as I suggested. People have 3 months with their money tripled if they listened when I said to do anything. At this point already, it's got nothing to fucking do with me. That's my opinion. And here's the other thing. Like, as I said, nobody was messaging me saying, I fucking put all this money in. No, it was just people who had nothing to do with the actual situation that were complaining about it. So anyway, the money dumps. Now, within this time, within 3 months, I've already turned the $6,000 into $20,000 and donated to a bunch of different sanctuaries and different organizations.
Well, that's what I meant. So you ended up making the money grow. It never went
the
below
money that was given to me.
Yeah,
the money that was given to me, like my overalls after these couple of years were fucking not good at all. But in this particular situation,
that's what I was talking about. In that particular,
in this particular situation, I was given $6,000 to do
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't say, I said I'm going to multiply the stacks. That's actually what I said. I'll multiply the stacks, and I did. Within 3 months, 6K turned into 20. I go, there you go, 5K to you, 5K to you, 5K to you, bang, moving on. Yeah, that was me. Moving on, next moves. That was just another.
So where did it go? So who did you give it to? And
we gave it to Food for Life Global, which feed the world's hungry with vegan food. We gave it to Ahimsa Sanctuary in Brazil. We gave it to Viva Sanctuary in, I think, Spain or England. We gave it to Black Sheep
Retreat.
Yeah,
Man,
Black Sheep
Tara.
Retreat.
Yeah, that's my friend.
We gave it to. Oh yeah, we gave it to
Yeah.
the fucking. The women in Africa who Ashwagandha or something.
Akashinga. Brave
Akashinga,
ones.
something like that.
Damian Manders. Yeah.
We did all this through verifiable live streams, which I'm like, hey, guess what? $5,000 to your org, and then we do an interview, and then I give him $5,000 through this shit.
So
that happened.
If people want that receipt, where on your channel do they go to see it?
You can go to my live stream section. The video is called Exposing Our Obsessed Stalkers. And I go through because what ended up happening, right? So like I got hacked. So this is fucking years ago, but I'll just explain where this video came from that I'm talking about. It's like 3 hours long. It took a long time to go through all the bullshit that's been said about me. When my Facebook got hacked, I made a new one, Jimmy Cashby, and it had those reviews on there. So I'd already blocked like 1,000 people from my Facebook who would not shut the fuck up in my comment section. People like, oh, you blocked them. Who wouldn't block them? All they were doing was calling me a scam artist in my comment section. Of course, I'm going to fucking block them after a while. I don't have like what good is having them there? Anyone would block them. So I blocked them. And then when I get a new page, they're not blocked. So they're giving me all these one-star reviews, scam artists, con artists, blah, 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 all this shit. So that's what I made a video out of. I went through in a live stream with my wife. I went through all the things. They're posting all their evidence against me, right, to show this is what happened. And and I just went through it in the live stream and explained, like, this is what happened. Here's the receipts. This is what was donated to me. Here's the receipts. This is where we gave the money. Here's the receipts, something that none of them can do. And so that's basically what happened. So from that, and then that page got fucking banned as well, probably because of their bad reviews, or like, I don't know what they were doing, but anyway. So what happened to me from this is I lost over 100,000 people just on Instagram. It was also around the time that I had a big behavior change in my activism. So it's probably a bit of both, but I know a lot of it is because of this shit that went around about me. Everyone thinking, oh, this guy can't be trusted now. This guy's a scam artist. This guy took money. When I turned 6K into 20K is what actually happened, which is what I said I would do. Like, fair enough if it didn't happen. Okay, then yeah, fuck. And I would have just made that money back some other time and be like, whoops, I fucked up. It didn't work out. There's the $6,000 back, you know, damn. But yeah, it turned into 20 fucking thousand bucks. Like, all these people complain and have never done shit like that. They're like, is that all $20,000? How many of these fucking people have ever got $20,000 to vegan orgs and sanctuaries? Never. There's just another time I did it. But anyway, so yeah, so that happened. I lost 100,000 people there. It fully fucked my reputation up, where people were like, this guy was never in it for the animals. This guy's always been about the money. And yeah, there was really not much I could do about it except just like keep doing my thing, keep just trying to make impact where I can. And even though a lot of people unfairly, in my opinion, think that I'm somebody I'm not, it's part of the territory. You know, there's nothing like I either quit, move on some other way.
I've had plenty. My experience in the animal rights activism world, let's just say I totally sympathize with what you're going through. I've experienced it firsthand. I know plenty of other people who've experienced it firsthand. I don't want to pigeonhole animal rights and say, oh, this is really a problem specifically with this movement. But, you know, because I haven't really been in many other activism movements, but from who, you know, it does feel like that. It feels like there's something going on with animal rights where there is this very, very toxic element. Now, part of it, I think, sounds a little conspiratorial. I think it might actually be controlled opposition. You know, like
100%, not even a question.
Whether it's industry, whether it's government, whether, you know, but then there are just a lot of psychos, like cluster B personality type people. And I'm just thinking, what is it? What is bringing them here? What brings them to animal rights specifically?
Superiority complex, probably. They're like, oh, I can be better here than other people because I've got better morals if I say I'm vegan, and brings sort of a weird kind of person. Yeah, like I know from my own experience that, because this is far from the first time something like this has happened, this was just the most defamatory that caused the most impact on my reputation. But I've heard so many fucking stories about me over the years that I'm just, at this point, I'm like, well, this is just unlikely to be just organic bullshit every time. Like, you know, a lot of us go through a lot of random shit, and it wouldn't be surprising at all. Like, it would be an easy way to, you know, whether I did it or not, just like if someone gets called rape, you raped this person, and it comes out that they didn't, it doesn't matter. The damage is already done.
Right.
Like,
it's
my
harmful.
damage is done, and it's easy. It's just like, this guy's a scam artist. What? I see so many people who are like, no, he's not. No, he's not. And then they're like, yes, he is. And they'll send this fucking screenshot or like just something that doesn't prove anything. And then the person who was backing me is like, oh, well, fuck, I didn't realize. Like, you didn't realize what? Nothing has been proven here.
This is why when I hear something, I've really, I didn't used to be like this, but now when I hear something being said about someone and I don't know the person, or I haven't seen whatever it is, evidence is there, people are trying to say is why they think that, I always ask a ton of questions. And then and what will happen is sometimes people look at me and be like, why are you defending this? And I'm not even necessarily defending anyone. I'm just like,
asking questions.
I'm not ready to be on your side. Oh, you should, but don't you trust me? And it's like, I don't trust anyone anymore. Like, when it comes to that shit.
I don't trust you.
Every time people ever said anything to me, I'm like, have you ever met him? Do you know him? No, none of them do. And I'm like, well, we do. And he's amazing. Like, he's in it for the animals. And the way that you treated Evan when he was young is so just incredible. There was nothing in it for you. You just were trying to support him in helping animals. And you were such an amazing role model to both of us. your 40-minute speech is probably, I just learned so much from that at the beginning of our activism journey. And every time we got to see you in a different place, I learned more from you. And I'm so grateful. And watching that happen to you was just so horrible. And all these people have animal blood on their hands, because that's who else is being hurt by
Yeah,
all this
exactly. That's the
infighting
sad
and
part.
bullshit, is the freaking animals. Like,
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
fucked
so
up.
disgusting. And to me, like, why are these people even talking if they didn't give him money and the two people that wanted
Yeah,
their money back got it? Like, shut the fuck
yeah,
up about it. It's
exactly.
so
It's
ridiculous. We
between
shouldn't
me and
even
my
be talking
audience.
about it.
Yeah, it's
On a
sad. I
positive
appreciate
note,
it,
I want
Shannon.
another shirt.
Nice. Peace, justice, respect, vegan. Looking good. So
There's
good.
Evie
Look at
Little.
Evan there. So young. Hey Shannon, I noticed at times you standing up for me and not just letting people shit on my name, and I appreciate it, mate. I appreciate it. I'll do the exact same for you guys. Yeah, that's the difference. You know me, you've met me a bunch of times. Like, you don't know everything about me and all this, but you at least have some sort of point of reference that most people don't have. And yeah, man, I've always just tried to do the good thing. I take still my responsibility very seriously in the animal rights movement. People look up to me for this. People paying attention to what I say about this. I give a fuck. Like, I know that's hard for some people to believe, that people give a fuck about ending the torture and slaughter of trillions of beings, but some of us actually just genuinely give a fuck about that, even though it's not popular to. And I'm one of those people. And that's why, even though all this shit has happened and I know my reach is lower and I know there's so many people out there that don't trust me anymore, I'm like, well, I got to keep trying because this shit's still happening, and I just get back to it. Like, someone else might have moved on to a different crowd. If they really didn't care, maybe they would have gone on a carnivore tour and I don't know, just something else. But yeah, I wanted this shit to end, and I'm still going to have an impact. It's a beautiful thing. It's happened. It's been interesting because this really helped me. First of all, just be like, well, no matter how much you try to do things right, this shit's still going to happen. And I just had to let it go how unfair I felt it was. I was like, this is so unfair. Like, I didn't do anything to deserve this. And I've worked hard to get my reputation good. I believe credibility is important when you're saying something important about ethics. So it was a massive shame. But on the other hand, it just made me not give a fuck about other people's opinions of me, and made me feel confident in going down the Jimmy Cashby path. And it's not an easy path to go down, of like trying to develop a rap career and go against 99% of people in the world with like, this kind of in your face music. So I got to thank all the people that did that for me, because I don't know if I ever would have got to this level without them pushing me here. And yeah, I think this could be a big chapter coming up for me that I hope helps a lot of animals and gets us into a more mainstream arena, the rap scene, with like very serious animal rights messaging and shit like that. So yeah, ultimately it's probably going to turn out well, but it's been a fucking tough time, I must say. Like, I've been through hell of these years, financially, physical pain wise, stress. Like, it's been pretty fucking horrible.
Well, I think also what's very interesting is we were talking about, influencing one person and what impact that can have. I mean, Gary has influenced almost everyone on this panel, and we've all then gone on to influence other people. And you and Vegan Gains and Shannon, but like, just seeing how many things you've done to turn people vegan, to reach people, it's just an amazing thing to me. And this is why we should not underestimate. No one should underestimate what they do. Their part in this, and their being vegan, living vegan. We don't have the stats, but we can be sure that it has created quite a big impact, that we have played our part.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know your impact. You might have influenced one person that did a random fucking TikTok that reached 10 million people. Like, you just can never know. Shannon, you're out there meeting people all the time that you'll never see again, probably. that are having this life-changing moment with you, and then you'll never rarely hear from them and find out, so what was your impact like from our conversation? You don't get that kind of feedback. But yeah, you can be sure that we're planting these seeds that totally oppose the way people generally think about life and animals and what's right and wrong. So it's conversations that last in people's minds for sure. And yeah, we all got to do it. Like, maybe the valve science wouldn't have been successful, or you can say that about anything, but maybe you'll reach 1 million people or 10 million people, or, and then you just got to like follow your passion. Like, one thing I love about you Vegan Gains is how good you are at debating with pretty much anybody. Like, I don't think there's really anybody that could debate you and win, because you've got it all on your side and you know it all. You know enough.
Dr.
All
Avi.
the stuff. Huh?
Except for Dr. Avi.
Well, yeah, on the abortion debate, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, but you're open to changing your mind on shit as well. Like most people you're arguing probably aren't. Yeah. I'm just saying that, like, you don't know where we're going. Like, when we start, we start on some random thing. Then I'm fucking rap, and Vegan Gains is fucking looking like a superhero, and whatever. It can go anywhere. But yeah, just like, I don't know. I just feel so compelled to keep going, because I've seen that one person can make a difference, and you can make a difference repeatedly. And now with all the opportunity we have, like, you're kind of crazy not to have a good crack at it, because this shit happens all the time. People's thoughts and feelings on the world going viral. So no one better to go viral than vegan.
If anyone wants to come up and talk to
I got a vegan
to James, that is a good
yes.
cat.
Meow.
That's
beautiful, man.
That's
beautiful.
That is a very big cat.
That's a big boy.
If they're the size of Vegan's torso, then that's a big cat.
He's really big.
Only Vegan Gains can carry this cat.
He's a good boy.
What a beauty.
That is an exquisite looking cat too.
Who remembers when James got tattooed for 24 hours?
Whoa, what?
Really?
Good times. Yeah, there was 6 of us, 3 tattoos, 3 people getting tattooed. We did a 24-hour live stream. We raised $20,000 for Sanctuary, and we just went hard for 24 hours straight. And yeah, it was fucking good. All vegans, like all 6 of us were vegans.
Wait, which tattoos did you get in that 24 hours?
I got a lot of the ones on my legs.
Are we gonna see, or?
I don't know if I can show you here without potentially breaking my neck. Hang on.
Okay.
On this very wobbly chair.
Don't hurt yourself for the live
Call
stream.
the type. I don't think I should stand on this. It's going to be a problem.
Okay.
I'll show you. Just trust me. They're there.
Yeah.
Who is a steroid convert at this stage?
I'm getting ready. I really think I am. I think my thing is I want to find the doctor that's going to give me the prescription, so that if I have to travel, Dr. Cashby, I just have to find him.
Yeah.
If I travel, I want to be able to have like something I can take with me.
Sure.
Yeah. That's the only reason I would have that vial. Otherwise, I would get it on on whatever website.
There's some shady online TRT clinics where they'll basically just give you a prescription if you just sign a form. If you just say you have every hypogonadal symptom, even without testing your levels, they'll just prescribe it to you.
Really?
I've seen a few. Yeah, I dig around, see if anybody has come across like one of those shady online TRT clinics.
Yeah, I definitely want to dig in. Someone recommended that I find like the lowest star doctor on Yelp or Google in my area.
Yeah.
And like
just
go to them, because they'll, they want a positive review or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Could be the move.
Yeah.
Could be the move. Yeah, man. Yeah, it'll be. Have you ever been much bigger than you are now?
I have, but not without also being not lean, you know, like, so
Okay. Yeah.
I think the biggest I ever got where I was like lean, where I'm like, oh, I like the way I look because I can see my abs, was like 145 pounds, maybe close to 150, which I know to you guys that's like nothing. My genetics is such shit, dude. But I have gotten much stronger while being like fat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm not, the thing is, there's some people like that look good, that can still look good with fat on them because they're evenly dispersed. So like they're not necessarily like, you don't see their abs, but they have thick forearms or they have like big calves. Like I'll get fat, but my forearms and my calves will stay skinny. It's not a good look, dude. So like yeah.
How was your guys' chat with Gary?
Really good.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
There's some
What do you have
tard
to
debates
say?
at the end.
There was some what debates?
Tard, like retard debates.
Oh,
Yeah, just
about
some
what?
dumbasses.
Oh,
Like
okay. They joined you guys.
there's like that crazy guy who I debated who refused to admit Hitler was an evil person. And there's some other idiot who's like I don't know if he's an etholist, he's an antinatalist, but I debated him before, and he said he wanted to kill himself, and I asked him why he didn't, and I kept giving dumb excuses, and then I offered to help him euthanize himself, and then he wouldn't take the offer.
Very
Yeah,
kind.
we have to be careful on the live stream.
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna, get it.
One thing I
taken down.
noticed, so we talked about what Lacey said, and then what Gary said about the health part, and then right at the beginning here, James, when he was telling his story, he said something that went back to that. The first time that he kind of thought about all this, he didn't really care much because he thought he needed to eat animals and the other things from them to thrive, so it didn't really matter. So I really think that's a big part that a lot of people in the movement are missing out on. There's a lot of talk about accountability and just focus on the animals, but really, with my belief that most people are good, it's hard for people to take a look at what they're participating in while they're doing it actively and have been for so long. There's a lot of guilt that comes with that. But once you stop, even if it's for a selfish reason initially, then it's a lot easier to take a look at it. And once you have been educated and it's not necessary, that's why the Game Changers is just so great. Then it makes it that much easier. And I think another thing, so many people are into the conspiracies, and I think that's another thing we might be missing out on as a movement, is just like really showing that this is the biggest conspiracy of all time that has the most people fooled and participating in things they're against.
Yeah, I thought it was it's still, I suppose, a big opportunity. Everything happening with Epstein and him allegedly eating children, and whether he does or not, that's what a lot of people think. And you can make some pretty direct lines to what he was doing and what every fucking person except for vegans are doing. I thought that was a good opportunity there to go hard on and explore. Because a lot of people seem to lately have been more like, wait a minute, maybe the world is run by sick fucking psychopath pedophiles, and maybe the diet that they've been telling you to eat is a sick psychopath diet too. Like, give that some thought. What do you think about this slaughterhouse shit?
Yeah, and so the like, I think one of the things about oh wait, hold on, let me.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's
well, one of the things is too, I think that a lot of people want that to be true. So like, because I don't know, I feel like a lot of people get excited about the idea that there's some secret cabal and they know what's going on, and they're not being fleeced like the rest of the idiots in society. But yeah, then they're engaging and in reality, those people probably aren't it's probably somewhere in the middle where they're not doing as bad of things as what people want to believe they are. Not saying they're great people, but these people are fucking eating babies. Like everyone's actually eating baby animals.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
you know,
How
so
about
it's
that?
People keep asking me, why am I doing activism for animals and why am I not doing something about all these elites eating babies? And I'm like, you're eating babies. Why don't you stop eating
Yeah.
babies? Like, what do you, these chickens are 42 days old, the turkeys are 3 months, the pigs are 6 months, the cattle are 12 to 36 months. And if they're older than that, it's because they're getting exploited for their reproductive systems and suffering even more and having their family ripped away from them over and over again.
Exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. I had someone just yesterday say something like, veganism is the elite's diet for the world and you fell for it. Like, you eat slaughtered babies, dude. You know, how is a vegan the one on the wrong side on this one? You know, in our world, we don't have slaughterhouses. In your world, we slaughter trillions every year. How can you even be that bad at maths that you think the vegans are the crazy ones here? Fucking annoying. Fucking dummies.
Well, one of the things, you know, it's I actually pushed back on Gary a bit on a couple things. One of them we were talking about, like, for example, this oysters or bivalves and this whether or not they're sentient.
Yeah.
We talked about you know, whether wearing or buying secondhand animal like things like leather or wool or whatever is or freeganism, if that's a rights violation. What's more important, the principle or whether it's actually a rights violation? Things like wild animal suffering, you know, or you know, should we be trying to eradicate predation? You know, there's a lot of vegans are torn on that, and I especially particularly on that one, I find that there's a lot of vitriol from the side that is sort of making some kind of appeal to nature fallacy. But I don't know if do any of those do any of those strike a nerve with you?
All of them in some way, I suppose. You know, if oysters aren't sentient and they're basically plants, I don't care just because they're classified as animal. I don't think that's really very relevant or important. I just care, you know, if there's someone there that can experience some sort of discomfort. And I'm not sure if that's the case with oysters, but I err on the side of caution, as probably most vegans do. Yeah, I'm aware of the wild animal suffering debate, and I think it's very hard to make an argument in favor of not intervening and just allowing perpetual hell for trillions of beings to exist when potentially humans are the ones that could do something. But yeah, it's the how to do something without making a worse problem or something like that is, you know, that's as far as I go with it. Makes sense to me, but I don't really know what that looks like in reality. But yeah, I think, you know, it's part of our responsibility. If you put humans in that situation, you wouldn't say, well, they're just humans in nature getting slaughtered. So, you know, they're in nature, like let them just be over there and we'll be over here. I don't think that really makes sense. If you were one of the victims, you would want someone defending you exactly the same way. And yeah, I'm glad that conversation started, because I think why people maybe get a little, you know, frustrated by it is because they didn't realize maybe that being vegan led to this conclusion, you know, potentially. And it does sit funny, because being a vegan, you want to think that you're just about helping the animals, helping all the animals, and you don't want to condemn certain animals, like ones that are predators, to any type of anything bad, their death, their suffering, you know. So I get it. Like, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, is this what this means, that as a vegan we need to defend these animals too, and that's going to imply hurting other animals or ending other animals? But yeah, I just think it's you either do something or you don't. Both have consequences, and I think the consequences are far worse probably than compared to intervening. If you can intervene in a wise way and be pretty confident that you're going to cause less problems, that makes a lot of sense to me. Despite me also not wanting a tiger to be fucking killed, but yeah, if they're going to kill like multiple animals throughout their life and they can't be reasoned with, stopped any other way, you know, ideally there are better ways. Maybe you tranquilize them and fucking feed them vegan meat for their whole lives. Like, I don't know, separate them, whatever it could be. I'm not saying it's always got to be just death, but yeah, I think it's a really important thing to look into, because there's literally countless animals going through that hell all the fucking time. Why would we only care about the ones that are enslaved by humans and bred into existence by humans? Because they're suffering that too.
I don't understand why there's so many vegans that get mad when I bring that up.
Yeah.
It's not even like just a disagreement. They get mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does sound counterintuitive in a way, but if you think more about it, I think it's counterintuitive not to.
You'll find out pretty quickly who's vegan or not if you bring up feeding cats vegan. Yeah, just go into any vegan subreddit and then bring up how you feed your cat vegan. You'll find out. Yeah, a lot of them aren't vegan.
This is what we need the all the lab grown for. I wonder if some of the wild animals would just be happy if they were full enough off lab grown.
Yeah.
But then would we have to implement birth control for animals that they would typically prey on? Like Nick Noodle, sorry, I've thought about it quite a bit since we had a conversation a few months ago, because at that point I was like, you're out of your mind. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. But again, like, we need to process things, and that was like the first time I really even considered it. And I didn't really take into account how much there is like predation in the wild. And you know, I'm from here, this is where I am, and like, we've taken over most of the land here, but there's a lot of other places in the world that are probably even a lot more rough than the woods here. So yeah, it is a lot to think about, but we're such an incredible species. Like, we have the abilities and the capabilities. We have created so much technology, and we could really probably come up with some awesome solutions if everybody was having the right mindset and trying to solve these problems.
I'm
Yeah,
just
if
gonna
people were
say
thinking normal. Go ahead.
I'm gonna just say two things and then I gotta go. The first thing is I'll talk about what we were just talking about. As far as like like plant-based pet foods, like the grocery stores in where I'm from are actually starting to release Wild Earth. So like the whole like idea that animals can't have, like, even non-vegans are starting to see that that's not even true, because they're starting to sell plant-based foods in stores.
Cool.
So that's the one thing that I want. So vegans should start checking their local stores and stuff like that to see if they have it. I know Allison just checked her local store and she found plant-based cat food in like in cans and stuff. So and I just saw dog food the other day. So yeah, start checking your local
Right.
grocery stores. So the second thing I want to mention before I go is James. Like, I didn't meet you until Vegan Gains, like that first interview that you had with Vegan Gains, and then I started
Oh,
coming
yeah.
on your chat. That's how we kind of started getting to know each other. And for those who don't know, like, James and I actually had like a lot of DMs where we talk about fucking music right before he started releasing his stuff. That was super fun. And like I met him like right before I cut my fingers, and James was like part of the people that like helped me get through that. I amputated my fingers. You can ask James. I sent him pictures and shit, and he was like, "That's
Damn.
yeah." So I can't straighten my fingers; they were amputated, and I needed 300. I needed 300 grams of protein to make sure I could reattach them.
Really?
Yeah.
They made you eat crazy amounts of protein? Really?
Yeah, because the body doesn't actually like, if you don't have enough protein, the body will reject the reattachment because you don't have, like, it will
Interesting.
prioritize keeping the body growing, and so it will just reject the fingers. So you need enough access for the body to actually reattach the fingers and everything.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I didn't even get any gains from it, man. All I did is get
That's
to
sad.
keep my
You got fingers. That's pretty good.
yeah. But anyway,
Nice,
I just
bro.
wanted to say, for those who don't know, James is a fucking real one, man. Like, and Vegan Gains is a real one. These
Thanks.
guys, like, I wouldn't be a vegan without Vegan Gains. I've been a part of his chat. Like, I've met all of you guys through him. Yeah, you guys are just real ones, and I might be
Thanks,
just
brother.
a fresh activist coming into the scene. You know, like I've only been doing this activist full time for about a year, but it's
You're
been
full-time?
what?
You're a full-time activist?
Yeah.
Wait, had you been on the Finding Gnosis show before?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Kind of just been doing solo stuff, but yeah, I've been doing this full time, and I'm working on my own.
What group? What org are you with?
Just myself for now until I go to. I'm gonna be doing stuff. I'm moving to Toronto, and I'll be with 40-year-old vegan and stuff like that. I'll be doing more stuff with him, like in Toronto and all that.
You should
whole group in
message me
Toronto.
on Insta. Like, I'm in Ottawa, but it's not that far of a drive.
Sick, dude. Hell
Yeah.
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 So for
You
sure,
should.
dude.
Do you have put your channel in the chat?
Yeah, it's just my name, Axel Pertil Dahlstrom. You can just look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
What have you got
so-
planned, bro? You're about to say you got something coming, kind of thing, or something?
Yeah, I'm releasing my own album. Bottom Tier Vegan is what it's gonna be called. Yeah. Bottom Tier
Sweet.
Vegan. Yeah, so I just have a friend who's working on my album cover right now, and then Bottom Tier Vegan. The first single, I'll be releasing singles first and then the album.
Hell yeah, that's the move.
But anyway, so
Cool,
the first song is gonna be BAB, stands for Basic Ass Bitch. It's gonna
Genre.
It's
What genre?
gonna be a mixed genre. It's like gonna be kind of rap for the first two, but I scream as well. So
Cool.
like it's gonna be kind of like a mixed genre, and everything. Anyway, yeah, no. So that's gonna be coming. I just want to give a shout out to Vegan Gains and Jimmy. You know, you guys are fucking real ones.
Thanks, brother.
And as Jimmy always says, you fucking legends.
Fucking legends.
All right. You guys
Thanks,
have a good
boss.
one.
I appreciate you being in my chat all the time, dude. You're always, keeping
Yeah,
things,
dude.
keeping things peaceful in there. Thanks, man.
Yeah, take care, dude.
Yeah.
All right,
All
legend.
right. See you. Bye.
Thanks,
brother.
Axel. Cheers, brother. I want to make some music with you someday too.
Yeah, for sure. And Jimmy, if you ever want to, like, I know you said you were struggling with producing, man. If you ever need a producer, I got you.
I
Like-
do. Let's talk.
Dude,
God
yeah,
damn,
I
so
can.
much work.
I can produce your music anytime.
Man,
So
yeah, let's talk, man, for sure. That'd be epic.
yeah. All right. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Yeah,
Cheers.
peace, bro. Boom. What a dude.
Well,
Vegan Games bringing the people together.
the glue.
The
We're in
glue of the
a.
animal
Are you in
rights
Australia
movement.
right now?
Me? I'm in Thailand.
Okay.
Oh,
I
You
was
were
gonna
just
get-
in Australia. How was it?
Yeah, it was pretty
that's
good.
why I got the time wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
I
somewhere
thought
else.
you were in Australia.
Tell me about Australia, bro. What was your experience like?
Pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty chill, nice weather. I went in like the fall, basically. We're their fall, but it was still pretty nice weather. Yeah, I was in Sydney, around Chatswood area, and yeah, girlfriend's there. You know, Pat.
Yeah.
So that's why I visited. But I'm gonna
Sweet.
visit again soon, and yeah, come there probably for around Christmas.
Nice. Oh yeah, I'll give you some of my favorite spots to see in Sydney next time you're on your way there.
Yeah, I've been to
spot,
Bondi
yeah.
Beach. Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll get you deep in the woods.
Okay, cool.
Where the goanna I was talking about lives.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more animals. I saw some kangaroos.
Nice. Yeah, I'll before you go, let us know.
Yeah, sure.
Get you some hot spots. Cool. Yeah, that's good, man. Good to hear you. So you're dating an
Oh,
Aussie.
Yeah.
Gary says
Beautiful.
hi, James.
Who does?
Gary.
Gary
Yourofsky.
Yourofsky?
Yeah, he says hi.
What's up, my man?
Yeah.
OG Gary. It was like a tag team. Gary out, Jimmy in. Boom.
That's it.
Next time we'll chat together, I hope. How epic to see Gary come back, you know? Like this, I don't know about anyone else, but I kind of just thought Gary was never coming back, like the way he left. And it never really made sense to me because, you know, you think of Gary and just think like all the passion and all the knowledge and then so
the second
it
coming.
never felt right that he was gone at all. You know what I mean? But even though but then coming back, it still felt weird because it was like, man, I didn't think you were ever going to come back for some reason. I don't know. I just felt like that was a permanent movie made.
I didn't even know he was
so
gone
epic.
for the longest time
Yeah?
because everybody
Really?
talked about him in his video. I didn't even realize that he had like taken a break or retired
Ah, how funny.
for a very long time.
So you didn't suffer the pain as soon as we all did.
Nope.
Oh, that's lucky.
It was the second coming.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way.
And
Nah,
so
what a
please
legend.
back. Love the new content.
Yeah, he's pushing it out, eh? So good.
It's so like and it's classic Gary fashion, but like there's like a little more. I feel like there's even like more attitude now, which I love. And I love that the clips are short. Dude, and I don't know about. I mean, I don't think he's taking steroids, but he's like more jacked now than ever. I feel.
Gary,
Yeah?
he's
Sick.
lifting.
Yeah.
Ah, what a boss. Yeah, he's a fucking legend. So good what he did. Like, just no one can watch that speech and not be moved, you know? That's pretty amazing to have something like that out there for the world. Like, that's the speech that he was giving thousands of times, you know? And it was just coincidence, right? That someone made the effort to film it and put it up. But imagine him just out there practicing this speech over and over and over thousands of times. And then like at peak Gary, someone filmed it and dropped it and it did what it did. That's so amazing.
Did you see his the speech he did on Joey Carbstrong's channel? It was his sentencing hearing speech for when he was going to prison.
I think I've heard it before. Yeah, I've seen that. Maybe it's written on his website in the.
It's a recent thing.
Essays.
It was
okay.
It's very recent. Well, maybe he had it. Maybe he had it in text, but he recited it recently on.
Nice.
Yeah.
I recall the gist of it, and yeah, it's crazy that someone like Gary could go to jail for rescuing animals from torture. Like, that's fucked up. Fucking backwards world. World's fucked.
Guys, if anyone's listening and wants to come on and ask a question before we wrap up here, now would be the time to do so. But if we don't have anyone who wants to join at this point, because it is later, quiets down around this time. That's the thing. Then what we should do is we should go and have everybody give their final thoughts.
Final thoughts, nice.
So, why don't
final thoughts on what specifically?
Oh, it's just to close things out here.
Okay, well, yeah, I think you know, you've heard all the arguments for veganism, especially when Gary was on. There's a bunch of retards who made up all the, you know, usual excuses you've all heard. Veganism's too expensive. What if I don't care? You know, there really isn't any good excuse. So the choice is just ultimately up to you to decide whether or not you want to be a good or bad person.
Yep. That's it. Unfortunately, it is just up to that. And most people are choosing the retarded choice.
I mean, a lot of those people, a lot of those people that come on, they're regulars on the channel. They are. I don't really know what's going on with them exactly. Like the Ragnarok guy, he can be like a nice guy if you sort of just not like, smile and nod your head at whatever he's saying. But like, he claims to be he claims that he was Napoleon in his past life. So I just, what can we do
He
with that?
definitely wasn't.
Yeah, definitely. I think we can pretty confidently say that.
But Shannon, what about you?
I'm just if anybody's listening, watching, and you're not vegan yet, please stop participating in this unnecessary exploitation and abuse and murder towards these innocent and vulnerable beings that we share the planet with. They're just like us in all the ways that matter. They have friends and families and feelings just like we do. And my other plea is to the people who call themselves vegan, please get active in whatever way you're able to that's nonviolent. Well, that's my recommendation. You do what you want. But please get out of your comfort zone, because, people are constantly telling me while I'm doing my solo activism, the people that see me every week, they're like, wow, you're so dedicated and you have so much passion. And I'm like, well, I've seen the animals suffering. And if I was in their place, the least somebody could do is hold a fucking sign and like
So
talk
true,
about
eh?
it. So just please do something. And I mean, we can do this. I think a lot of people don't have hope, but it's really so possible. Dr. Silas Shroud did a really good talk in the past about just how quickly things can change in, whether it was fire or cell phones and GPS or the women's suffrage movement, civil rights movement, gay rights movement. Like when things happen, they happen. So we just need to keep planting those seeds and use your skills and talents to do good in the world.
That was very heartfelt. I like that. Very good, Shannon. You're a legend. Yeah, I echo what Shannon and Vegan Gains said. The only reason you're getting away with doing what you're doing right now, not being vegan, is because you're in a massive death cult. You can't logically justify it. What you're doing is horrific. Vegans might look extreme, but we're the only normal ones out there who are opposing horrific violence and cruelty and suffering and slavery and slashing throats. It's very obvious who is the right one here. Vegans are about peace. Y'all are about slaughter. And again, like I said earlier, it's not about us versus you. It's really about how we've all been brainwashed. We've all been conditioned to think that eating dead bodies of murdered slaves is okay and natural and normal and necessary, and it's not. And we don't want to fight with you guys. We want you guys to join the team, to join the right side, so that we can. It's not about like you guys making us feel good that you went vegan because of us or anything at all like that. It's purely just because there are real victims out there going through the worst possible shit you could ever imagine, worse than your worst nightmare times 1,000. They're going through it constantly, all day, every day. And if everybody just did what vegans are already doing, that shit wouldn't exist. So, just whether you get a pat on the back for it or not, you should just do what vegans are doing and make this world such a better place. It won't fix every problem, but it will fix massive problems for trillions of beings. So that's a pretty fucking good step we could all take. We should all come together and do this one thing and then move on from there. And I encourage everybody to just do it, and fucking it's just the right thing to do, and that's pretty much it.
Beautiful. And I would just say, don't underestimate yourselves. It took one person, being determined and consistent, that reached a whole bunch of people, us included.
Yep.
And that's why we're here doing it, and we've reached people, and you can too. So don't underestimate your ability to make a difference. Every grain of sand makes the beach. Every drop of water makes the ocean. So just keep that in mind, and decide what side of history you want to be on. And take some testosterone too. You'll feel better.
Exactly.
That helps.
Yeah.
Solid shout out to testosterone there.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. I'm gonna.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Thanks
Thanks,
for
bro.
having
Thanks for having
me
us on.
on.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna have to get used to this Jimmy stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think I said it once by accident. Good night, Noodles. Good night, Richard. Good night, Jimmy.
Good night.
Yeah, take care.
Peace, show. You get used to it.
All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that Q&A. There's a bunch of people who donated and shit. I didn't put a dono link for my Streamlabs in chat because I didn't want you to donate. So I wasn't planning on responding to any donos, but appreciate the donos anyway. I'll be on later tonight. I just got to take a break. We'll have a normal stream. I'm going to keep this public, so for those of you who missed the rest of the Q&A, you can watch it. But I'll see you guys in a bit.